The night the king walked into Kali's temple, he already knew two things. First, if anyone in the palace discovered where he was going, they would try to stop him. And second, if he turned back before reaching her, his wife would have died for nothing. That was the kind of knowledge that changes the way a man walks. It had changed Aaron's. He no longer moved like a king raised inside music, banners, instruction, and choreographed loyalty. He moved like someone who had learned too late that the floor beneath his life was hollow. Every step had become a test, every glance in court a calculation, every kindness from an old advisor a possible mask, every priestly blessing an echo of a lie older than memory. And every night for the last 3 months, since the death of Queen Mira, he had gone to sleep with the same thought pressing on his chest like a stone slab. She knew something, and they killed her for it. But they was still a shapeless word then, too small for what it would eventually mean, too human for what had truly been. Feeding under the kingdom, at the beginning, grief had tricked him into simplicity. It always does. It tells the living that pain must have a single source because the mind cannot survive 100 knives at once. So for the first week after Mira died, Arin hunted for one poisoner, one servant, one rival, one motive, one treachery narrow enough to stab and call justice. But grief is only simple before truth begins, and truth, in this story, did not arrive like a revelation from the heavens. It arrived like mold under walls, like rotten beams, like a smell in a house that no one can place but everyone has learned to ignore. It began with a bead, a tiny black bead, no larger than a lentil, smooth, dull, almost worthless looking. The day before Mira died, she slipped it into Arin's palm beneath the supper table while musicians played and silver cups flashed in lamplight. And 14 powerful people performed trust around a table wide enough to hide knives in the center. "Don't look at it here," she whispered, smiling at a minister on her right as if nothing had happened. Arin kept his face still. He had been trained for that since boyhood. Kings learn very early that the face is not flesh in public, it is policy. He continued nodding at some conversation about river tariffs, laughed exactly once at exactly the correct moment, and only later, deep into the night when the last servants had been dismissed and the corridors outside their chambers had gone quiet, did he place the bead between them on a low table and ask the question that would open everything. "What is it?" Mira did not answer immediately. She rose, that alone unsettled him. She was not a woman given to theatrical pauses. If anything, she had spent years stripping useless performance out of palace life wherever she could. She preferred directness, but only when directness was safe. Tonight it was not. She crossed the room and closed the shutters herself, then checked the carved lattice screen, then the wall hangings, then the bronze vent above the incense niche. Then she listened at the door long enough that Arin stood too. "What is wrong?" he asked quietly. "Too much," she said. He had heard fear in many voices before, petitioners ruined by taxes, captains before battle, children after lightning, men awaiting sentence. Fear usually made people smaller. In Mira, it made her sharper. When she turned back toward him, her eyes were clear in the lamp glow, but something in the set of her shoulders told him she had already passed the point where reassurance could matter. "I need you to hear me as my husband first," she said, "not as king, not as judge, not as son of your house. If you hear this as a king, you'll do exactly what they expect." Arin frowned. "Who?" She looked down at the bead. "That is the problem," she said. "I'm not sure that word is big enough anymore." He thought she meant a faction, a court circle, a priestly alliance, maybe a trade conspiracy hidden beneath temple account books. He still did not understand how large a trap could become when it had been built patiently across generations. Mira sat opposite him. For a moment she said nothing. He could hear rain beginning outside, soft against the stone channels beyond the shuttered windows. The first monsoon had come early that year. The smell of wet earth drifted into the chamber even through closed wood. "I started with grain," she said at last. Arin blinked. "Grain?" "Yes, missing grain, or rather grain that was not missing, only redirected under obsolete seals." She reached for the writing board by the bedside and with a piece of charcoal drew 3 columns of numbers. She had done this before, repeatedly, obsessively. "These are winter stores recorded under Royal Reserve." She tapped the first column. "These are distributions actually received by the provinces." Second column, "And these are temple requisitions from southern and eastern shrines." Then she circled the gap between them. "This should be spoilage or accounting lag. It isn't. The discrepancy is too regular, too clean, too hidden. Someone has been feeding a population that does not officially exist." Arin stared at the figures. He was not a stupid man, far from it. He was good with military budget patterns, port revenues, border levy estimates, but Mira was better at the kind of logic that lives in anomalies. "You're certain?" She gave him a look that even then almost made him smile. "I married you despite your tutors. Of course I'm certain." That was Mira. Even standing on the lip of danger, she still used wit like a blade she kept polished. But the smile died almost as soon as it rose. Where does it go? He asked. Beneath us. He thought she meant metaphor again. She saw that and became visibly impatient. No, literally beneath us. Beneath the palace. Beneath the old western foundations. Hidden storerooms, corridors, and a wing no official map includes. Every muscle in his back tightened. How did you get into a sealed understructure without telling me? I told the version of you that could do something useful with partial information. That version was asleep. Arin exhaled slowly through his nose. Under other circumstances, he would have argued. Tonight he let it pass. What did you see? Mira looked toward the bead, then back at him. Children. The room went quiet in a way sound cannot explain. Rain still tapped outside. A lamp still burned between them. Somewhere in the corridor far beyond their chamber, someone laughed at some servant joke passing between night staff. And yet the word children changed the architecture of silence. Arin sat down more slowly than before. What children? That is the only question that matters, she said, and it's the one nobody once asked. She took the bead and held it up to the lamp flame. Only then did he notice that it was not stone at all. Something translucent lived just under the blackened surface. I found this lodged in wax near a locked record tube below the western wing. It contains gold leaf etched by hand. I haven't been able to open it without destroying the inscription, but I recognize the symbol inside. She passed it back to him. He narrowed his eyes. A ring, 6 radiating strokes, a stylized emblem he had seen before but never in state use. It pricked at memory. Temple carvings half eroded by time, an old ceremonial textile in his mother's private shrine. Something from childhood stories nobody retold in full. Kali, he said. Mira nodded once. That should have felt dramatic, world-shifting, sacrilegious. Instead it felt worse. It felt like something clicking into place that had been waiting far too long. Not the public form of her worship, Mira said. Not market shrines and festival chants. Older, hidden, not devotion exactly, more like invocation of witness. Arin's jaw hardened. If this is temple corruption, I can have every priest from the western quarter questioned before sunrise. No, the word snapped out of her hard enough to stop him. No guards, no arrests, no accusations, not yet. Why? Because if I'm right, the palace hears everything. That would have sounded paranoid from almost anyone else. From Mira, it sounded like a report. Arin lowered his voice instinctively. Who knows you've been looking? She held his gaze. I don't know. That frightened him more than if she had named someone. Unknown enemies leave no edges to brace against. Mira leaned closer. There are ledgers down there, Arin, not finance ledgers alone. Family ledgers, lineages, birth notations, sealed custody marks, children taken under old legal claims, debts, border blood claims, temple obligations. Some of the names repeat across generations. He felt cold despite the heat of the room. Repeat how? Like livestock breeding records. The words hit him like an insult to the kingdom itself. He stood again, then stopped himself from pacing. Kings pace in private when their minds start war with reality. It could be forgery, he said. It was a weak sentence and he knew it. It could be a criminal ring using obsolete state markers to hide kidnappings. Mira did not contradict him immediately. That would be the merciful explanation, she said. He hated how much he wanted her to be wrong. Not because he doubted her intelligence, because he knew her too well. Mira did not bring him theories when she had only shadows. She brought him shadows only when she had already seen the shape casting them. What else? He asked. This time she hesitated. That was new. Tell me. She drew a breath. There's a rhyme. A rhyme. One the nursemaids used to sing, older than the current court. I heard a seamstress humming it in the southern laundry hall last week. One line matched a notation from the ledgers. Another matched symbols scratched into a wall below. He almost laughed from disbelief, but nothing in her face permitted it. What does it say? She recited it softly, almost like she feared the walls might remember it. 6 sisters circle under stone. One sees flesh and one sees bone. One keeps names and one keeps keys. One drinks tears and one drinks please. Then she stopped. Why stop there? Because I only heard that much clearly. The rest was half swallowed. But it's not a children's song, Arin. It's instructions buried in melody. The rain grew heavier outside. He looked again at the bead in his hand. The symbol seemed to darken when he turned it toward the lamp. His next question came more quietly than he intended. What do you think this is? Mira answered without softness. I think your kingdom is sitting on top of a secret older than your reign, older than your father's, maybe older than the palace itself. And I think Isalmion has been using religion, lineage law, and hidden accounts to feed it, not fund it, not protect it, feed it. He tried to place the phrase somewhere rational. Children for labor. For leverage? For bloodline hostages? I don't know yet, there was that terrible word again, the word of a woman who intended to keep going. He crossed to her and knelt in front of her chair so they were eye level. You stop now, he said. Tonight, whatever this is, you stop. I'll quietly pull records, isolate staff rotations, move you to the River Manor until I know more. Mira's expression softened for the first time. She touched his face with both hands. That memory would later become one of the cruelest he carried because it was so ordinary and so final. You are very good at protecting what you can see, she murmured, and what I can't. She smiled sadly. You try to surround it with soldiers, he almost argued again. She pressed her forehead to his briefly. If anything happens to me, she whispered, don't believe what they tell you. He went still. Mira, I'm serious. What do you mean if anything happens? I mean what I said. Her hands tightened slightly at his jaw. Don't trust the physicians. Don't trust the first priest who arrives. Don't trust any explanation offered too quickly, and if the Black Mother calls you. She paused. Something almost like shame crossed her face then, or perhaps go yourself, she finished. He pulled back enough to search her expression. What does that mean? But she only shook her head. I don't know yet. He should have stayed awake all night after that, should have locked the door. Should have sent for his most loyal captain, should have burned the palace down around them if that was what safety required. Instead he did what almost all doomed people do the night before disaster. He believed there would still be time in the morning. The next day she died, not in secrecy, not in bed, not in a carriage accident. On some lonely road where truth could be conveniently erased, she died in public enough to be witnessed and private enough to be interpreted, late afternoon. The first rain after a week of suffocating heat. Mira had loved the first rain since childhood. She used to say the sky sounded honest only when it finally broke. They had gone to the balcony outside the western salon to feel the storm wind before supper. Servants came and went. A maid brought wine, not Mira's usual maid, a substitute. She said, because the regular one had a fever. Mira noticed that, he saw her notice it, but not enough time passed between that noticing and what came next. Thunder rolled. She laughed once at how hard the wind nearly blew a cushion across the stone rail. She raised her cup, took a sip, turned to say something and stopped. Arin would replay that stop for months. Not collapse, not stumble first. A stop, as if some invisible hand had reached into her body and interrupted a sentence at the level of the heart. Her eyes flicked to him, then downward. Her fingers opened, the cup shattered, red wine on white stone, rain beginning in fat drops. Mira. Her lips moved, he heard no sound. Then she folded. He caught her before her skull hit stone. Even now, in memory, he could feel the weight of her change from living weight to dying weight. There is a difference. Anyone who has held both never forgets it. Get the physician. Someone screamed it, maybe him, maybe a servant. Her pulse was there, then wrong, then fluttering in places human fear can't reach, then not in any way that mattered. By the time the royal physician arrived, her skin had begun to cool under the rain. The verdict came too fast. Cardiac seizure, tragic, sudden, natural weakness unseen before. Arin wanted to believe none of it, but grief is a sedative before it becomes an engine. For 3 days he allowed ritual to happen around him. Funeral oils, chants, nobles with damp eyes, priests naming destiny, women dressing her body, courtiers praising love loudly enough to avoid saying ignorance. Then on the 4th night he found the first lie. Her cup had vanished, not broken shards, not stained cloth, the cup itself. He ordered every servant from the western salon questioned. 3 contradicted one another. 1 disappeared before dawn, and the substitute made a sign that day had never existed on any staffing roll. After that he stopped mourning publicly and began hunting privately. 3 months, that was how long it took him to move from suspicion to pattern. He stopped sleeping like a man and started sleeping like a fortress under siege, one eye inside every dream. He ate with others only when necessary. Trusted silence more than counsel. Reopened the sealed archive cellar, compared reign journals, examined obituary frequencies among royal spouses, pulled grain ledgers back 27 years, reviewed custody orders from border provinces, found erased names under overwritten inks, found temple requisitions without temple destinations, found references to old account balancing hidden in devotional margin notes. And tonight, in the archive cellar, he found the pattern that made all remaining illusions impossible. Every generation prospered, then paid, privately, precisely, and always with a death that hurt. He was staring at those columns when the lamps bent east, every flame at once, toward the jungle, toward the temple no ruler entered willingly. For a long moment Arin did not move. The archive air smelled of dust and mold and old glue and lamp smoke. Water dripped somewhere beyond the stone stacks in slow, measured intervals. One wax seal cracked softly in the heat near his elbow. The world had become too quiet. Then the whisper came, not through air, through recognition. Come, he did not ask himself whether. It was madness. Madness was too easy an answer and therefore suspicious. Instead he folded the key documents into oilcloth, hid them in the false base of a grain chest only Mira knew he used, placed the black bead inside the hollow compartment of his signet ring, and extinguished all but one lamp. He left the archives by the lower servants' stair, avoided the guard cloister, passed through the east kitchen yard, crossed the herb garden wall by the broken fig trellis, and exited the palace grounds through a postern gate used mostly by gardeners and discreet lovers. No escort, no proclamation, no sword. That was deliberate. If he went armed, he went as king. If he went with others, he went as institution. If he went with ritual, he went as participant in a myth someone else had already written. He needed to go as a man who wanted the truth badly enough to lose the costume built around him. Rain met him beyond the walls. The jungle path to the temple was half mud, half memory. He had only been there once before, as a boy of 10, during a festival procession cut short before dusk. He remembered black stone, drum beats, too many flowers, and his mother's grip tightening on his shoulder when he asked why the innermost sanctum was sealed. Now no drums sounded, no pilgrims climbed, no torches marked the road. The storm should have drowned the path. Instead, lightning kept revealing it just ahead of him in bright white fractures. He walked faster. The jungle swallowed palace logic quickly. The smell of wet leaves replaced city smoke. Roots twisted over old stones. Rainwater hissed down carved surfaces where forgotten shrine markers leaned under moss. Bats burst once from a banyan canopy and almost made him flinch hard enough to laugh at himself, but he did not turn back. The further he walked, the more the silence changed. Storm sounds remained behind him. Ahead, they thinned. By the time the temple gates rose from the dark like a mountain carved into architecture, the rain had stopped touching his skin. He looked up. It was still falling. He could see it, sheets of silver in the lightning, but around the final stair, within the boundary marked by weathered guardian stones, the drops bent aside, not evaporating, avoiding. Aaron's breath H caught. The doors of the temple stood open. No visible attendants, no lamp bearers, no priests. Inside, darkness breathed. He climbed. Each step felt like crossing out a previous version of himself. At the threshold he hesitated for the first time, not from superstition, from understanding. If he entered, he was admitting something irreversible. That the world of decrees, records, guards, and inherited authority was no longer sufficient to explain his own life. That is a hard thing for kings, maybe the hardest. He crossed the threshold. The lamps lit themselves, one by one, rows of them, oil flames blooming along pillars and alcoves and carved ledges as if awakened by recognition rather than fire. Incense, old and sweet and almost metallic beneath the sandalwood, thickened the air. Temple bells rang somewhere deep inside. Then he saw her, Kali, not a statue, not a priestess, not a trick of smoke, dark blue skin, wild black hair loose and enormous, swallowing torchlight at the edges, glowing red eyes that did not blaze so much as endure, jewelry alive with tiny chimes. 6 arms moving with impossible calm around her body like separate thoughts made flesh. He had spent his life hearing men describe goddesses badly. Too much fear, too much hunger, too much male imagination pretending reverence. Nothing in those stories had prepared him for the reality. She was terrifying, but not because she looked monstrous, because she looked inevitable. Arin stopped in the center of the sanctum. No thunder entered here, no rain, no courtly language, no titles seemed large enough to survive the room. Kali looked at him. In that gaze he felt every hidden chamber in himself begin to unseal. His love, his doubt, his anger, his need to know, his shame that part of him had already suspected his bloodline was built on something rotten. His ugly private relief that if Mira's death belonged to a system, then at least her loss had shape. He wanted to speak first. He found he couldn't. The bells quieted. The incense curled around her ankles. 4 of her 6 arms began to reach toward him from different directions. One toward his face, one toward his shoulder, one toward his chest, one toward his wrist. He stood perfectly still. Not because he was fearless, because every instinct told him that if he moved now he would lose the only chance he had left. He could already feel his body arguing with itself. Run, kneel, strike, pray, demand, beg. He did none of them. Kali's red eyes held his. Her 5th arm remained still. Her 6th waited. The 1st hand came closer. And just before her fingers touched his face, Arin understood the real terror of the temple. It was not that the goddess might destroy him. It was that she might tell him the truth, and he no longer knew whether he wanted survival more than that. Kali's 1st hand reached for his face. It moved with a calm that made fear worse. If she had struck, lunged, or blazed with some theatrical violence, Arin could have answered it. Men are trained for obvious danger. Steel has a direction, fire has heat, rage has motion, but this hand moved as if it had all the time in the world. As if kingdoms had risen and collapsed under that same slow certainty, as if lies rotted faster than her patience ever could, as if she had stood before 1,000 men who thought themselves powerful and watched each one discover, too late, that truth does not need to hurry. The lamps around the sanctum gave no warmth now. They burned steadily and rose along the stone floor, but the air felt cold enough to sharpen his breathing. Incense smoke drifted in layered ribbons between pillars carved with forms he could not hold in his eye for long, women dancing, warriors kneeling, skulls flowering into vines, children hidden in curls of stone. Arin kept his gaze on her, dark blue skin, red eyes glowing softly, not wildly. Wild black hair spreading around her shoulders and back like storm cloud roots pulled loose from the sky. 6 arms, all alive with separate intention, bangles that chimed faintly whenever she breathed. Her first hand hovered inches from his cheek. He could smell sandalwood, oil, wet stone, and beneath it all, something metallic. And ancient, like the memory of blood after rain, his body screamed at him to move. Not only from fear, from instinct older than reason, some buried human law that says when a thing beyond understanding reaches toward your face, you protect your eyes, you bow, you shield, you break the line between yourself and what is coming. But Arin stood still, not because he was strong, because he understood with terrifying clarity that flinching now would be a lie. He had come for the truth. Truth was reaching back. If he recoiled at the first touch, then everything after his grief, his rage, his hunting through records, his night walk through the storm, his entrance into this temple would collapse into performance. Kali's fingers brushed his skin, and the temple disappeared. He was on the balcony again, not in memory as memory usually comes blurred. Selective, broken around the edges, this was whole. It hit him with the clarity of punishment, the first rain of the season, gray sky bruised purple at the horizon, warm wind carrying the smell of distant wet dust before the storm reached the palace, silk curtains straining inward through the open salon doors, 2 bronze cups on a low table between him and Mira, the black and gold railing slick with the first stray drops. For one impossible moment his heart betrayed him. She's alive. Mira stood there exactly as she had that day, dressed in deep green with no outer shawl because she liked feeling rain on her bare arms, hair only half bound because she had loosened it herself when the air became too heavy indoors, a ring of tiny gold bells at her left wrist that chimed when she gestured. She was looking toward the sky, smiling in that private way she reserved for weather and music and moments when court etiquette briefly lost its grip on her. Arin took a breath that hurt. Even knowing this was not life, some part of him rushed toward the sight of her with an animal hope so strong it made him feel ashamed. Mira. But the word had no effect. He was not in the scene. He was trapped inside it, a witness. Exactly as Kali was witness. He realized then with a cold jolt that this was no simple replay, it was a correction, a full accounting, a very detail he had missed while living it. Every lie grief had covered, every angle hidden from a husband but not from a god. The vision moved backward, not much, just enough to begin before the balcony. He watched Mira hours earlier in her private rooms, seated before a writing chest, sorting strips of paper no longer than fingers, not letters, notes, codes, cross-references. She worked fast, not like a scholar lost in thought but like someone racing a clock she could hear and others could not. She folded one note into the lining of a cushion, burned another, slid a third into the hollow leg of a dressing table. Then she opened a cabinet Arin had always assumed contained perfume vessels and took out a servant's shawl and plain shoes. He felt his stomach tighten. He had not known about the disguise. The scene shifted. Mira moved through a lower corridor with her head bent, carrying a basket of folded linens over one arm. She was believable at a glance, not because she disappeared as a queen, but because palaces train powerful people not to look at laboring women directly for more than a second. That single truth, the invisibility of service, had become one of her weapons. She passed kitchen fires, storage doors, laundry alcoves, an old side cloister rarely used since the Western Foundation repairs 2 reigns ago. Then farther down, through a corridor Arin had never seen, where the palace architecture changed from polished court stone to older black blocks beneath, rougher and damp at the joints. She stopped before an iron-bound door. There were 2 guards there, not royal livery, not temple livery either, plain dark uniforms with no insignia. That alone told Arin enough to understand this was not ordinary hidden storage. Unmarked guards serve only one thing, deniability. Mira did not approach them. She ducked into a side alcove and waited. 10 minutes passed. In the vision, Arin felt every second because Mira had felt every second. her heartbeat was quick but steady. She had done this before, this was not the first time she had come near this door. A physician emerged, royal physician. No, Arin narrowed his focus. Assistant physician, the younger one, soft-spoken, forgettable, exactly the sort of man conspiracies prefer. One guard turned the key, the physician stepped out carrying a satchel. The door opened briefly enough to reveal only darkness within, but in that sliver Arin saw something tiny on the floor. Just past the threshold, chalk, a line drawn by a child. The door shut again. Mira waited until the guards rotated to the far end of the corridor for their passing check. Then she moved with such speed and confidence Arin almost forgot to breathe. From her basket she produced a wax impression, a partial key form, not enough for full access, but she did not need full access. She knelt at the base of the wall beside the door and pressed hard on one of the lower stones near the drainage channel. It shifted, a maintenance passage, too narrow for armored men, wide enough for a determined woman willing to ruin her hands and dress. She squeezed through. The palace below the palace opened up around her. Arin felt disorientation flood him. The hidden passages were older than the current palace plan. Their ceilings were lower, their walls damp, their stonework bearing carved symbols half scraped away. Channels in the floor carried water or had once carried more than water. Niches in the walls held empty oil dishes. Iron rings had been set into several stones at child height. Mira kept moving. She had only a shuttered lamp the size of a fist, and even that she used sparingly. The passage widened, turned, split, descended. Then the smell hit, not rot, not exactly, soap, stale herbs, metal, old fear, human habitation hidden too long. She came to a crack overlooking a larger room, and Arin saw them, children. Not two, not a handful, rows. Small beds lined against the walls. Thin blankets, clay cups, shelf bins with folded clothing sorted by size. A boy perhaps 9 years old staring at a wall as if the habit of staring had replaced normal thought. A younger child asleep curled around a rag doll with no face. Two girls whispering under one blanket until a passing attendant made them separate. Attendant. Not nurse, not guard, an attendant trained in impersonality. The kind who survives by becoming function rather than person. Mira's breath caught. Arin felt it in his own chest even as witness. She pressed her hand over her mouth. There were no visible chains. That almost made it worse. This place had been designed to look orderly to itself. Clean, managed, necessary, just beneath the room's routines lay horror made administrative. Then Mira saw the ledgers, 3 shelves of them in sealed clay sleeves along the far wall, each marked with bloodline symbols, intake dates, medical notes, and transfer codes. She left the viewing crack and moved deeper through the side passage until she found a hidden maintenance entry at the room's rear, currently barred only from inside. Through patience and leverage, she managed to lift it just enough to slip through. Arin watched her become both terrified and precise. She did not rush to the children, did not whisper questions, did not try heroics. She went to the records first. That was Mira, because she knew that if she could not prove what this was, then the children would be hidden again and named inventions by morning. She opened the first ledger, a list of family names, provincial markers, annotations in 3 inks. Some names were crossed through with dates, some marked as inactive branch. Some tagged with symbols matching frontier clans Arin recognized from old conquest records. Some had notes beside them like, 3rd surviving maternal line, suitable age bracket approaching, observe for temperament, retain until requisition. Requisition. The word made Arin's skin crawl. Mira turned pages quickly. Intake orders. Masked as debt custody, guardianship disputes settled in absentia. Temple service conscriptions, border pacification relocations, legal language used like a butcher's cloth over meat. Then she found a narrower volume wrapped in black thread. When she opened it, the first page made her freeze. Not because it was blood-stained, because it carried the royal seal. Not current, not hers, not his. Old. Generation after generation of kings had signed continuation notices, short phrases, never explicit, always cloaked, for the preservation of civic harmony, for continuity under inherited obligations, for discrete balancing of ancestral conditions, for maintenance of the protected branches. Protected branches, Arin felt physically sick. He had spent months imagining a hidden cult exploiting royal infrastructure without royal knowledge. Now, from the first real glimpse, that hope was collapsing. This was not infestation from the margins. This was architecture, built in. Mira copied what she could onto tiny slips she concealed in her shawl lining. Then footsteps echoed from the far corridor. She barely had time to slide behind the shelving before the door opened. 3 men entered, the chief minister, an elder temple functionary Arin recognized from ceremonial processions, and the royal physician, the senior one, the one who later pronounced Mira's death natural. The physician carried a child. The child looked around. 6, drugged, half awake. Head lolling against the physician's shoulder, Arin's vision narrowed with rage. Mira pressed herself flatter against the records shelf, trying not to breathe. The men moved to a smaller chamber beyond the main dormitory, separated by a carved screen. Through its gaps, she could see only pieces: a brass basin, low altar stones, a table, folded cloth, ritual implements. The minister spoke first. His voice in the vision was patient, bureaucratic, almost bored. This line was selected 2 reigns ago and deferred twice. We cannot keep deferring every time sentiment complicates timing. The temple man murmured something about auspicious windows and inherited settlement. The physician said the dosage will keep him calm. The minister's reply came cold as polished stone. Not calm, unmarked. The queen is already looking in places she should not. Arin's whole body jerked. So they knew, or suspected. Mira's terror sharpened. She looked around for a way out and saw none immediate. The temple official asked, "What if His Majesty notices another disappearance in the provincial ledgers?" The minister gave a sound very close to amusement. "His Majesty notices weather, horses, and his wife's face. Let us not flatter him with vigilance he has not shown." That cut through Arin with a unique kind of pain. Not because the minister was right, because he had once been right enough. Mira heard it too. Arin felt the wave of fury move through her. The men disappeared farther into the ritual room with the child. Mira closed her eyes. Arin knew that expression. She wore it when calculating whether to act now or survive to act better later. She chose survival, barely. She slipped back through the maintenance entry and began retreating through the narrow passage, bruising both shoulders and tearing the hem of her dress on exposed stone. Halfway back, she stopped. There, lodged in old wax, near a disused seal niche, was the black bead. She almost left it, then turned back and took it. That choice would echo all the way into the temple tonight. The vision shifted again. Arin was dragged forward through the rest of her day as if by a hand at the base of his skull. Mira returned to her rooms, washed mud from her wrists, changed clothing, burned the servant shawl, hid her copied notes, sent for no one, trusted no one, tried twice to begin a letter and destroyed both drafts. Then, in late afternoon, she requested wine for the balcony, not because she wanted it, because routine is camouflage. The serving tray arrived, substitute maid. Mira saw her and her body changed subtly, shoulders tightening, eyes cooling. The maid poured. Mira pretended ease, asked a meaningless question about the south terrace plantings. The maid answered too carefully. Mira did not switch cups, did not throw the wine away, did not make a scene. Arin understood why as he watched. To refuse would be to confirm suspicion, to expose knowledge before securing proof, to die in secrecy rather than in front of a witness. So she chose something terrible and brilliant. She drank just enough to know. Her lips touched the wine. A pause, the smallest fraction of reaction, a bitter note, a numbing trace, not immediate death, a slow-acting pulse poison. One that could pass for seizure once the storm and exertion worked it deeper. She went to the balcony anyway. Arin, in the vision, felt himself standing there beside her again. Living version unaware, witness version trapped. Mira looked at him differently now than he remembered. Not merely lovingly, urgently. She had minutes. Maybe less. He was speaking about something trivial. He couldn't even tell what, because the memory of his own words had become blurred by shame. Something administrative. Something he thought could wait. Something ordinary people would kill to call their greatest concern. Mira studied his face. Arin understood with unbearable force that she was trying to decide how much truth she could get into him before the poison closed her throat. Then the first wave hit. Her fingers tightened on the cup. Her heart skipped. Her balance shifted. He turned. And now, at last, the moment arrived, the one he had relived every night without understanding it. Her lips moved. In his old memory, no sound came. In Kali's corrected vision, Arin heard it clearly. Below, not help. Not his name, not why. Below, it had never been a dying plea. It had been instruction. A final attempt to point him where the truth lived. Then she fell. Arin caught her, just as before, shouted, broke, called for physicians, pressed his hand against her throat, begged with every language grief invents when it thinks bargaining still exists. But now the vision did not stop there, it continued. He watched the physician arrive, watched the chief minister behind him, watched the substitute maid already gone, watched one of the attendants quietly remove the shattered cup fragments before anyone else thought to preserve them, watched the physician test pulse points for barely 3 breaths before declaring its sudden collapse likely from hidden weakness, watched the minister place a hand on Aaron's shoulder with exquisite counterfeit sorrow. And then came the smallest, cruelest detail of all. As Mira's body was lifted to be taken inside, one hand fell open. Inside her palm, blood from where her fingernail had cut the skin, and written in that blood on the edge of her own wrist, hidden under the bracelet bells, a single mark. 6 short strokes around a circle. Kali, she had known whom he would have to seek, the vision. Shattered, Arin stumbled backward in the sanctum and almost fell. The stone floor caught his heel, a pillar stopped his shoulder, his breathing came hard and ragged as if he had run miles instead of stood still while a goddess touched his face. The temple had returned, oil lamps, incense, carved pillars, black stone, Kali before him, but nothing was the same. He pressed a shaking hand to his mouth, then to his eyes, then to his chest as if trying to hold his ribs together. Mira had not died confused. She had died knowing, died pointing, died using the last second of her body to direct him below, and the poison not fate, not weakness, not tragic chance, poison chosen specifically to imitate the appearance of nature, are in bent double. Grief changed shape in him for the first time. Before it had been heavy, grey, endless. A drowning, now it was edged. He could feel the exact places it cut, the hidden chambers, the ledgers. The child in the physician's arms, the minister's voice, the substitute maid, the mark on Mira's wrist, below. He made a sound, then low, rough, almost animal, not weeping, not yet, something torn from the space between sorrow and murder. Kali did not move. She watched him with the same unbearable steadiness. Arin looked up at her, eyes burning. "You showed me because you want revenge," he said hoarsely. It was accusation, hope, defense. If this was about revenge, he knew the language. Kings know revenge. States know revenge. Armies know how to march under its banner and call it justice. But the temple answered not in speech. The bells overhead rang once, just once. A single note that carried denial more clearly than words. Not revenge. Witness. The meaning slid through him like cold iron. Kali had not shown him this to inflame him. She had shown him because truth untold had become its own corruption. Arin's rage did not lessen. It refined. He straightened slowly. The tears came then not in a flood but in 2 hard lines he did not wipe away. She knew she was dying, he whispered. The lamps flickered. Yes, she still tried to protect the truth. Yes, and she trusted that I would come here. Something shifted in Kali's expression, not softness, not approval, something older than both. "You came," the silence seemed to say. For a heartbeat Arin could do nothing but stare at her. Then another realization struck him. The chief minister had said, "The queen is already looking in places she should not," which meant the conspiracy was aware of her before she died, which meant they had likely been aware of Arin too. Watching, measuring, perhaps allowing his grief to wander down harmless corridors while shielding the core. The thought snapped his mind forward. "If they knew about her," he said aloud, "they'll expect I'm searching." Kali did not answer, maybe because the answer was obvious, maybe because the next lesson was waiting. Arin forced air into his lungs and stood fully upright. "Show me who," he said, "not only that she was murdered. Show me who built this. Show me who in my house knew. Show me what my blood has done." For the first time since entering the temple, Kali's eyes seemed to brighten, not with pleasure, but with recognition. He had asked the right question, not who killed my wife, what my blood has done. That shift mattered. Arin felt it, even through grief. As long as he hunted one poisoner, the kingdom could offer him a scapegoat, a maid, a physician, a corrupt priest, one removable face to preserve the machine. But the machine was what mattered. Kali's second hand began to move. This one approached from his right, toward his shoulder, not as delicately as the first. He could already sense the difference. The face had shown him the immediate truth. Mira's final day, her discovery, her murder. The shoulder somehow promised weight, burden, inheritance. Arin rolled his aching neck once and let his hands fall to his sides. His whole body wanted pause, rest, time to think. The temple offered none, because truth in layers is still truth, and once it begins, it rarely stops for comfort. Kali's bangles sang softly as her second arm extended. Arin stared at the approaching hand and knew, with the helpless clarity only terror gives, that whatever came next would be worse. Not because it would hurt more, because it would go deeper, not into what had been done to him, into what had been handed to him. He thought of his father, his mother, the old dynasty portraits, the sealed shrines, the things in childhood he had been told were not for heirs yet, the ceremonies where certain prayers were always spoken behind curtains, the western wing no one used, the annual offerings made under old legal seals no tutor had ever explained, the way some ministers looked at him sometimes not with loyalty, but with appraisal. Mira had shown him below the palace. Now he was about to be shown below himself. Kali's second hand touched his shoulder, and the past opened. Kali's second hand touched his shoulder, and the first thing Arin felt was weight, not pain, weight. The kind that does not strike from outside but rises from within, as if every year he had ever lived had suddenly been hung from his bones at once. His knees almost gave, the sanctum blurred, the incense-thick air collapsed inward. It felt as though some invisible burden, long distributed across memory to keep him functional, had finally been gathered and set where it belonged, on him. The shoulder was not the face had shown him what was done, the shoulder showed him what was carried, what had been passed down, what had been normalized, what had been hidden not simply beneath floors and archives, but in touch, in custom, in silence, in the shaping of a prince from the hour of his birth. And then the temple vanished. He was small again, very small, no more than 6. The royal nursery smelled of warmed milk, neem oil, and rain-damp cloth. Lattice windows cut the evening into patterned shadows. Painted elephants marched across the walls. A bronze lamp crackled softly before a household shrine in the corner. He knew this room, not vaguely, precisely. This was the nursery before his tutors began, before he was moved to the heir's wing, before duty split his life into categories. He saw himself sitting cross-legged on a woven mat, trying to make a wooden horse stand upright on a slanted board. His younger self was frowning in total concentration, tongue caught at the edge of his lip the way it always had been when he was frustrated. His nurse sat nearby singing under her breath. At first it sounded like nothing, the usual low, repetitive murmur women used to soften the edges of childhood rooms. Then Arin heard the words, not all of them, only pieces, 6 sisters circle under stone. The horse slipped from the child's hand. His younger self looked up. Nani, that's the scary song. The nurse froze, just for a second. Then smiled too quickly. No, little lion, not scary, old, what does it mean? It means sleep, that's not what it means. Children know when adults lie, they rarely know what to do with the knowledge. The nurse set aside her sewing and came to him, smoothing his hair with a hand that trembled too slightly for the child to notice but not too slightly for the man watching now. Some songs aren't for questions, she said. Why? Because kings are safer with stories than with answers. Arin felt something cold slide through him, safer with stories than with answers. He remembered the line now not because the words had survived whole in him, but because the feeling had, the strange hush that followed, the way his nurse kissed his forehead twice afterward instead of once, the way she did not sing that tune again. Where others could hear, the memory shifted, same nursery. Different night, storm outside, his mother was there, not the public queen, not the composed widow the kingdom would later worship in memory. This was his living mother, younger, still crowned by black hair not yet threaded with silver, still carrying exhaustion in a way court portraitists always painted out. She believed him. Asleep. He watched her sit beside his bed, her hand resting on his blanket but not touching him directly, as if even maternal tenderness had to pass through caution first. A woman stood in the doorway, one of her private attendants, trusted, older. The minister has come again, the attendant whispered. His mother did not turn. Tell H.I'm tomorrow. He says the moon window closes by dawn. Silence. Arin had no idea what that meant then. The words slid over him like ritual nonsense. Now, in Kali's grip, he understood that he was hearing the language of maintenance. Moon window, auspicious timing, cover phrases for operations planned under the surface. His mother stood. For a second she looked down at the sleeping child version of him, and the expression on her face made present Arin's chest tighten until it hurt. Love, fear, calculation, guilt, all at once. She bent and kissed his forehead, then whispered a sentence so softly the child had not understood it at all. Stay soft as long as they let you. Then she left the room. The vision pulled Arin after her. Through corridors lit with shielded lamps, past tapestries, down a private stair he had never known existed, into a chamber beneath the queen's old shrine. The chief minister was waiting, not the old man Arin knew near the end of his life. Younger, straighter, black-bearded, his voice less dry but no less careful, on a table. Between them lay parchment, wax seals, genealogical charts, and a brass bowl filled with dark liquid. His mother stopped several paces away. You promised me no more before his naming year, she said. The minister folded his hands. I promised only that we would seek alternatives. That is not what you said. It is what I meant. She stepped closer, anger sharpened by terror. You told my husband the line was secure. The minister's expression did not change. Your husband heard what men in love with succession always hear. They mistake management for safety. Arin felt the scene tilt. Management, not protection, not divine order. Management. His mother stared at the charts. What alternatives? The minister gestured to the bloodlines laid out on parchment. Arin recognized nothing at first. Then some names surfaced from his education, old clan names from annexed provinces, defeated houses, maternal branches declared extinct in court histories but apparently not extinct enough to stop tracking. The minister touched one line. This branch has matured appropriately. His mother's voice dropped to a near whisper. She's a child, a branch, she is a child, a pause. Then the minister said something Arin would never stop hearing. The kingdom does not distinguish as sentimentally as mothers do. His mother slapped him, hard. The sound cracked in the chamber. For the first time the minister's mask slipped not into rage but into something colder, a warning. You may strike me, he said, because you are still queen, but do not confuse rank with power. Power is what remains when emotion exhausts itself. His mother was shaking now. Arin had never seen her like this. Not once in life, not at his father's funeral, not during famine, not during treaty crises, never. What are we maintaining? She demanded. Do not give me shrine language. Do not give me inheritance smoke. Tell me what I am protecting. The minister looked at her for a long time. Then he answered in the only honest way men like him ever do when honesty itself becomes a method of control. You are protecting the fiction that your son was born into legitimacy. The room seemed too narrow around Arin. His mother's face changed first to fury, then confusion, then something almost like dread. What does that mean? The minister leaned over the genealogical chart and tapped the royal line. This house was not secured by right, he said. It was secured by interruption. Every reign since has required settlement of that interruption. His mother whispered, You mean the old conquest tale? He gave a small smile. Tales are what we call ledgers with enough poetry poured over them. She looked as though she might strike him again, but did not. Instead she stared at the brass bowl. What happens if I refuse? The answer came instantly. The debt does not vanish because a queen grows moral. It ripens. When it ripens uncontrolled, it does not take from the branch as we choose. It takes from the heart of the line itself. Arin understood, now, what she was hearing. Not only blackmail, maternal engineering, sacrifice the hidden child. Or risk your son. His mother closed her eyes. No, the minister said nothing. No, she repeated, stronger. Then she picked up one chart from the table, another beneath it, scanning names. There has to be another way. There are always other ways, he said. They merely cost someone else. That line lodged in Arin with obscene clarity. His mother looked at the charts for a very long time, long enough. That present Arin wanted to scream at her to stop, to tear the papers, to burn the room, to choose him honestly or damn the crown entirely. But people inside systems almost never imagine destruction first. They imagine redirection, compromise, delay, substitution, the version of mercy that moves suffering sideways. His mother set a finger on one of the lower branches. This line, she said. The minister glanced down. Border maternal descent, poorly documented. Yes, no one at court would notice if they disappeared into temple wardship. Likely not. She has no known proximity to the capital. Correct, she is not attached to him. The minister said nothing. That silence said everything. His mother's voice shook. Then use that line. Mark it as acceptable for deferral settlement. Not the central branch. Not this year. Present Arin felt nausea strike with almost physical force. This was it. The line crossed. Not ignorance. Not helpless complicity after the fact. Selection. His mother had chosen other children to keep the danger farther from him, and because she loved him, that was the horror. Not that she lacked love. That love had become the instrument by which the machine recruited her. The minister made the notation calmly, as Her Majesty wishes. She looked as though she might vomit. Then she said, almost to herself, I am not consenting. I am buying time. The minister sealed the chart. History rarely preserves. The difference, the vision tore away. Arin staggered through years, not linearly, not gently. Memory came in blows. Age 8, a corridor outside the morning hall. His father had just died. The official cause had been fever brought on by monsoon lung. Arin had believed it because he was 8 and because adults shape death into narratives children can survive. Now he saw the hidden edge. His father on a couch 2 nights before death, sweating, delirious, not only sick but terrified. His mother at his bedside begging him to stop speaking. His father gripping her wrist with skeletal intensity. No more bargains, the king rasped. Let it take me if it must, not him. His mother glanced toward the curtained doorway. In panic, someone was outside, listening, the minister again. Always at thresholds, never center stage, like molten beams. His father saw him, recognition flared, hatred too. You, he whispered. The minister stepped in only then, hands folded. Your Majesty should save his strength, my strength. The dying king laughed once horribly. You fed my strength 12 years ago. The minister did not answer. Arin's child self had been hidden behind the side screen at that moment, hugging a wooden horse, unseen. He remembered the feeling, the way adults' voices change shape when children are near but not supposed to exist. His father looked not at the minister but toward the shrine niche in the room. No more in her name, he said. Not the queen, her Kali. Then came a coughing fit so violent blood touched the linen at his lips. His mother began to cry silently. The minister stepped forward and murmured something too low for the child Arin to hear. Now the vision sharpened it. Then die devout majesty. The line will continue either way. 2 nights later the king was dead. And Arin's childhood became a training ground for obedience wrapped in tenderness. Age 10, festival day. He was dressed in ceremonial white with a saffron thread at his wrist, led through temple courtyards under drums and flower smoke, his mother's hand on his shoulder, tight, too tight. He had tried to pull away at one point, because he wanted to look at a carved frieze of dancing figures. She tightened further. Not that hall, she said. Why? It isn't for princes. When will it be? She bent closer. If I do my job, never. At the time he had pouted, felt insulted, even smugly curious. Now he heard the sentence as it truly was, a mother's prayer spoken like a warning. Age 12, first lessons in dynastic history. His tutor, a dry scholar with yellowing nails, traced the founder king's campaigns across a painted map and called them consolidation. Necessary violence, birth pains of empire. Young Arin asked why some conquered houses disappeared from every later record. The tutor smiled thinly. Because history has no room for every defeated branch. Then where do they go? Into peace. The whole classroom laughed softly. Arin had to, late, uncertain, wanting not to be the only one still asking. Now the memory burned into peace. That was what polite power called erasure. Age 14. He sneaked from lesson hall to the old western wing after hearing servants whisper that ghost children cried there when it rained. He found nothing at first except sealed corridors and a smell of damp plaster. Then from behind one wall, a sound, not ghostly, human, a cough. Then 2 quick knocks. He stepped closer. The chief minister appeared at the far end of the passage as if conjured by transgression itself. Lost, your highness? Arin had flinched. No, then curious. He smiled, never warmly. Never cruelly enough to justify fear. Exactly wrong. There are parts of old palaces children imagine things in. Best leave rotten stone to masons. I heard someone. You heard pipes. There are no pipes here. The minister's eyes rested on him a beat too long. There are many things beneath rulers, highness. You will live longer if you do not demand all of them announce themselves. At 14, Arin took that as elite cynicism, the kind older men enjoyed inflicting on heirs. Now he heard the actual lesson. Survival in this house required trained blindness. Age 16. His first experience of love, or what he thought was love then. Not Mira, another girl, a noble daughter betrothed by strategy who smiled correctly and admired him in all the approved ways. He had been almost relieved. At last, something simple, a role he knew, a future laid out in familiar silk. Then she died of a riding accident 2 months before formal arrangements, thrown from a mare she had ridden since childhood. The court mourned, moved on. In the vision, Arin saw the minister reading the accident report with no surprise at all, then quietly marking something in a slim red ledger before sealing it, not because her death had been planned as such, because her nearness to succession had registered as variable in an old equation. The implication nearly stopped Arin's heart. How many losses around the line had been random? And how many had simply been absorbed into the machine as useful outcomes? Had his early betrothed died because the axle was turning? Or had the system only recorded the convenience after the fact? He did not know, maybe never would. That uncertainty made the whole structure feel even more monstrous. It did not merely kill, it metabolized. Age 17, a stable boy caught stealing grain, small offense, desperate family, Arin, still princely enough to value visible fairness, intervened and commuted the punishment to labor. That night his mother came to him privately. You must stop doing that, she said. Doing what? Touching every suffering thing you see. He recoiled. Even now, in memory, he recoiled. What kind of sentence is that? The kind that keeps you alive. I spared a hungry boy. She closed her eyes for a moment. You keep choosing with the heart. The palace counts with older instruments. I don't understand you, I know. She touched his cheek then, and he remembered how unusual that was by that age. Royal children age out of tenderness quickly. This house punishes attachment, she said. Learn where to place yours. He thought she meant politically. Do not be manipulated. Do not create factions through mercy. Do not let visible compassion become strategic weakness. Now he understood the more hideous truth. The closer something came to his heart, the more dangerous it became, not metaphorically, administratively, ritually. Historically, the palace didn't merely punish attachment, It tracked it, age 19, his mother ill, not dying yet, only thinner, more tired, already carrying the inward look of someone who had bargained too often with forces that never gave discounts. One night he woke and followed a faint smell of burned oil to the old shrine chamber under her rooms. She was there alone, kneeling before a polished black stone set into the floor. No statue, no flowers, no public form of worship, just the symbol, circle and 6 rays. Her hand was bleeding into a brass bowl. Arin had stepped into the doorway before he could think better of it. Mother. She jerked as if struck. For a second he saw naked terror in her face, then fury at being seen, then grief so deep it seemed older than either emotion. What are you doing here? I could ask the same. You should not have come. What is this? She rose too quickly and almost fell. He rushed forward, but she stepped back. Leave. Not until you tell me. He saw the blood on her palm. The cut was deliberate. Is this for father? No, for the kingdom. Her silence. For me? That hit. She looked away. He had never forgotten that look because at the time it frightened him without reason. Now the reason stood in full monstrous clarity. She had been offering blood into the old system, not to continue it happily, to negotiate with it, to bend its attention, to buy time around him. He remembered now what she said that night. Not the softened version he had later built, the actual words. I am trying to make sure the thing that loves this family least does not notice you too much. At 19 he thought grief and age had finally broken some inner hinge in her. At 29, under Kali's hand, he understood that she had been more sane than anyone around her. He asked, in the memory, what thing? She gave him the answer she thought would save him. Our name, she said. Then she ordered him never to return there. 2 years later she was dead, officially from wasting illness. Now the vision corrected that too. She had not simply faded. The minister visited her in the final week, told her quietly that no more substitutions could be secured indefinitely, that the line was converging, that after her death the next beloved attached to the central branch would be vulnerable. She knew. She died knowing that whatever she had delayed would fall toward his future, and still she told him nothing plain enough to arm him. Arin wanted to hate her for that. He couldn't, because Kali did not let him see only action. She forced him to feel motive. His mother had lived in a vice. Truth on one side, maternal terror on the other. Tell the heir too soon and he might rebel unwisely and die. Tell him too late and he might love something enough for the machine to mark it. She chose delay, like so many before her, and delay, Arin now saw, was the favored drug of the whole dynasty. No one believed they were preserving evil. They believed they were buying time for someone they loved, time for son, time for wife, time for reign, time for stability, time for one more year before moral courage became unavoidable. The machine lived in that gap, not only through cruelty, through postponed honesty. That realization hurt more than the obvious villainy, because it meant the dynasty's horror was not sustained by monsters alone. It was sustained by recognizable love corrupted into triage. The memories accelerated. Coronation. The minister behind him as the crown touched his head. Too close, almost proprietary. Wedding day. Mira stepping into the royal court for the first time, and the minister's eyes resting on her a fraction longer than politeness required. Not desire, not admiration. Assessment. The first year of marriage. A child miscarried before anyone outside the private household knew. Mira weeping once in the dark when she thought him asleep. He had held her and told her they would have time, years. Other children, no urgency. Now the vision angled wider. In the corridor outside that chamber, the minister receiving the physician's quiet report. Unfortunate, the physician murmured. The minister's answer, perhaps. Arin's entire body went numb. No proof, no direct causation, nothing a historian could stamp with certainty. And yet the machine had noted even that, every closeness, every threatened continuation, every heartbreak. Mira later became the central beloved because she endured, because he loved her publicly and privately, because she softened him where the system preferred rulers hard enough to administer around. Had they targeted her because she discovered the secret? Yes, but now Arin saw a darker underlayer. She had been in danger even before discovery simply because she mattered most. The palace had been measuring his heart, all of it, for years. The vision slowed, returned to one memory, one afternoon, not grand, not ceremonially important. Arin, 26, sitting in the palace gardens with Mira under a neem tree while rain threatened but had not yet fallen. She was laughing over some absurd court rumor involving a bishop, a jeweled parrot, and a mistress disguised as a devotional singer. He remembered that laugh. God, he remembered it. But now the vision widened to the colonnade above, his mother watching them, her face unreadable from distance except for one thing, the expression of someone seeing a future she cannot stop. The minister entered the colonnade beside her. He followed her gaze downward to the couple in the garden, then said very softly, "This is becoming dangerous." His mother did not look at him. "She makes him human. He cannot afford that degree of humanity. He was human before he was yours to manage." The minister smiled faintly. No ruler belongs to himself long enough for such distinctions. His mother turned then. What little strength remained in her seemed to gather around hatred, sharpened over years. "You think this is governance," she said. "It is livestock fear dressed as wisdom." "History," he replied, "rarely punishes the keepers of stability." "No," she said, "it only rots everything they touch." Arin heard that and felt, absurdly, a rush of love for her so violent it almost tore him in half. Even here, even after what she had done, she had seen the moral deformity clearly. She simply had not been brave enough or free enough to burn it all. Would he have been? At her age? In her position? With a son to protect? Kali did not let him answer cheaply. He felt her refusal in the pressure on his shoulder. "Do not flatter yourself with moral hindsight." The lesson was merciless. Judge them, yes, but judge honestly. Arin saw then that his mother had not been innocent. Nor had she been villain enough to make hatred easy. She had been something far more devastating, compromised, and compromise, across generations, had become the bloodstream of the crown. The weight on his shoulder increased. Memory gave way to pattern. Arin saw lineages like roots beneath the kingdom, royal blood running above, the hidden branches below, ministers pruning, priests naming fear sacred, mothers redirecting pain, kings accepting partial knowledge because full knowledge would demand an action they could not imagine surviving, and threaded through it all attachment. The system studied love, mapped it, waited for it to ripen, not because it was mystical in the cheap sense, because love makes rulers predictable. A king will risk war for a par. Ovens if trained to, he will risk law for a border if advised to, but when the thing threatened is the one face that returns him to himself, he becomes manipulable in ways power deeply understands. That was the true intelligence of the old pact. It did not merely tax blood, it identified the emotional center of each reign and built pressure there. When hidden settlement could not be deferred, the house paid through the person whose loss would keep the ruler obedient, shattered, and dependent on the same structures that had engineered the grief. It was monstrous, brilliant, self-renewing. Arin saw it applied again and again. A king whose brother drowned under accidental circumstances after questioning temple appropriations. A queen whose newborn died the night before she planned to expose ledger irregularities. A prince raised celibate by strategic fear because the last woman he loved vanished on pilgrimage. A regent who became ferociously devout after a daughter succumbed to sudden fever and thereafter signed every maintenance order without reading. Grief did not break the system, it maintained it. Because the bereaved clung harder to order, to ritual, to explanation, to hierarchy, anything rather than face the abyss that their world had murdered what they loved. The shoulder bore not just memory, it bore the dynasty's preferred burden. Unprocessed grief converted into obedience. Arin felt rage rise again, but now it was tangled with shame. How many times after Mira's death had he sat with the minister and accepted condolences from the same machinery that had killed her? How many royal rites had he permitted to continue around her body because grief made ritual feel safer than doubt? How many weeks had he spent looking outward for enemies while still trusting the architecture inward? Too many, not because he was weak, because he had been trained. Kali's pressure made sure he understood the distinction but did not let the distinction excuse him. Then came the deepest cut of the shoulder, a memory he had never consciously retained, not because it was unimportant, because it was important enough to bury. He was 5, maybe younger. There had been another child in the palace gardens that summer. A girl with shaved hair and a copper bracelet, slightly older than him, not dressed as a noble, not dressed as a servant either. She had been in the outer herb court with an elderly woman while young Arin chased dragonflies and escaped his nurse's attention for perhaps 3 glorious minutes. The girl caught one for him with cupped hands and let him peer between her fingers at the jeweled insect crawling over her skin. "What's your name?" Child Arin asked. She hesitated, then answered, "Tavi." He smiled, told her his own name without titles. Children always reveal themselves more honestly before hierarchy finds them. They played for less than 10 minutes, running between planters, hiding behind mint beds, laughing. Then the elderly woman saw, rushed over, snatched the girl back hard enough to hurt, apologized frantically to the approaching guards. Arin had cried because he thought he was in trouble for playing with someone forbidden for reasons he did not understand. That same evening he asked his mother where Tavi was. His mother went still. "Who?" "The girl in the herb court." "What girl?" "The one with the bracelet. She caught the dragonfly." His mother knelt in front of him so fast it frightened him. "You must never say that name again." he began crying harder. Did I do something wrong? She pulled him into her and held him tighter than comfort required. No, she whispered into his hair. No, my heart, you did exactly what children do. What happened to her? His mother said nothing. The next morning, the herb court was closed for repairs. He forgot Tavi, or rather, the memory was pushed into that deep inner cellar where childhood stores what the soul is not yet built to carry. Now Kali forced the door open. Arin saw Tavi again. Not only in the garden, he saw her name later in a ledger branch, maternal. Descent from one of the conquered lines. Temporary palace transfer for observational suitability. He understood, they had brought her close, maybe for testing, comparison, selection, who knew what else, and his accidental play with her had terrified his mother because attachment could begin anywhere, even in children, even in innocence. The machine did not require romance to map value, only emotional weight. Where had Tavi gone after that day? The vision did not show, it didn't need to, the absence did the work. Arin made a broken sound at the back of his throat. Mira, his mother, his father, unknown queens, lost children, and now one almost forgotten playmate erased so early that only Kali's hand could recover the grief. His shoulder felt as if it had been split, open and filled with stones. The temple returned in fragments, first the bells, then the incense, then the flames, then Kali standing before him, still as night. Her hand remained on his shoulder one heartbeat longer. In that heartbeat Arin understood why the shoulder mattered. The face told him what had been done to the one he loved. The shoulder made him carry the lineage of it. Made him feel the dynasty not as abstract crime but as inherited burden borne through touch, instruction, compromise, and fear. Then her hand lifted, and Arin collapsed to one knee. The stone hit hard enough to bruise. He barely noticed. His breathing was rough, uneven, too shallow. He pressed one hand to the floor to steady himself and found that his fingers were trembling so violently he could hear his rings tap the stone. For several seconds he could not speak. Then words came all at once, ragged and too late. My mother knew. The sanctum did not answer. My father knew. Silence. They all knew enough. Maybe not all of it, but enough. The bells gave a faint, almost pitiless tremor. Enough. That was the worst phrase of the night so far. Enough to delay. Enough to redirect. Enough to fear. Enough to choose someone else. Enough to leave the core standing. Never enough to end it. Arin stared at the floor. He was seeing his mother's hand over the chart. His father coughing blood. Tavi in the garden. The minister in every doorway. Mira laughing under the neem tree while danger measured her from above. Then he laughed once. It was not humor. It was what sometimes escapes a man when the architecture of his life becomes too grotesque to fit inside grief. I was born into a ledger, he said. The temple gave him nothing soft in return. Yes, he lifted his head slowly and looked at Kali. Her red eyes held no comfort, but no mockery either. That strangely kept him standing inside himself. If she had pitied him, he might have broken fully. If she had delighted in his ruin, he might have hardened into defiance. Instead, she did something far more difficult. She witnessed, and witness leaves you nowhere to hide. Arin wiped his face with the heel of one hand, angry to find tears still there. They trained me not to see, he said. Yes, they trained them to. Yes, my mother wasn't innocent. No, but she wasn't free. At that, the silence changed, not disagreement. Complication. Arin understood. Freedom is not a switch. Complicity is not erased by fear. Love does not absolve selection. His mother had been trapped. She had also participated. Both were true. Truth did not reduce for emotional convenience. He bowed his head once, not in worship but in surrender to complexity he could not simplify without lying. Then he asked the question that had been growing through every memory like a splinter pushing toward skin. What was the beginning? His voice was low now, more dangerous for it. Not my reign, not my father, not my mother's bargains. The beginning. Show me who made this. Show me what they called holy so the rest of us would carry it like inheritance. Kali watched him. Then her third hand began to move toward his chest. Arin felt dread rise so sharply it almost made him sway. The shoulder had shown him burden. The chest would show him source, and source he already knew was where dynasties hide their ugliest artistry. He got to his feet slowly. Every joint felt older. Every breath scraped. Something in him wanted to stop asking. To take Mira's murder as enough reason. To leave the temple now, kill the minister, burn the lower chambers, and let history remain partly buried. That was the old temptation again. Partial truth, action before comprehension, justice narrow enough to survive. Kali's approaching hand made that temptation feel cheap. No, if he left now, he would still be only another king cutting at symptoms while the root lived on in legend, fear, and the unbroken sacred story of his line. He needed the founding wound. He needed the lie before all the other lies. Her third hand reached the center of his chest. For one suspended second, as her palm hovered over his heart, Arin thought not of crowns or ledgers or ministers. He thought of Mira's last word, below. He had taken it to mean beneath the palace, and it did, but now he understood it meant something even lower, beneath the palace. Beneath the dynasty, beneath the story, beneath himself, the place where blood first became policy. Kali's hand touched him, and the kingdom's first crime opened like a grave. This is the origin wound. This is where the story stops feeling like conspiracy and starts feeling like civilization built on a murder that was too profitable to confess. This part opens the first king, the first betrayal, the invention of the blood debt system, the theft of Kali's name, and the truth that the kingdom's glory was never born in greatness. It was engineered out of fear, massacre, and sacred fraud. Kali's third hand touched the center of his chest, and Arin felt his heart become a door, not metaphorically, not poetically, a door. Something ancient and barred, something that had been lodged inside his blood long before his birth, gave way with a force so violent he thought for one instant that his ribs had split open. The sanctum vanished in a shockwave of bells and darkness and red flame. He was falling, not through air, through time, downward, backward. Beneath reigns, beneath portraits, beneath treaties and marriages and coronations and marble and law, below the palace, below the kingdom, below the polished version of history men carried like a ceremonial sword. He fell into the wound underneath all of it. And the first thing that greeted him was not a king, it was smoke, black, greasy, battlefield smoke rising from wet earth under a sky the color of spoiled iron. The rain had come earlier here too, but not to cleanse. It had turned blood into mud and mud into a stinking paste that clung to armor, wheels, hooves, and severed limbs. Everywhere Arin looked the ground was torn open, spears snapped under bodies, banners sank face down into trenches, oxen screamed where arrows had pinned them to carts. Carrion birds fought over eyeballs in the lee of shattered shields. This was no noble war painting, no symmetrical clashing of heroic lines. This was aftermath, the hour when victory stops looking glorious and starts smelling like bowel gas, blood, and wet leather. Arin stood in the middle of it with no body and all sensation. He could feel the chill of the wind against blood-soaked cloth. The sting of smoke in lungs he did not seem to possess. The sound of fell eyes already claiming the dead. The weak, wet prayers of men not yet gone enough to stop fearing it. He knew before the scene told him that he was witnessing the beginning. Not the legend taught in gilded halls, the real beginning. At the far edge of the field, torches moved, a mounted retinue approached through the mud. At its center rode the man whose face had been cast in bronze, painted in murals, praised in law schools, invoked in military oaths, and carved into the mouths of every patriotic song since boyhood. Varadesh, the founder king, the lion of unification, the father of the realm, the sword that gathered fractured tribes into one crown, the sacred ancestor from whom Arin was said to descend in uninterrupted valor. He looked nothing like the statues. He was broader, yes, powerful, yes, but not noble. He wore no shining armor, only scaled leather and chain under a cloak stiff with rain and blood. His beard was matted, his eyes too quick, too restless, not the gaze of a mythic hero gazing over destiny, the gaze of a man who had won and still did not feel safe. That was the first crack. Varadesh dismounted in the mud near a trampled shrine stone where a cluster of surviving enemy chieftains knelt bound at the wrists. Their weapons were gone, their banners burned behind them, their sons lay face down in the field around them. Arin understood immediately what had happened. This had not been a battle ended in open terms. This had been a parley broken, a surrender meeting turned slaughter. The chieftains had come under vow and been butchered once their followers laid down arms. Even in the world of brutal old kings, that mattered. There is violence in war, and then there is oath violation. One breeds fear, the other breeds generations. Varadesh walked toward the bound men. No triumph, no speech yet, no visible ecstasy, only an urgency that made his movements almost animal. One of the kneeling chiefs looked up through blood in his eyes and spat at the founder's feet. King? He laughed, choking on it. No coward with priests. Varadesh said nothing. He drew a short blade, not his battlefield sword, something more intimate, and cut the man's throat in one motion. The others shouted, "Cursed!" One tried to lunge and was driven down by spears. Varadesh moved from one to the next, not in fury, in administration. A cut, a turn, a breath, another cut. Arin watched the founder of his line slaughter bound rivals in the mud and felt some last childish piece of ancestry die in him. When the last chief fell, the rain started again. It came thin at first, then steadier. Blood ran in threads around Varadesh's boots. He stood in it, looking not relieved but hunted. Behind him, from under a torn ceremonial awning that had survived the battle by sheer accident, a man stepped forward in dark robes, not one of Veradesh's war priests, not his advisor, not his court astrologer. This man's wrists were bound with rope and his left cheek was split open to the bone. His robes, though ruined, had once been of another people's ritual rank. Around his neck hung a chain of obsidian discs cracked by violence. His face held the calm of a person who had crossed beyond fear into exact hatred. He had been captured alive. For a reason, knowledge. Varadesh turned to him. This was your counsel to your chiefs, he said. Parley, delay, ritual protection. See where it brought them. The priest-scholar smiled with half his mouth because the other half was swollen. No, he said, this was your fear. See where it has brought you. Varadesh's jaw flexed. Around them, his generals waited at a distance. None stepped close enough to hear freely. That too told Arin much. This conversation mattered differently. Varadesh waved away the nearest guard. The rain thickened. The battlefield emptied into blur. Only these two men seemed sharp now, as if history itself wanted no confusion about the architects. I'm told, Varadesh said, you know the genealogies. The scholar priest looked at the dead chiefs. I knew them. Their sons, daughters, maternal branches, exile roots, hidden alliances, blood obligations. Who remains? Silence. Varadesh took one step closer. I have won the field, he said. I have not yet won the future. There it was. Not glory, not nation. Fear of aftermath. Fear that the blood he had spilled under truce would multiply in memory and come back sharpened in the hands of children not yet born. The scholar priest laughed softly despite split lips. You don't want victory. You want amnesia. Varadesh's voice dropped. I want continuity. You mean sleep without listening for knives. A flicker in the founder's eyes, brief, human, then gone. Give me a structure, he said. Arin felt the scene distort with dread. Not a blessing, not absolution. A structure. The scholar priest's expression changed. Something alive and venomous moved behind his calm. You want me to teach you how to outlive your crime. I want you to teach me how blood can be settled. The priest looked at the rainwater carrying red channels through the mud. Blood is not settled, it is remembered. Then teach me how memory can be managed. There, that was the birth of the kingdom, not on the battlefield. Not in conquest. In the moment a victorious murderer asked a captive scholar how to administrate revenge across generations, Arin felt sick with recognition. All the centuries afterward were already latent in that question. The priest did not answer immediately. He bent with some difficulty, took a handful of bloody mud and let it run through his fingers. You think the gods are accountants, he said. I think men need forms the gods can be blamed for. Varadesh did not deny it. Rain drummed harder on broken shields. A horse screamed somewhere unseen. Thunder rolled across the torn valley. The priest raised his eyes. In our oldest rites, he said, the Dark Mother is witness to endings, not maker of them, not hungry child of men's fantasies. Witness, she stands where blood calls truth by force. That is why tyrants fear her. She cannot be persuaded by their songs. Varadesh listened with the fixed attention of a man willing to learn blasphemy if it can secure his line. What if I put her witness to use? The priest's smile returned, small and lethal. There, that is why your descendants will deserve what comes. He turned his palms upward despite the ropes. You broke oath under truce, killed men under sacred guarantee, seized land by invitation and betrayal. Their blood will not vanish because you crown yourself over it. Their surviving lines will carry claim. You feel that already, or you wouldn't be speaking to me in the rain instead of drinking victory wine. Varadesh stepped closer. Impatience hardening him. Enough prophecy. I asked for a structure. The priest studied him for a long time. Then said, a structure can be built, but understand this, it will not make you clean. It will only make your guilt transferable. Arin's chest tightened. Transferable. That single word rang through all the later horrors like a foundation bell. Varadesh answered at once. Transfer it. Of course he did. Men like him always think distribution is the same as solution. The priest closed his eyes briefly, as if listening inward to some private chamber where hate and intellect were consulting each other. When he opened them again, something had changed. He had made a decision, not to forgive, not to aid, to design, and design in the hands of the wounded can become a revenge to patient for kings to detect. You took their leaders, the priest said. You did not erase their blood. That blood remains in daughters, in sons hidden by grandmothers, in bastard branches, in lines that will survive under new names because conquered people learn to wear masks faster than conquerors learn to recognize faces. Varadesh said nothing. The priest continued. You want the surviving branches watched, counted, controlled, absorbed where useful, sacrificed where necessary. You want the terror of your original crime metabolized into a future system so no single heir of yours ever has to face the full chaos of revenge all at once. The Founder King's silence was answer enough. The priest tilted his head. That can be done. Even the rain seemed to pause around the sentence. Varadesh asked the question with terrifying simplicity. How? The vision lurched. Arin was no longer on the battlefield. He was inside a cave temple lit by red resin torches, deeper in the jungle, older than the black stone sanctuary he had entered tonight. The walls sweated mineral water, roots tore down through cracks in the ceiling like grasping fingers. Everywhere the rock was carved with forms of Kali not yet softened by later court aesthetics, not pretty, not sanitized, not converted into manageable iconography. She danced in these carvings with skulls, with children, with widows, with rivers of severed names, with empty arms reaching to gather what men thought buried. Witness indeed. Varadesh stood in the central chamber stripped to the waist, fresh cuts across his chest and forearms. Around him, 8 of his surviving captains. At the edges, captured scribes and coerced ritual attendants, and before them, bound but upright, the scholar priest. Arin understood then that this was no sacred consent. It was ritual under duress, and yet not wholly unwilling. The priest had entered some terrifying moral territory of his own. He had chosen to give the tyrant a mechanism, but inside it, Arin now sensed, he would hide a blade too slow for the founder to fear. The chamber floor had been scored with channels radiating from a black stone pillar in the center, an axle, not yet called that, but the shape was there. Bowls sat around it, genealogical tablets, bundles of high, sealed clay tubes, soil from battle sites, a small heap of royal metal prepared to become the first crown. Varadesh wanted permanence. The priest was about to give him a machine. The rite began, not with prayer, with record. Scribes read names of the slain chiefs, names of their wives, names of offspring, names of maternal branches, places of exile, host houses, wet nurse lineages, marriage possibilities, known wombs carrying unborn descendants. Arin could scarcely comprehend the scale. This was not magic in the childish sense. This was bureaucracy weaponized through ritual, a census made sacred, memory turned into architecture, a political theology built from theft, fear, and extraordinary administrative intelligence. The priest spoke over the names. Let witness hold what force cannot erase. Let the blood wronged be counted. Let the line that stole through oath break inherit no rest free of account. Let what is hidden remain known. Let what is deferred return. Let the heart of each reign bear the shape of its own unpaid debt. Varadesh interrupted. No curse language. The priest looked at him and almost smiled. Then do not do cursed things and ask for neutral grammar. A captain moved as if to strike him. Varadesh held up a hand. Speak it properly. So the priest translated into terms the founder would accept: a system of observation, a network of retained blood branches from the betrayed houses, children taken under law and temple guardianship as protective wards, selective removals when threats converged, periodic settlements in secret to prevent concentrated retaliation, sacral cover under Kali's witness so the dynasty could blame divine necessity rather than confess political murder, a hidden account preserved across generations, and then the central doctrine: not every reign would pay equally, the debt would mature around attachment. The closer a ruler came to trusting his own happiness as natural, the more vulnerable the center of his life would become. Varadesh frowned at that. Why? The priest's answer was ice, because men only understand inheritance when it enters their hearts. It was revenge and system at once. Arin saw it now. The scholar priest had built the structure because the founder could compel one, but inside the structure he encoded a law. One day, if any descendant chose truth over dynasty, the entire hidden account could be revealed through witness. The machine would preserve the crime. It would also preserve the possibility of its exposure. A trap inside a fortress, a fuse inside a crown. But Varadesh, drunk on survival, heard only security. What do I owe? He asked. The priest gestured to the black pillar. Continuity has appetite. Name it. The line must never claim innocence. In each age, settlement must be maintained through what you stole. Living futures. Varadesh's expression darkened. Speak plainly. The priest did. Children. Even the captains shifted at that. One muttered, "This is filth." The priest turned his gaze on him. So was slaughter under parley. You prefer your filth immediate because it lets your sons pretend they did not inherit it. Varadesh asked the practical question because tyrants always do. How many? Enough. From whom? From the surviving branches of those you betrayed first, later from any branch used to hide them, manage them, or profit with you. One captain protested, another crossed himself in the old way. A scribe dropped his stylus. Varadesh looked not horrified, only calculating. Children below the surface instead of armies above it. Managed blood instead of open feud. A hidden reservoir of pain to absorb instability. He saw the statecraft immediately. That was the true obscenity. Not that he enjoyed cruelty for its own sake, that he understood its efficiency. Could the people bear this if known? He asked. The priest laughed openly now. The people? No, but they need not know. Tell them the goddess guards your line. Tell them misfortune near the throne is divine balancing. Tell them prosperity comes at the price of sacred mystery. Men swallow anything if it protects the food in their bowls and flatters their fear into piety. Varadesh looked around the cave, then at the raw metal prepared for the crown, then at the black pillar, then finally at the kneeling bloodlines inscribed on wet clay tablets. He made his choice. Build it, he said. Arin wanted to shout, to tear history open, to stop this one sentence before it became centuries, but witness does not intervene, it only burns. The rite continued, animals first, blood in the channels, names spoken, royal seal impressed, captured lineages categorized. Then came the moment that made Arin's stomach twist hardest. A child was brought in, not for killing. Not yet, a girl around 7, hair hacked short, eyes dry from a level of fear beyond tears. One of the surviving branches already seized that very night. She was placed near the pillar while the priest read the doctrine of protective custody. Protective. The lie was born in that word. Varadesh looked at the girl with something almost like discomfort, not mercy. The irritation of a man forced to look directly at the cost of his abstraction. Remove her, he said. The priest did. Not no, he said. Look at her. If you build this, that is your kingdom. Not the banners, not the songs. Her. Varadesh held the child's gaze for 3 heartbeats, then looked away. Proceed, that was all. The whole dynasty entered the world in that refusal. Proceed. Later chroniclers would invent omens. Stars splitting, jackals howling, the goddess descending in flame, the founder crowned by destiny in a jungle thunderstorm. There was none of that, only human choices, recorded, systematized, sanctified afterward, Arin felt. Something inside him curdled beyond disgust. This was worse than demonic story, because demonic story lets men blame the supernatural for appetites they engineered themselves. Kali's name had not created the machine. Men had draped the machine in her witness because witness frightens people into obedience when they're told it can also punish them. They stole her not as lover of blood but as alibi. The ritual reached its climax. The first crown metal was lowered into the bowl where blood, river water, and grave earth mixed. The scholar priest placed his bound hands over it and spoke the final encoded line too obscure for Varadesh to fully parse. When one born of the taker's line stands before witness willingly, let all concealed account rise through the chambers of his own blood. If he chooses inheritance, let the wheel continue. If he chooses truth, let the witness judge what remains. Varadesh asked, what was that? The priest answered without blinking, protection against negligence. Varadesh, satisfied enough, nodded. He never knew, or perhaps he knew and believed no descendant would ever be foolish enough to prefer truth over empire. Arin understood suddenly that his presence in Kali's temple tonight was not an accident of grief. It was the delayed activation of a clause embedded in the founding crime. He was the blade the scholar priest had buried in time, but the vision was not done, not even close, because origin is never one seen, it is the consequences. Put in motion before dawn, Arin was pulled through the first years of Varadesh's reign in a brutal montage of state-making and hidden violence, forts built over mass graves, tax systems mapped onto seized land, marriage alliances imposed on conquered daughters, temple renovations sponsored with stolen grain, court poets commissioned to soften massacre into unification, legal language invented to justify child wardship under ancestral settlement, priesthoods purged or purchased, new roads laid for trade while hidden transport routes carried protected branches into subterranean compounds. He saw women renamed, children relabeled, whole lines declared absorbed into royal mercy. Mercy. The word appeared everywhere. That was the genius of the machine. It transformed theft into guardianship, captivity into protection, erasure into inclusion. And because prosperity did come for a time, for many the lie rooted deeply. Markets stabilized, banditry dropped, border levies regularized, irrigation expanded. The kingdom grew rich enough that most people never wanted to ask what fed the roots. That was another brutal truth. The system worked, at least in the visible ways societies use to measure success. Prosperity can make atrocity look administrative. Order can perfume a slaughter long enough for grandchildren to mistake it for civilization. Arin watched Varadesh age into reverence. The murderer became lawgiver. The oathbreaker became father of the realm. Schoolchildren learned his virtues. Shrines praised his discipline. Widows of the conquered died with his roads under their feet and his taxes in their grain jars, and below it all the branch houses grew, hidden chambers expanded beneath each new palace, registers multiplied, ministers inherited codes. Selected priests learned how much to know and no more. The bloodlines from the betrayed clans were tracked through marriages, births, illnesses, and temperament notes. The phrase used in the ledgers evolved over time, at first retained claimants, then protected branches, then settlement stock, then later more sanitized still. Lower custodial lines, language getting smoother while horror got older, Arin wanted his heart to burst. Instead Kali's hand held him inside it all. Witness, the vision slowed at one particularly vile scene. Varadesh in old age, grey at the temples now, heavy with success, children grown, crown secure, public adored, private sleep still thin. He walked at night through a newly completed underground chamber beneath his capital. The same chief ministerial line, not the same man but ancestor to the office, stood beside him, from behind. Iron grills came the low sounds of children settling for sleep. Varadesh asked, as if discussing grain inventory, how many active branches remain. Enough to distribute risk, the minister answered. Enough to end it? No, that is not how debt behaves. Varadesh stopped walking. For the first time in all the visions, he looked tired enough to seem almost human. What if my son burns it all after me? The minister's ancestor answered in words that would echo across centuries. Then his heart will pay what the chambers no longer can. Varadesh stood very still, then said, make sure he understands continuity before affection ripens too far. There it was, the core doctrine of royal parenting, teach the heir to mistrust love before love becomes costly. Arin thought of his mother's warning, his father's distance, his early betrothal, the instinctive restraint around every tenderness in palace life. This was why the crown did not merely inherit power, it inherited emotional damage as statecraft. Kings were raised half-starved of softness so the machine could run more predictably. And yet love kept happening, because human beings are terrible at becoming fully mechanical. Even dynasties fail at that. Children still bond, mothers still choose, wives still see too much, hearts still betray system. That was why the axle kept feeding. The vision plunged farther forward through generations. Not every reign repeated identically, that was another important truth. The machine adapted, some kings resisted and lost, some complied willingly and called it duty, some never fully knew, some queens uncovered fragments, some ministers became zealots of continuity, others merely accountants of horror. Some priests actually believed Kali demanded blood by then because myth, repeated enough, becomes sincere in the mouths of those born inside it. Arin saw a queen from 3 generations back discover a hidden nursery and try to free the children. She was dead within the week from fever. He saw a prince refuse marriage for fear of attachment and become a cold ruler praised for discipline while the lower chambers quietly overflowed. He saw 2 brothers fight over succession, while a minister used the dispute to absorb 3 more branch lines into temple custody. He saw famine years when extra deaths in the hidden compounds were entered as environmental attrition, as if starvation below did not count because starvation above was politically inconvenient. Brutality became accounting, accounting became inheritance, inheritance became identity, and at the center of it all, the sacred lie. Kali demands, no Kali witnesses. Men demand, men rationalize, men rename their appetites until altars smell holy enough to hide them. Arin finally understood why the goddess in the sanctum had felt inevitable rather than monstrous, because she was the one figure in the entire system not hiding. Everyone else wore poetry over policy, she wore endings. Then came the twist that broke the vision open wider still. The scholar priest had not vanished after the founding. Right, he had been kept alive for years. Advisor, captive, engineer, hated instrument. Arin found him now in a stone chamber late in Varadesh's reign, older, thinner, scar-lined, writing on strips of treated bark while a young scribe watched. What are those? The scribe asked nervously. Insurance, the priest said. Against what? The old man smiled without warmth. Against success. He encoded songs, nursery songs, market rhymes, thread patterns for women's embroidery, children's counting games, funeral chants, architectural marks. A hidden language of exposure seeded through space's power never fully governs, not enough to reveal everything at once, enough to preserve pathways. The same method Mira would later rediscover, Arin nearly reeled. She had not invented the strategy, she had stumbled onto an ancient counter-system buried by the very architect of the blood machine. The priest looked directly up, and somehow across centuries his gaze seemed to meet Aaron's. Empires think walls keep secrets, he said to the scribe. They never study lullabies carefully enough. Arin felt cold awe. The kingdom had carried its own undoing in songs sung over cradles. All this time, the priest died eventually, not peacefully, not dramatically, poisoned likely, his records burned mostly, his name omitted from formal founding accounts, but not all the songs were lost. Some lived in laundries, nurseries, widows' hums, servant quarters. Low places where history keeps what courts discard. Mira heard one, followed it, died for it, sent are in here. The line from founding to present snapped into horrible symmetry. The first king built the machine, the first priest hid the knife, the songs carried the edge forward, the queen found it, the king now bled on it. Kali's hand pressed harder to his chest. One last vision, one final brutality, Varadesh on his deathbed, old now, crowned, surrounded by sons, priests, ministers. He asked for the black witness stone to be brought. It was placed beside him, all ceremony dismissed except the chief minister and royal heir. Varadesh whispered to his son, "Do not make the mistake I made." The son leaned closer, our unexpected remorse. Some final confession, a dying man naming the true cost. Instead Varadesh said, "Never look too long at what keeps you safe," and then he died. That was the founder's last teaching, not courage, not justice, blindness with discipline. Arin felt something in him go absolutely still, not numb, past numb, a silence so total it felt like the aftermath of an internal execution. He had spent his life inheriting stories about greatness. Now he knew the first king's final wisdom was cowardice codified as statecraft. Kali took her hand away, the vision shattered. Arin crashed back into the sanctum like a body thrown ashore after drowning. He couldn't breathe, actually couldn't. His chest seized around air that would not enter properly. He dropped first to one knee, then both. His hands hit the stone, the world tilted, the lamp stretched in two streaks of gold, incense knifed into his lungs. For several seconds he thought he might die there, not by divine wrath, by understanding, at last breathed or into him in a rough, humiliating gasp, then another, then another. He bowed so low his forehead nearly touched the floor, his whole body shook, not graceful grief, not noble revelation. Animal shock. He had seen the first king slaughter bound men under truce. He had seen the scholar priest forced into designing a system of blood management across generations. He had seen children turned into state infrastructure. He had seen Kali's name stolen and wrapped around policy as sacred camouflage. He had seen prosperity built atop hidden custody and selective death. He had seen songs used as memory's revenge. He had seen his entire bloodline descend not from greatness made tragic but from fear made efficient, and worst of all he had seen that it worked. For centuries it worked, that truth destroyed all comforting distance. This was not merely evil, it was successful evil, institutional evil, evil good enough at feeding markets and roads and order that millions lived ordinary lives under it without having to know what made those ordinary lives possible. Arin lifted his head slowly. Kali stood above him exactly as before, dark blue, red eyes, hair like night unbound, 6 arms, no triumph, no pity, witness. His voice, when it came, sounded scraped raw from somewhere below language. They called it protection. The bells answered in a low iron hum. Lie. They called it guardianship. Lie. They called it continuity. Lie. What was it? This time Kali spoke, not with thunder, not with spectacle, with a voice quiet enough to force listening. Fear taught to breed. Arin closed his eyes. That was it, not a demon pact, not divine hunger. Fear taught to breed. One king feared revenge. One priest turned hatred into structure. One dynasty inherited management instead of repentance. One culture learned to mistake stability for innocence, and every generation fed the fear because unmaking it would require facing the crime at the source. Arin's hands curled into fists against the stone. He understood now that if he killed the minister tonight and nothing more, the kingdom would simply produce another, because the minister was not the origin. He was a competent fungus growing from a root centuries deep. Arin whispered, "The crown is a wound." Kali's eyes held his. Yes, something in him almost broke again at the simplicity of it, all those years, all that ceremony, all the jeweled language, and the truth was that the crown itself was not a symbol of achieved order. It was a bandage wrapped around an unclosed cut. He pressed a hand against his chest where Kali had touched him. It still felt hot, as if the founder's crime had been branded there. Then another thought struck with sudden ferocity. The hidden children now, he said, they are descendants of those first betrayed lines. Yes. And the ministers keep them because the account still isn't closed. Yes. And Mira found the system before they could shift her into it. The lamps leaned inward. Yes. Arin's eyes burned. So she did not die only because she knew too much. No, the word hit him like a blade. He stared up at Kali. Then why? For the first time in this entire night, the goddess did not answer immediately. Her silence was not refusal. It was warning. Arin felt it before he understood it. There was another layer, worse perhaps because it concerned not only history and structure but the present design around him. He rose to his feet, slowly, one hand still against his chest. The temple seemed smaller now, not because it had changed, but because he had seen the empire beneath it. He looked at Kali with new steadiness. "Show me the present machinery," he said, "not the founding, not the old bargains. Show me who is moving now, show me what they plan for me, show me how much of the palace is already preparing for my grief." Her fourth hand began to move, toward his wrist, a more intimate touch, a controlling touch, Arin understood instinctive. Lie that the chest had shown source, the wrist would show leverage. What the machine does once it recognizes where to hold a man, and if the origin had been brutal, the present, he knew now, would be surgical. Kali's hand reached for him. Arin did not pull away. Outside the temple, somewhere beyond the black stone and oil lamps and incense and witness, the palace was still awake. The minister was still alive. The children were still below. The ledgers still existed. Mira was still dead. And the system, though exposed in him now, was still functioning in the world. That made the next truth the most dangerous one yet. Origin tells you why, the present tells you how to stop it. Her fingers closed around his wrist, and the kingdom, as it moved against him in real time, opened its hand. This is where the story becomes a war of timing. The past has already destroyed him. Now the present tries to use that destruction. This part reveals what is happening in the palace at the exact same time Arin stands in Kali's temple, how the chief minister is already moving pieces on the board, how the children can disappear before dawn, how grief will be turned into insanity, and why the king cannot win by rage alone. Kali's fourth hand closed around his wrist, and Arin understood, instantly, why this touch belonged to the wrist and not the chest. The chest had shown him the wound, the wrist showed him the hand gripping the knife, not history, not origin, not guilt diffused safely across dead centuries. The present, the live machinery, the moving parts, the men awake in the palace while he stood here in the dark learning the shape of his blood. The touch was colder than the others, not in temperature, in intention. The face had peeled grief open. The shoulder had loaded him with inheritance. The chest had torn down the founding lie. The wrist went straight for agency. It seized the part of him that still believed he could simply return, accuse, command, punish, and be obeyed. And then the temple was gone. He was in the council chamber, not as participant, as witness. Again. But this time he was not trapped in the past. He knew at once, with a terrible clarity, that what he was seeing was happening now. At this very moment, the chamber was lit for emergency session, though no official emergency had been declared. That alone spoke volumes. Formal crises are announced, real ones gather in whisper light, before language can harden around them. Lamps burned low in wall brackets of hammered bronze. Their flames leaned in the drafts that moved through the carved screens. Rain ticked softly against the high shutters, though not with the violence it still wore around the rest of the palace. Servants had been dismissed. Guards stood too far from the door to overhear but close enough to close it quickly if needed. At the long blackwood table sat the chief minister. He had changed robes. That detail hit Arin with peculiar force. When Arin left the palace, the minister had been dressed in indigo court silk from the late petition hour. Now he wore plain dark wool, no jewels, no office chains, no ceremonial vanity. A man strips to functional clothing only when appearances are no longer the priority. Around him were 7 others. Arin recognized them all. High Treasurer Neril, who never sweated in public and was sweating now. Bishop Samek of the inner shrine, pale enough to look carved from fat wax. Archivist Tovan, thin and watchful, his fingers stained with ink that no bathing ever fully removed. General Sarat's deputy, not Sarat himself, which was already informative. 2 elder nobles whose power rested less in brilliance than in inheritance entanglement. And the chief palace physician, the same man who had named Mira's death natural standing rather than sitting, which meant he had been summoned late and quickly. No one spoke at first. The minister arranged 3 sealed documents in a careful row before him. There was something so calm about that act that Arin felt a new kind of hatred awaken. Some men rage beautifully, some panic honestly. The minister did neither. He sorted catastrophe. Finally Treasurer Neril broke the silence. "How long has he been gone?" The minister answered without looking up. "Long enough." "That is not an answer. It is the only relevant one." Bishop Samek's voice came thin and strained. "You said His Majesty was in his private archive rooms." "He was." The minister pressed a seal flat with the side of his thumb. "He is not there now. You let him leave?" That came from one of the nobles, and the phrasing was so revealing Arin almost laughed. Let Hayam leave, as if the king's movements required permission from the machinery beneath him. The minister lifted his eyes, and the room quieted immediately. "I do not let kings do anything," he said. "I prepare for what they do once grief convinces them they are singular." Arin felt a jolt. That was how the minister understood him, not as ruler, As variable, a grieving ruler was a dangerous variable. The physician cleared his throat. If this concerns contamination from ritual sites, I must insist we proceed carefully. Exposure to extreme devotional environments can intensify unstable mourning states. There it was, the line already ready, not truth, not conspiracy, unstable mourning states. Arin understood with chilling speed that language had been prepared in advance. This was not improvisation. They had a category ready for a king who wandered too close to the Black Temple after bereavement. The minister placed a hand on the first sealed document. If His Majesty returns before dawn altered in manner but not yet publicly compromised, he said, we pursue temporary spiritual incapacity, private seclusion, restricted audiences, controlled decree flow. We attribute it to grief exacerbated by shrine contact. He touched the second document. If he does not return by first light, we announce retreat into sacred solitude under priestly observation. Regency powers transfer provisionally to the Continuity Council. The Continuity Council, Arin knew the term. It had almost never been used in his reign, a buried constitutional instrument drafted generations ago for succession crises and mental unfitness among rulers. Another hidden knife waiting in velvet. The minister placed 2 fingers on the third seal. If he returns with names, accusations, or materials connected to sealed custody operations. No one breathed. Then the situation becomes terminal. Treasurer Nero whispered, terminal for whom? The minister finally looked at him fully. For narrative control, he said. Not for the king, not for the children, not for the conspirators. For narrative control. Arin had seen battlefield brutality in the Founders' era. This was its descendant form, cleaner, more educated, more obscene. One of the nobles shifted in his chair. You speak as though certainty exists. It does not. Perhaps His Majesty has gone only to the temple, the minister said flatly. The room froze. Even the bishop looked briefly stunned enough to lose his holy vocabulary. Impossible, he said. The minister's mouth twitched. Impossible things become common when wives die before they finish warning their husbands. Arin felt the words like a slap. So the minister knew Mira had warned him, maybe not exactly what she said. But enough. How? Asked Archivist Tovan. The minister turned his gaze toward him. Because, Archivist, nothing spoken in palace stone remains wholly private for long. That is why you still have employment. Tovan lowered his eyes. Arin felt the full nauseating breadth of it then. Not just spies, not just corrupt servants, architecture itself, vent shafts, maintenance passages, rotating attendants, listening points built into the palace like veins. Mira had been right, the palace heard everything. The deputy general spoke next, careful, military, trying to stay near force but not too near responsibility. If His Majesty has entered that sanctum, then perhaps no action is needed, meaning, perhaps the temple will solve the problem for them. The minister did not even grant him the dignity of pretending not to understand. Hope is not policy, he said, and we do not build continuity on supernatural optimism. That line might have impressed fools. Arin heard the rot inside it. The minister did not truly disbelieve the sacred story. He merely trusted management more than mythology, which made him harder to defeat. Fanatics can be baited by their beliefs. Administrators use beliefs as tools. The bishop leaned forward. If this is truly about the lower wards, he said quietly, then we must consider whether the old provisions can still be justified. The queen's death has already caused tension. Arin turned sharply. Tension. That was what the bishop called murder and generations of hidden children. The minister turned to him with almost courteous contempt. Justified to whom? Samek swallowed. To the gods. No, said the minister, to the kingdom. Arin could see the bishop hating him and fearing him and, worst of all, depending on him. That dependence was the true leash around everyone in the room. The minister reached into a lacquer case beside his chair and withdrew a slim red ledger. Arin recognized it instantly, though he had never seen it opened. Private Ministerial Continuity Record, the live nerve. During the founder's 6th year, the minister said, open retaliation from the surviving branches cost 3,000 lives in one flood season alone. During the northern consolidation, deferred settlement nearly collapsed the western grain route. During the fever reign, poor account maintenance led to for noble assassinations and one succession war. Every generation that grows sentimental about the lower structures relearns the same lesson. He opened the ledger. We are not preserving cruelty, he said. We are distributing impact. Arin felt his hands curl into fists, though he had no body in the vision. There it was again, the machine's favorite lie, not preserving cruelty, distributing impact, as if horror became wisdom when spread thinly enough. The physician said, more quietly than before, if His Majesty has seen any part of the custody chambers. The minister finished for him. He cannot be allowed to describe them before we know what else he knows. Silence. No one objected, not really, no one slammed a fist, no one stood in moral refusal, no one cried out that this was treason against the crown, that told are in everything. Complicity does not always look like enthusiasm, often it looks like educated. Men deciding not to be the first one to flinch, the minister reached for a bell rope beside the table and tugged once. A side door opened. Two clerks entered with wax boxes, copies. Tovan asked. Instructions, said the minister. The clerks laid out pre-written orders for courier distribution. Arin leaned inward, every sense sharpened by dread. The first set went to provincial relay stations. If the king is declared under spiritual seclusion, no direct message bearing his seal is to be considered valid unless countersigned by continuity authority. The second set went to treasury vault officials. Release of emergency funds only through ministerial concurrence. The third set, this one made Arin's blood run cold, went to basement transport staff under flood control codes. Flood control, a perfect mask. The palace had cistern routes, drainage tunnels, and old monsoon evacuation shafts running beneath the western foundation. Under flood code, movement below could be justified without explanation. Treasurer Nero saw the direction of Arin's fear before Arin himself finished thinking it. No, he said, softer now, not that. The minister's expression did not change. If necessary, Nero stared. There are too many. Then the lower cisterns will open efficiently. The bishop whispered, Gods preserve us. The minister looked at him almost sadly. Gods preserved us long enough to require this conversation. He said, do not become pious only when arithmetic offends you. Arin felt something savage rise inside him. The children were not merely hidden, they were contingencies. If the truth surfaced too quickly, they would be drowned. The tunnels flooded, records destroyed, bodies lost in the monsoon outflow, and by daylight the palace would grieve storm damage to a forgotten substructure no common citizen had ever seen. He almost broke the vision then through sheer fury, but Kali's hold on his wrist forced him to watch, witness. The minister turned to the physician. If the king returns unstable, what can you administer without leaving public trace? The physician hesitated. Sedative tinctures, mild paralysis if taken in wine, induced fever symptoms. Delirium narratives are easiest if introduced gradually. Good. He may resist. The minister's answer arrived without pause. He loved resistance less than he loved her. That remains useful, useful. Even grief had bookkeeping value. Arin saw the pattern now with awful precision. They had expected his mourning to soften his authority, had perhaps even relied on it. A grieving king cancels counsels, withdraws, turns inward, leaves administration to continuity hands. If he came back now wild with revelation, all the better. They could name him unstable, seal him privately, flood the tunnels, burn the ledgers, and preserve the throne while turning him into a holy madman broken by illicit contact with Kali's shrine. He would become cautionary myth. The kingdom would kneel over the ruins of truth and call it devotion. The deputy general asked, and if he comes back seeming normal? The minister's fingers paused over the red ledger. No one returns from that sanctum normal. Arin hated the possibility that the man might be right, not in the way he meant, but still right. How does a man walk back into court after watching the origin crime of his house and remain legible to ordinary power? The minister continued, if he is quiet, we monitor. If he is righteous, we isolate. If he is weeping, we console. If he is strategic. Now for the first time a hairline crack showed in the minister's poise. Then we kill him before he speaks to anyone outside the palace. The room shifted. That sentence crossed a threshold even the complicit preferred unspoken. One noble stood halfway from his chair. You cannot mean that. The minister looked at him with open weariness. My lord, this palace has meant worse for longer than your family has kept records. Sit down. The noble sat. Of course he did. Arin had never felt contempt so cold. The minister began assigning roles. The bishop would prepare language for spiritual contamination. The physician would prepare calming drafts. The archivist would identify which genealogical records to remove first in the event of breach. The deputy general would quietly reposition selected guards around the western understructure and the throne approach. Treasury would suspend independent access to sealed royal accounts. Courier lines would be primed before dawn. It was surgical, not frantic, not improvised, a state rehearsing continuity through moral catastrophe. Then came the twist within the present twist. A fourth document was brought in, unsealed, fresh. The minister opened it and read silently for a moment. Arin watched his face. Not much changed, but enough. From the western staff, he said, report. One chamber attendant missing. He looked up, and a replacement made from the queen's final day cannot be accounted for. The bishop crossed himself. Nero whispered, then there are loose ends. The minister folded the report. There are always loose ends. most strangle only those too sentimental to cut them, are unrealized. Something then that widened the board still further. Not everyone involved was equally secure. People had slipped, a maid had vanished, an attendant was missing, Mira had hidden notes, the system had seams, it was vast, yes, terrifyingly practiced, yes, but not perfect. No machine that large remains perfect forever. It survives by fear and repetition, both of which make people lazy. That mattered. The minister rose at last. Everyone else stood too. When the bells marked third watch, he said, I want the lower chambers prepared for transfer but not yet moved. No panic. Panic leaves footprints. Calm leaves paperwork. He gathered the 3 sealed plans and slid them into separate sleeves. If His Majesty returns before dawn, I will speak to him alone first. Arin understood immediately why. Not because the minister valued intimacy, because he needed to assess what the king knew before the king's face contaminated the room with the wrong truth. The council dispersed, but Kali did not release Arin. The vision followed the minister. He moved through the palace like someone who had lived longer inside its hidden skeleton than its visible halls, back corridors, private stairs, a hidden passage behind the old astronomy gallery, down through a maintenance shaft masked by incense storage. Every route chosen not for grandeur but for line-of-sight control. Arin followed helplessly. At one turning, the minister paused before a panel Arin had passed 100 times in life without knowing it opened. It did. Behind it stood 2 men and 1 woman in great transport. Livery, flood crews, or what passed for them. The minister handed them coded tablets. By my word only, he said. The woman asked, all of them, if required, and the little ones? A beat, not conscience exactly, something left of it. The minister's face hardened. Do not ask questions that make your hands shake. Shaking hands drop duty. He walked away before they could answer. Arin wanted to kill him, not politically, not ceremonially, with hands, but Kali's grip forced another lesson. Rage has speed, systems have sequence. He followed as the minister turned again, this time into the old Western foundation. The architecture changed, stone older, air wetter, doors thicker, sound duller. At the first checkpoint, unmarked guards bowed without surprise. That meant regular access. The minister came here often. He entered a records chamber adjacent to the custody wards. Shelves, clay tubes, metal boxes, children's intake rolls, medical logs, bloodline charts. Arin had never seen a room so full of stolen futures rendered as ink. The archivist Tovan was already there with 2 assistants. Begin with maternal ledgers, the minister said. Destroy? Not yet. Separate true originals from teaching copies. Teaching copies, of course. The machine trained successors with curated versions too. Layered secrecy even within secrecy. What about the founder tablets? Tovan asked. Prepare them for relocation. The statue vault also. The minister's eyes lifted. A pause. Only if breach reaches public architecture. Statue vault. Arin's pulse hammered. There was something hidden in the founder's public monument too. Another node, another store of proof. Mira had known something of it perhaps through the song's later lines. Tovan hesitated. If His Majesty has gone to the temple, he said carefully, then he may know enough to seek external redundancies. The minister turned fully toward him. Does he strike you, he asked, as a man who has ever truly understood how many walls separate a king from his own kingdom? Tovan lowered his eyes. No, then let us not panic on behalf of a grief-sick idealist. Grief-sick idealist. Arin took the insult and turned it in his mind until it became resource. Good. Let the minister underestimate the degree to which grief had burned passivity out of him that could be used. The minister moved past the records room into a narrow observation corridor overlooking the lower ward. Arin followed. Children slept below, some awake, some curled together. One older boy sitting upright in bed, eyes open, not even pretending rest. The minister watched them for a long moment, nothing readable in his face. Then he said, almost to himself, the problem with inherited burdens is that eventually someone confuses witnessing with entitlement. Arin understood the sentence in 2 directions. The minister meant the king, but he was also describing himself. Men who manage evil long enough begin to think proximity makes them owners of necessity. That delusion always makes them vulnerable. Footsteps approached from behind. A woman's voice, low, sir. The minister turned. It was Laleh, Mira's former handmaid. Arin's chest tightened. She kept her eyes lowered, perfectly controlled. I was told to report, she said. Speak. The Queen's old room has been searched twice tonight by those not on household rotation. The west nursery corridor lamp was left lit after second watch, though no staff signed passage. The minister regarded her. And why do you bring this to me? Because if there is disturbance among the lower service, it spreads fastest through abandoned wings. Good, Arin thought suddenly, very good. Laleh had chosen a dangerous tone, useful, not alarmed, observant, not accusatory. She was alive, still moving inside the palace, and perhaps not theirs. The minister studied her another moment, then nodded. Continue observing, speak to no one else. She bowed and left. Arin watched her go and felt the first thread of possibility. Pul thought Mira had trusted Laleh. If Laleh was still operating, then not all of Mira's network had been detected. The minister returned his attention to the ward below. Prepare 6 for movement, he said to the guard at his side. Which 6? Oldest first, then 2 youngest, then the 3 with unresolved line ambiguity. Arin's vision flashed hot with fury. Not random, never random. Even emergency disposal was stratified by bloodline risk. The guard asked, destination? Flood route holding until further instruction. The words nearly made Arin black out with rage. Children, flood route holding. This was the state language of Abyss. Kali's hold tightened. Not yet, watch. So he watched as one sleeping girl was lifted from her bed and carried half awake down a side corridor. Watched another boy protest softly and get drugged by cloth over mouth. Watched the older boy who had been sitting upright simply stand when ordered. As if experience had taught him resistance only increased confusion. Arin felt that more than the violence, resignation in children, there is no greater indictment of a civilization than children trained to cooperate with disappearance. The vision snapped. Now he was in the throne antechamber, same night. Moments later, the minister alone now, writing by one lamp. Arin looked over his shoulder as the man composed 2 letters. The first to General Sarat: if unusual movement occurs in the city before dawn, secure the eastern barracks and delay public assembly by any lawful pretext. The second to a foreign envoy: court instability likely. Maintain silence regarding prior debt negotiations pending continuity confirmation. Foreign envoy. Arin's mind sharpened instantly. This went beyond domestic horror. There were external players waiting to profit from succession weakness. The minister sanded the letters, sealed them, and then opened a private compartment in the desk. Inside lay several objects: a vial, a signet mold, a narrow-bladed dagger, and this shook Arin a small folded square of green silk, Mira's. He knew it at once, from a dress she had torn weeks before her death while climbing the garden wall to avoid an overly pious reception. He had teased her for it. She had laughed and said kings should be grateful queens sometimes. Prefer walls to courtiers. Why was the minister keeping it? Trophy? Insurance? Proof of search? Arin could not know, but it made the whole thing feel suddenly personal in a way ideology never fully does. The minister touched the silk once with 2 fingers, then returned it to the compartment and closed the lid. No sentiment in the gesture. Something worse: inventory. Even the dead were archived by him. Arin wanted the vision to end. Instead it showed him the final piece he needed most. The minister stood at the high window overlooking the sleeping city and spoke aloud though no one was there. Maybe a habit, maybe a confession, maybe the sort of thing men do when they have been necessary too long and begin to need witness even if only from glass. He will come back with fire in him, he said quietly. They always do after truth finally reaches the blood. Arin went rigid. They always do, meaning, this had happened before, at least in part. Other heirs, other kings, other moments of near exposure. The minister continued, but fire is excellent. Fire makes men bright and brief. There it was, the whole strategy. Not merely to silence outrage, to accelerate it into visible instability, to let truth make the king look mad before truth could become collective. That was the game. Make him react alone, faster than he could think structurally, turn righteous revelation into spectacular self-destruction, then inherit the ashes with solemn faces and language of sacred tragedy. Kali released his wrist. The vision exploded into darkness. Arin reeled back into the sanctum with such force he nearly struck the pillar behind him. He caught himself at the last second, one hand slamming against the stone for balance. His pulse was a war drum. His jaw locked so hard it hurt. Every muscle in him was vibrating with the impossible need to move now. Children were being prepared for transfer. Some already moved. The minister had 3 plans sealed. The palace could declare him unstable. The physician had sedatives ready. The records could burn. The cisterns could open. The city could wake to a king under spiritual incapacity while the truth drowned underground. And if he returned angry enough to show his full knowledge too quickly, he would be helping them. That was the cruel brilliance of it. The truth had made him dangerous. The machine knew exactly how to weaponize that danger against him. Arin looked at Kali, breathing hard. You showed me this to stop me from going back with a blade. The temple bells gave a low, almost bitter note. Yes, I should kill him. Yes, he almost laughed from the savage honesty of that. Yes, but not first. The lamps wavered. Yes, Arin dragged both hands over his face, then through his hair, grounding himself in the plainness of his own body because the last 4 revelations had left his mind feeling carved open. Think, not feel first, think. That alone felt like betrayal to grief, but Mira would have demanded it. The scholar priest buried in songs would have demanded it. The children below the palace required it. He forced himself into sequence. If he returned directly to the throne room and accused the minister, the palace isolates him. If he summoned the guard is split. If he rides to the barracks, the records vanish before he returns. If he goes below first alone, he may die in a corridor and be written as madness. If he does nothing before dawn, the transfer proceeds. He spoke the conclusions aloud, each one tasting like iron. I need witnesses outside the palace. Yes, I need the children. Visible before they can disappear. Yes. I need the records in more than one hand. Yes. I need the city to know before the court decides what happened. Yes. The pattern assembled itself not as hope but as necessity. The minister's whole strategy relied on containment, physical containment, narrative containment, class containment, keep truth within palace walls. Long enough and power can rename it, so Arin would have 2 rupture walls. Multiple ones, at once. He looked up. How? For the first time since the rift began, Kali did not answer immediately. Her eyes held him as if measuring whether he was ready for the cost of the next lesson, because there was still another hand left before the final one. One more layer of revelation, not origin, not present machinery, voice, speech, language, release. Kali's 5th hand began to move. Toward his throat, Arin felt fear curl through him again, sharp and bright. The throat, of course. What can be said, what cannot, what lies survive because they sound holier than blood, what message Mira had hidden, what words could move faster than drowning and decree. He stood still, outside, somewhere in the palace night. Children were being taken from beds, clerks were sorting histories for fire. A minister was preparing to console or kill him depending on tone. The city slept over a wound it did not yet know had started bleeding upward. Arin raised his chin. Show me, he said. Kali's 5th hand touched his throat, and every lie the kingdom had ever spoken in a sacred voice began to echo. This is the part where truth becomes language, not just what happened, not just who is guilty, but how lies survive, how kingdoms teach people to repeat them, how speech becomes the real battlefield, and how Mira quietly, brilliantly prepared a way for truth to move through the very mouth's power never bothered to fear. Kali's 5th hand touched his throat, and Arin lost his voice, not figuratively, not emotionally. The sound in him simply vanished. He tried to inhale sharply and felt the breath enter, but when he opened his mouth, nothing came. No whisper, no gasp, no prayer. The muscles moved, the chest worked, the tongue obeyed, but speech had been taken from him as cleanly as if some invisible blade had cut it free at the root. Panic flared instantly, more than with the other touches, because the throat is not only how a man speaks. It is how he proves he still exists in the world of other people. You can carry grief in silence, you can endure memory in silence, you can even survive revelation in silence, but strategy, warning, command, truth carried from one human mind into another, that must cross the throat. Arin grabbed at his neck reflexively, warm skin, pulse hammering, nothing physically wrong, yet voice was gone. Kali stood before him exactly as before, 6-armed, dark blue, red-eyed, hair like storm night undone. No cruelty in her face, no comfort either. Witness. The bells overhead began to ring, not one note, not all at once. Layers, temple bronze, palace gongs, funeral bells, processional chimes, children's anklets, chain links. In hidden corridors, the metallic tapping of seals pressed into wax. The crackle of torch fire under carved ceilings, sound without source. Sound as architecture, and inside it all words. At first they came too quickly, too separate, thousands of voices at once. Men, women, children, priests, courtiers, servants, rulers, mourners, teachers, executioners, nurses, ministers, a whole civilization. Speaking in overlapping tones until language itself became weather. Then the voices began to sort, and Arin realized what the throat was showing him, not memory alone, vocabulary, the kingdom's chosen language of concealment, the phrases repeated over generations until horror no longer sounded like horror at all. Necessary burden, sacred continuity, protective custody, inherited settlement. Stability provision, divine balancing, the lower wards, preserved branches. Flood adjustment, spiritual incapacity, unexpected weakness, misfortune near the throne. The goddess requires, the goddess witnesses, the goddess takes, the goddess protects, the realm endures. The realm must endure. Each phrase passed through the dark like a bead on a string, each one polished by repetition until it lost the shape of blood underneath. Arin watched scenes form around the words like rot blooming through wet cloth, a temple speaker consoling villagers after a noble child vanished into wardship transfer, a royal edict reclassifying captured descendants as dependents under sacred oversight, a physician explaining away bruises as ritual marks from devout discipline, a priest blessing the hidden chambers as places of quiet preservation. A grieving queen told her loss had appeased ancestral turbulence. A young prince taught that some archives remain sealed for the emotional health of the crown. Every phrase existed to do one thing: move reality one step away from touch. That was the true genius of power, not merely to commit violence, to place enough language between act and witness that conscience arrived late and uncertain. The bells changed again. Now the voices came in pairs: truth, lie, blood debt, inherited obligation, kidnapped child, custodial branch, murder, balancing, poison, weakness, mass grave, foundation burial, censorship, protective, silence, madness, sacred disturbance. Each lie was not random, it was crafted, refined over reigns, passed from tutor to prince, from priest to widow, from scribe to clerk, from mother to nursemaid, until the whole kingdom learned to say things that protected structure from meaning. Arin tried again to speak, nothing, and then he understood the cruelty of the lesson. He had entered the temple thinking truth would be enough if he could just know it, but truth without language that reaches other people is only torment inside one man. The throat was teaching him that exposure is not merely revelation, it is translation. You must break the kingdom's chosen vocabulary before the kingdom can hear itself. The vision shifted. Now he stood in a long gallery lined with teachers, generation after generation, tutors instructing heirs in softened history, priests teaching children that Kali took the overripe, court ladies whispering around deaths with phrases like fated correction, officials practicing condolence formulas designed to halt questions before they formed. Arin saw himself among them, age 9. Lesson hall, a wax tablet before him, tutor reciting dynastic doctrine. Repeat, the burden of rule includes mysteries common men need not bear. Young Arin repeated it. Again, what is hidden for the preservation of peace. He repeated it, what belongs to the lower structures is not for princely inquiry. Again. The vision drove the words into him with unbearable force because now he could hear what he had once missed, how training begins not with commands to obey but with rhythms to repeat, language first, belief second, complicity last. If a child says the sentence enough, he will later think the thought is his own. Arin watched his younger mouth shape the words. He wanted to rip the wax tablet apart. Instead he had written the line neatly, eager for approval. The scene cracked and reformed. He was older now, 13, a state funeral, a duchess dead of sudden wasting, women wailing softly behind veils, priests chanting, a line of noble mourners receiving condolences in formal order. One courtier whispered to another, the house is under correction again. The other nodded soberly. No one asked correction for what. That was the function of sacred euphemism. It closes inquiry by sounding already answered. Then another shift. 17. A village petition brought before the palace. 3 mothers from annexed territory asking for the return of children taken under old debt law. Their language rough, provincial, untrained in court softness. They took our sons, simple, accurate, dangerous. The magistrate corrected them at once. The boys were placed. The women protested. The magistrate repeated it louder. Placed. One mother, furious enough to forget fear, shouted, placed where? Guards dragged her away. Arin had been present. He remembered discomfort. He remembered thinking the scene ugly. He remembered being told afterward that local populations often misunderstand royal protective structures. Now the throat showed him the actual mechanism. The magistrate did not merely disagree. He replaced the available verb. Take becomes place. Steal becomes protect. Kill becomes settle. Control the verb and you control what kind of outrage can even form in a room. Arin felt something in his mind sharpening hard enough to hurt. This was no longer only about exposing hidden chambers. It was about choosing words the machine could not safely metabolize, not irregularity, children, not ancestral settlement. Captivity, not divine balance, state murder, not the line paid. The line fed on the stolen futures of others. If he returned speaking the palace's language, even in accusation, the palace could absorb him. He would have to speak in a way too concrete to sanctify. The bells stopped. The silence afterward rang harder than sound. Then came Mira, not in full form yet, not like the final meeting. To come, only her voice, low, near, hidden inside another W. Oman's hum. Arin turned. He was no longer in the gallery. He stood in the southern laundry court months before her death. Steam rose from copper vats. Women beat cloth against stone, rain dripped from awnings into drainage channels streaked with soap, an elderly seamstress sat on an overturned basket, stitching torn nursery linens while humming under her breath. Mira was there too, not in queenly visibility but wrapped in a plain outer shawl, watching, listening with that still intensity of hers that always made it look as though she had stepped half an inch outside ordinary time. The seamstress sang, 6 sisters circle under stone, one sees flesh and one sees bone, one keeps names and one keeps keys, one drinks stairs and one drinks please. Mira did not interrupt, did not ask immediately. She waited. When the woman finished the garment, Mira crossed the yard and knelt beside her instead of standing above. That alone had probably already made the seamstress understand this was not casual curiosity. What is the rest? Mira asked. The woman's hands froze. What rest, my lady? The song, only an old nursery hum. Mira smiled softly. No old songs are maps after enough blood. The seamstress's eyes flicked up sharply. For a second the whole laundry court seemed to hold its breath. Then the woman muttered, my mother sang it, her mother before, we weren't supposed to know why. Mira lowered her voice. Tell me anyway. The woman swallowed. Not here. The scene changed. A servant alcove behind stacked linen shelves, dark, smelling of starch and damp thread. The seamstress recited the full first verse. Then the second, 6 sisters buried under lies, count the mouths and count the eyes, if the lion stands on bones, strike below and name the stones. Then a third, one Arin had never heard, when black sun kisses painted wall, press the gold eye, count them all, if the river climbs at dawn, carry names before they're gone. Arin felt the meaning begin to assemble, black sun, painted wall, gold eye, river climbs at dawn, not poetry, instructions. The seamstress continued, voice shaking now, my grandmother said it was for when one of them finally asked the right question. One of whom? Mira asked. The woman looked at her for a long moment, then answered with terrible precision. One of the taker's blood who still had a human throat. Arin closed his eyes in the vision. A human throat, the line cut so deep because he was standing inside the lesson of his own throat while hearing it. Mira asked, what are the 6 sisters? The seamstress gave a tiny shrug of helpless inherited knowledge. Chambers maybe, doors, hands. Some say they were women who hid records. Some say they're the ways truth survives after men bury it. We only kept the song, not the certainty. Mira repeated the lines softly until she had them exact. Then she asked the next question. Who taught you not to sing it loudly? The woman laughed once without humor. Everyone, that was how true memory survives empires, not by public inscription, by universal caution. The vision sharpened again, Mira in her writing room, transcribing the rhyme, breaking its lines apart, matching each phrase against palace plans, grain records, decorative motifs, structural oddities, and old children's murals. Arin watched her brilliant mind work like a knife through silk. 6 sisters equals 6 chambers or 6 access points. One sees flesh and one sees bone equals dormitory and reliquary. One keeps names and one keeps keys equals record room and access control. One drinks stairs and one drinks please equals punishment or holding cells. Petition intake linked through hidden legal mechanisms. Black sun kisses painted wall equals mural mechanism in nursery wing aligned by sunset or lamp angle. Gold eye equals key slot disguised in ornamental lion emblem. River climbs at dawn equals flood channels activated during monsoon transfer. Carry names before they're gone equals get copies out before records can be destroyed. She wasn't merely decoding song, she was chasing the architecture of concealment through a kingdom that thought women's memory, servant speech, and children's spaces too trivial to matter. That arrogance was now the dynasty's weakness. The throat vision went deeper. Mira began seeding the code outward, not by proclamation, by repetition. A handmaid sent to mend nursery curtains received a particular version of the song with one altered emphasis. A cook from the western wing was asked casually whether she remembered the old lion verse. A widow in the market quarter was paid extra to finish an embroidery pattern of 6 radiating threads around a black sun. Laleh carried a folded scrap to the cremation guild wrapped inside lamp oil orders. An old nursemaid was gifted silver for remembering songs from before the queen mothers changed them. Mira was building a language web, not enough to expose the whole system immediately, enough that if she died, memory would not die centrally with her. Arin felt his throat ache, though it made no sound. She had known, long before the balcony, long before the poison. She had known enough to plan for posthumous speech. The vision shifted. He stood now inside the chambers of ordinary people, not court, not temple, not war room, kitchens, laundry halls, nurseries, body washing rooms, scribes' stalls, street shrines, ferry docks, women grinding spice in dawn courtyards, children clapping. Games in alleys, old men at funeral fires humming lines they no longer consciously understood. Everywhere, fragments of the buried counter-language survived, not complete, not legible to everyone, but there, the machine had spent centuries teaching official lies. The harmed had spent centuries hiding unofficial memory in reusable forms. Arin saw why the scholar-priest chose songs. A document can burn, a monument can be recarved, a witness can be drowned, but a rhyme slips under doors. A rhyme lives in mouths too low status to search thoroughly. A rhyme survives because people stop fearing it exactly when they stop understanding it. That was genius, cruel genius perhaps, but genius. The throat vision became harsher. Now Arin saw what happened when speech failed. A lower servant years ago trying to tell a noblewoman she had heard children below the west corridor, the noblewoman laughing it off as rats. A young priest confessing concern over bloodline ledgers to his superior and being reassigned 2 mountain shrines. A palace maid whispering that the queen before Arin's mother had asked dangerous questions only to be slapped and told never to speak peasant verbs in royal air. A child from the hidden wards telling a physician, I have a mother somewhere, and the physician writing in the record, subject exhibits unstable fantasy attachment. That last one nearly made Arin choke. Language not only concealed the machine, it invaded the victims. If you control enough description, eventually the suffering begin to sound mad when they state simple facts. I have a mother, unstable fantasy attachment. They took my son, custodial placement misunderstanding. The queen was poisoned, stress-induced suspicion. The hidden children exist, delusion after shrine contamination. Every path of truth had to pass through language that power was already waiting to corrupt. That was why Kali had taken his voice first, to show him that if he spoke without understanding this, he would lose before finishing the sentence. The bells returned, one note, then another, then many. This time each note carried a public script the palace would use once he returned. His Majesty is under sacred affliction. His Majesty seeks solitude. His Majesty has suffered from unresolved grief. His Majesty has been touched by the dark shrine. His visions are not for public interpretation. His decrees are temporarily suspended for the good of the realm. The lower palace sustained flood damage. Certain records were lost to monsoon intrusion. The queen's death should not be reopened disrespectfully. Please trust the Continuity Council during this delicate hour. Ariane wanted to scream. Still no voice. Then Mira's voice cut through the chorus like a blade. Soft, clear, close to his ear though she was nowhere visible. Never argue with their words first. The bells stopped. The silence sharpened around her sentence. Ariane turned. Nothing. Only dark. Only carved pillars. Only smoke. Her voice again. Make them argue with yours. The meaning struck him like lightning. If he entered court and started contesting their terminology, no, it was murder, not balancing. Captivity, not custody. Conspiracy, not continuity. He would be trapped inside the palace's chosen frame. Debate is a gift to systems. It buys them time. He needed words so physical, so undeniable, so distributed that argument arrived too late. Names, bodies, children visible, bones, ledgers in multiple hands. Crowds repeating the truth before the council finished inventing syntax. Mira's voice moved farther away, as if he were chasing it through chambers. Don't say they lied. She whispered. Show what they buried. The scene changed violently. Now he was in her chamber on the day before her death. She stood over her writing table with Laleh. Between them lay scraps of fabric, children's rhyme strips, embroidery hoops, and narrow curls of beaten gold foil. Mira was giving instructions fast. If anything happens to me, not to the men first. Laleh stared. My lady. Listen, the men will close around power. Go to the women who keep old songs, the laundry court, the cremation houses, the nursery stores, the widow who mends banners in the North Market, the old ferryman's wife with the scar on her chin. Say only this. The black sun has moved. Laleh repeated it, confused and frightened. The black sun has moved. They'll know it means the question has reached the right blood. Arin felt tears rising again despite everything. Mira had been calm in the presence of her own likely death, not because she hoped to survive, because she prioritized transmission. She handed Laleh a strip of embroidered cloth, 6 black stitches radiating from a gold center. Hide this in the lining of a mourning shawl and give it to Sada at the cremation grounds if I die. Sada who? The old guild mistress. Laleh looked horrified. My lady, why the cremation grounds? Mira's answer came without hesitation. Because the dead travel faster than truth if you use the right hands. Arin shuddered. God, she had been brilliant, not a saint, not merely tragic, brilliant. She knew that official proclamations came too slow and too centrally, but funeral networks? Body bearers? Mourning guilds? Washerwomen? They move everywhere, enter every district, touch every class, carry names as function. The dead travel faster than truth if you use the right hands. He would remember that line until death. The vision pushed harder, more of Mira's preparations. She tucked a coded thread pattern into a nursery curtain hem, marked a lion motif in a palace tapestry with an almost invisible sixth claw, paid a toy maker to carve black suns on wooden animals sold near the western gate, instructed a scribe's widow to preserve unusual children's names spoken in market grief circles, sent 3 alms baskets to temple singers with old verses stitched into the basket cloth. At first it seemed almost impossible that such tiny gestures mattered, then the throat showed why, because power underestimates repetition when it is carried by the low. A minister notices decrees, not lullabies. A bishop notices doctrine, not embroidery patterns on servant shawls. A general notices troop movement, not funeral workers changing the rhythm of morning bells. Mira had hidden her alarm in the bloodstream of ordinary life. If Arin could connect those channels, the truth could move laterally faster than the court could suffocate it. His voice still absent, he tried to call her name. Nothing. The vision darkened. Then came the most cruelly intimate part of the throat, his own failures of speech, moments when he could have asked more, said more, least Ned harder. Mira telling him months earlier, some rooms in this palace feel inhabited by things that never walk in daylight. He had kissed her temple and joked about old stone and drafts. His mother once saying, there are forms of inheritance no tutor should teach but every heir eventually suffers. He had shrugged it off as widow mysticism. A stable hand asking if it was true children were kept under the old walls for bad weather prayers. Arin had frowned, told him not to repeat superstition, and walked on. None of these alone would have solved anything. Kali did not let him dramatize his omissions into omnipotent guilt, but she did make him feel the cumulative weight of not listening when language came from beneath rank. Kings are drowned by what they are trained to ignore. That too was part of the throat. The scene changed one last time. He was back on the balcony with Mira. In the rain. But now the moment extended longer than before. He saw not only her poisoned collapse, he saw the exact calculation in her eyes just before it overtook her. She knew she had perhaps one breath of useful speech left. Not enough to explain, not enough to accuse, not enough to say the minister, the children, the ledgers, the song, the black sun, the lion, the flood route. So she chose the one word most likely to survive distortion. Below, one word, concrete, directional, hard to spiritualize, hard to misquote. Below, that was genius. 2. Not because it contained everything. Because it contained enough and could not be absorbed into court pity language without becoming strange. Arin had failed to understand it then, but now under Kali's hand he finally felt the size of that last gift. Mira had spent her final breath choosing the most unkillable word available. The vision shattered. Arin stumbled back into the sanctum and dropped to both hands for a moment, his head hanging low as air scraped through him. His voice returned not gradually but all at once. He coughed, swallowed, gasped, then heard himself make a raw sound as if someone had returned his body after lending it to ghosts. The first true word he spoke was her name, Mira. It broke halfway through. The temple absorbed it. He stayed bowed there, palms flat against black stone, shoulders heaving. Then slowly he raised himself. His throat still burned where Kali had touched him, not with pain exactly, but with awareness, as if every word he might speak from now on would have to pass under judgment. He looked at her. You didn't take my voice, he said hoarsely. You showed me what it's for. The bells answered softly. Yes, he swallowed. The palace has prepared language for my grief. Yes, they will call truth madness. Yes, they will call children wards. Yes, they will call murder balance. Yes, and if I argue inside those words, I lose. Yes, it was almost unbearable, how simple truth became once the fog of inherited language lifted. Arin began pacing once, 2 steps, then stopped himself. Movement helped thought but also scattered it. He needed sequence again. Mira's instructions, the songs, the women's roots, the cremation guild, the laundry court, the nursery wall, the lion, the flood at dawn, carry names before they're gone. He said it aloud now. Each piece becoming plan. I need the song in the streets before the court has script. Yes, I need the dead named publicly. Yes, I need the women's channels and funeral routes. Yes, I need the word below made visible. Yes, the city must see something undeniable before the minister announces anything. The lamps leaned toward him. Yes, Arin exhaled long and hard. Not enough yet, still not enough. Because one thing remained. Language can move truth, witness can multiply it, children can make it real, ledgers can prove it, but the machine still knows him, still knows how his heart works, still knows how to use love, guilt, crown, and identity against him. There was one touch left before the final consequences, the 6th Hand, the back of the head, the place where instinct lives, where surrender lives, where self-image dies last, Arin already feared it more than all the others, because if the throat was about how truth moves outward, the final touch would be about what truth leaves behind inside the man carrying it. He looked at Kali with eyes gone harsher now, clearer too. You've shown me the grief. The burden, the crime, the machine, the language. He drew a breath. What do I become if I do this? Kali's red gaze held him, not king. The answer moved through him like a blade of ice. He had expected it. Still, hearing it in that form, whether by voice or silence, he could no longer tell opened a pit under his feet, because this had always been the shape of the final demand, hadn't it? Not simply expose the truth, not simply avenge Mira, not simply save the children, end the line as line, break the form that made the machine possible, and to do that he would have to imagine himself without the thing that had named him since birth. No crown, no sacred continuity, no role stable enough to stand on while the world beneath it cracked. The sixth hand began to move. Slowly, more slowly than all the others, toward the back of his head. Arin did not step back, but every instinct he possessed rose in rebellion, not because he feared pain, because he feared recognition. He was about to find out what remained of him when kingship could no longer act as shield, explanation, or inheritance. And outside the temple, while the city still slept and the palace prepared its lies and the flood roots waited and old songs sat hidden in ordinary mouths, dawn was getting closer. Kali's sixth hand hovered just behind his head. Arin's pulse thundered. Every story later told this moment wrong. They would say he was fearless, that he stood before the goddess like a warrior greeting death, that he wanted transcendence, that men of his blood were made for these encounters. No, the truth was much uglier and much better. He was afraid enough to feel childhood in his bones, afraid enough to understand exactly how much of himself was still built from title, ceremony, inheritance, and the stories other people had been telling him since before he could read. Afraid enough to know that if he let her touch him now, he might not walk back out of the temple as anyone the palace could still recognize, and perhaps that was the point. Her hand touched the back of his head, and the world split open. This is the breaking point. This is where Arin stops being a king trying to solve a hidden problem, and becomes the man who realizes the throne itself is the problem. This part delivers the six-way vision, Mira's direct presence, the secret inside the signet ring, the truth about what Kali really offers, and the moment where bloodline, crown, grief, and identity all begin to come apart. Kali's sixth hand touched the back of his head, and Arin understood why every story told afterward would fail, because no language built for ordinary sequence can hold what happened next. The world did not vanish, it fractured, not into darkness, not into one dream replacing another, but in 6 simultaneous realities, each one fully present, each one impossible, each one true in a way that truth becomes only when it is too large for the human mind to arrange politely. Arin was no longer standing in one temple, he was standing in 6, at once, and in all 6, Kali was before him, but not the same. In the first, she was vast, not merely taller, vast. A shape larger than the chamber, larger than the jungle, larger than the sky that had once seemed enough to contain weather. Her dark blue skin was no longer skin exactly but night itself given contour. Her hair was not hair but black rivers of space uncoiling through stars. Around her throat hung not skulls but extinguished ages. Red light burned where her eyes should be, and inside those red lights Arin saw cities collapsing, empires swallowed by roots, oceans drinking palaces whole. This was not Kali as temple image. This was ending itself, not cruel, not merciful, simply the certainty that all forms eventually fail. In the second, she stood on a battlefield, not the founder's battlefield, every battlefield. Mothers moved between rows of dead in the fog behind her. Widows knelt in mud, naming faces men with chronicles would never record. Broken wheels turned slowly in blood water. She walked among them with 6 hands gathering what war leaves unwanted children, teeth, bracelets, severed braids, final letters never delivered. Her red eyes were not wrath here, they were grief too old to cry. In the third, she was made of women, not literally, and yet yes. Every line of her body seemed composed from the accumulated presence of wives silenced in palaces, mothers who redirected suffering and hated themselves for it, girls taken below the foundations, nursemaids who kept songs alive under their breath, widows whose warnings had been called hysteria, queens who saw too much and died on time. 4 ministers. When she moved, bangles clinked like chains becoming testimony. In the fourth, she was emptiness, no ornament, no battlefield, no human familiarity at all, just a dark field without horizon in which every title Arin had ever worn seemed to dissolve before touching ground. Crown, son, husband, heir, ruler, each word rose like smoke, and vanished. This was the place where identity failed. The place after names, the place dynasties fear most because they cannot inherit it. In the fifth, she was Mira, not entirely, but enough that Arin forgot how to breathe, and in the sixth, the thing before him was himself, not as he stood, not as he had been, as possibility, a man with no crown, no throne behind him, no heraldry, no royal chain, no inherited language left to stand on, just a face cut open by grief and sharpened by truth. A man stripped down to witness and choice of all six visions. That one frightened him most, because annihilation by cosmic goddess is easier to imagine than life without the story that named you from birth. Arin stood in the center of all six realities and felt his mind strain like rope under floodwater. That was part of the real curse. In the women-shaped reality, voices rose around him, not one by one, layered, his mother saying, "I am buying time," Mira saying, "Old songs are maps after enough blood," an unknown queen whispering, "I told no one because I loved my son too much," a laundress muttering, "The floor remembers even when the court does not," a child's voice asking, "Am I from above or below?" Arin shut his eyes. The voices kept coming, a widow from 4 reigns ago, they said the goddess was angry. It was only men terrified of what they owed. A nursemaid, we sang it softly so the walls wouldn't learn, a girl from the lower wards, if I'm protected. Why can't I leave? His mother again, older, breaking, I chose strangers to save him, tell me that is not monarchy stripped bare. He opened his eyes because keeping them closed helped nothing. In the empty reality, every title around him continued to burn away. King, then gone, son, gone, husband, gone, avenger, gone, savior, gone, at first. He resisted, not consciously, reflexively. A human being does not surrender identity without struggle. He wanted to keep husband, wanted to keep Mira there, wanted to keep king if only because kingship had been the frame of all his duties and griefs, wanted to keep avenger because rage felt more stable than uncertainty, wanted to keep savior because if he was not coming out of this to save something, then what? Had all this pain purchased? The emptiness swallowed each title anyway. He felt naked in a way the body cannot produce. Then Mira stepped forward from the fifth reality. The others dimmed, not vanished, but thinned enough that he could see her fully for the first time since the balcony. She stood exactly as she had on the first rain night, and not. Her green dress moved as though in wind from another world. Her hair was half loose, her eyes held all the intelligence he remembered and none of the mortal fragility. She seemed made of memory given permission to speak. Arin's mouth opened, no strategy now, no careful questions, only hunger. Mira. This time she answered, yes. The word nearly destroyed him. He took one step toward her, then another. He wanted to fall at her feet, wanted to touch her face, wanted to ask every stupid human question grief manufactures and knows is useless. Are you in pain? Do you know I loved you? Did you forgive me? Were you afraid? Do you still exist anywhere a husband's hope can live? What came out instead was the truest thing. I was late. Mira smiled, and the sadness in it was gentle enough to hurt more. You were alive. I should have understood. Yes, the honesty of that landed harder than absolution. He stared at her. You should have told me. I tried. You should have said everything plainly. Her expression changed, not defensive, not guilty, something more exact. And if I had, where would you have carried it? Into which room? To which guard? To which court priest? To which record keeper loyal first to truth and not to continuity? Tell me honestly, Arin, if I had spoken everything 3 months earlier, would you have believed a wife over a kingdom? He opened his mouth, stopped, because he did know the answer. Not fully, not at once. Not enough to act correctly without more proof. He might have believed her emotionally, yes, but institutionally. He would have tried to do what kings do, contain, investigate quietly, trust old channels just enough, move too slowly, alert the machine. She saw the admission before he finished feeling it. I know, she said softly, his throat closed around grief. I failed you. Mira came closer. You trusted the world that raised you. That is not the same as failing me. Then what is it? This time she did not spare him. It is what happens when good men inherit bad structures and mistake their own decency for safety. The sentence entered him like a blade between ribs, because it was exact. He had always believed that because he hated cruelty, listened to petitioners, reduced taxes where he could, loved sincerely, and sought justice in ordinary matters, he was fundamentally unlike the kings before him. But decency inside a machine is not the same as dismantling the machine. At best, it makes the machine easier to live inside. At worst, it gives it a kinder face. He looked away. The sixth reality, the one showing himself stripped of kingship, drew nearer. Mira saw that too. That is the part you fear most, she said. Which? Becoming no one your ancestors would recognize. Arin laughed once, broken and bitter. After tonight I'm not sure I want recognition from them. No, she said, but you still want shape. He did, God, he did. Every human being wants shape, a role, a script, a known name for what must be done. Kings especially. Without shape, duty becomes abyss. Mira's eyes softened. That's why they built the crown as sacred story, she said. Not only to control the people, to control the one wearing it. If the role feels holy enough, the man inside it won't notice he's being used as a hinge. Arin stared at her. Hinge. Mira pointed not at him, but downward. The six realities shifted. Now he saw the throne room overlaid with tunnels, ledgers, rituals, records, legal fictions, lineages, priestly formulas, and flood routes. Everything converged beneath the throne itself, not beneath the palace broadly, beneath the seat. An axle. The word struck with terrible rightness. The throne was not merely symbolic center. It was mechanical center, administrative center, ritual center, narrative center. As long as a crowned heir sat there as continuation, the whole machine could reorganize around any scandal, kill a minister, replace him, burn a chamber, rebuild it elsewhere, expose one ledger, deny and reclassify, mourn a queen, absorb the grief, lose a king, produce another. The axle remained because the throne remained sacred. Arin whispered, the throne is the wound-made furniture. Mira almost smiled. Yes, he felt cold all through. Then I burn it. She shook her head immediately. No, why not? Because fire makes martyrs for the wrong things. They will say you were possessed, broken, desecrated by the temple. They will worship the ashes of what you tried to end. He clenched his jaw. Then what? You unmake the story in daylight, of course, not secret destruction, public illegibility. The throne had to be seen as theft, not tragedy. The crown as camouflage, not sanctity. The bloodline as wound, not divine continuity. Anything less and the machine would survive in memory even if its chambers cracked. The cosmic Kali watched all this without intervening. The battlefield Kali gathered the unnamed E. The women-shaped Kali listened. The empty Kali erased titles. The possible self Kali drew closer still. Mira took Arin's left hand, or seemed to. He felt pressure, warmth, impossibility. Open your ring, she said. He frowned. What? Your signet? He looked down. In all six realities, the ring on his finger had begun to glow faintly around the seam. He had worn it for years, inherited it from his mother, used it to seal grain decrees, pardons, tax reforms, military orders, condolence notices, every ordinary motion of kingship. He had never suspected. Turn the lion inward, Mira said. His hands shook. He twisted the signet face, felt resistance, then a tiny click. The ring opened, a hidden chamber no larger than a fingernail. Inside, rolled thinner than parchment, lay a strip of gold leaf. Arin stared. His pulse became a hammer. Mira's eyes shone with something between triumph and grief. I hid it there after I found the first chamber, she said. You never take it off, and nobody searches a king's hand if they still believe he belongs to them. He carefully slid the gold strip free. The script on it was microscopic, etched with a jeweler's discipline. He could not read all of it at once, but enough leapt out instantly. The founder's seal, a ministerial blood mark. 3 current names from court he had not yet suspected, and 1 sentence in the old legal sacral language translated brutally clear by context. Continuity shall be maintained through managed descent and visible succession. If the crown itself is dissolved publicly, claim authority reverts to none and all private account structures lose sacred mandate. Arin looked up so fast his neck hurt. Mira nodded. Yes, he almost couldn't process it. It says I know what it says. The crown can't just be dissolved. It can if it is seen, always this, witness, publicity, bodies and names and symbols brought into unhideable relation. He read further, another clause, smaller, buried. If a reigning descendant voluntarily renounces divine continuity before witnesses of both high and low estate, sealed obligations tied to blood sanctity become void in law, though not in consequence. Arin's mind raced. High and low estate, meaning nobles and commoners both. Public renunciation, not private abdication, not hidden retreat, not spiritual seclusion. A theatrical destruction of legitimacy itself. No wonder the ministers never let kings know. No wonder the founding priest encoded songs. No wonder Mira had risked everything to get him here. There was a lawful death hidden inside the law, an escape clause buried by the original architect in case one descendant ever chose truth. Over inheritance, Arin's whole body went cold with the size of it. Mira saw the terror. Yes, she said again, more softly now. That is why you cannot save the kingdom as king. The sentence hung between them like a blade no one could pretend not to see. He had imagined many outcomes in his grief. A purge, trials, executions, reforms, exposure followed by tightened justice, maybe even a new code and a cleansed monarchy. No. The machine could not be purified at the top because its top was the lock. To free the lower chambers, the lock itself had to be broken, which meant he looked at the sixth reality again, the kingless self, not savior on a throne, not righteous monarch presiding over reform, just a man who had ended his own line's claim. Arin whispered, "If I do this, there is no going back." Mira held his gaze. "There was no going back when I died." He flinched, not because she meant to wound him, because she was right. The old life had ended on the balcony, only habit had kept him pretending otherwise. He turned from her and looked into the empty reality where names vanished one by one. Could he do it? Could he not simply expose the minister, not simply rescue the children, not simply avenge the queen, but publicly annihilate the sacred fiction of his house? No crown for an heir, no restoration, no comforting story of temporary crisis before renewed continuity. Would the kingdom survive? Would civil war erupt? Would provinces split? Would foreign powers circle? Would nobles kill each other over the vacuum? Would people who had never seen the hidden wards curse him for breaking the frame holding their ordinary lives together? Yes, maybe, likely some of all of it, but then another question rose, darker. Would the kingdom survive if he did not? He saw the futures then, not one, many. They came fast, brutal, and complete. In one, he returned enraged, denounced the minister, executed him privately, and took tighter control. The court staggered, yes, but the axle remained. Within 10 years new ministers had rebuilt quieter chambers. The children became relocated dependents. The songs went underground again. Arin died praised as the king who overcame dark influence. The machine survived him politely. In another he exposed the lower wards but preserved the crown for stability. Nobles agreed publicly, wept eloquently, blamed deviant functionaries, and crowned his future child as symbol of renewal. The hidden blood account was renamed Reparations Administration and continued in legal disguise. In another he abdicated secretly to a cousin. The ministerial line killed the cousin's inconvenient scruples within a year and declared Arin mad beyond reason. The people forgot the details and remembered only temple contamination. In another he burned the throne room at night. The palace called it sacrilege. Priests restored the crown with greater devotional force. His memory became warning against questioning sacred continuity. In another he fled with evidence. Foreign courts used him as weapon, provinces broke, and the hidden children died in transit while rival armies fought over righteousness, future after future. Different costumes, same axle. Finally one path remained, not bloodless, not clean, not safe, but alive. Public truth through multiple classes at once. The children brought into witness, the records dispersed, the founder's monument opened, the nursery mechanism used, the funeral guild activated, the crown broken in view of both high and low. Renunciation spoken before the machine can isolate him, and the hidden legal clause made real through spectacle stronger than sacred language. This future still bled, still shook, still threatened collapse, but the axle cracked. That was the difference. Arin staggered under the visions. Mira moved closer again. "You see now?" "Yes," he said, and the word sounded like a wound. He hated it, not the truth, the necessity. He had wanted justice and kingship, Mira and continuity, truth and manageable aftermath, a way to save the innocent without detonating inherited order. There wasn't one. The women-shaped Kali spoke then, not Mira now, but all of them together, 1,000 compromised throats harmonizing into one terrible sentence. "A house built on stolen children does not deserve renovation." Arin bowed his head. "The battlefield," Kali added, voice like funeral drums under rain. "If you spare the crown, you spare the appetite." The cosmic Kali's red stare burned through him. Form's end, that is mercy. Then the sixth reality, his kingless self, finally spoke. It was his own voice, stripped of ceremony. "You are afraid no one will know what to call you after?" Arin looked at him. The other self stepped closer. "Good." The word shocked him. The possible self continued. "Let them lose the word. That is how the machine dies." Arin almost laughed through the ruin of himself. Almost. Because that was it, wasn't it? Not just ending custody chambers, ending the easy category that let power regrow. If people still had king to organize the wound around, they would find a way to feed it again, through nostalgia, through fear, through prayer, through emergency, through the desperate human need for shape. But if the king himself shattered the shape, perhaps, for one unstable historical moment, truth could move faster than replacement. Mira took his face in both hands, or memory did. Or divine witness allowed the sensation as mercy. "You came here asking why I died," she said. He nodded. "You know now." "Yes." "You came here wanting revenge." He looked away. "Yes." "Do you still?" His silence answered. Mira's expression did not harden. It deepened. "Good," she said. "Keep it. Just don't mistake revenge for architecture." That line branded itself into him. Don't mistake revenge for architecture. Kill the minister? Yes. Expose the court? Yes. But build the action around ending the structure, not satisfying the wound. Tears finally came then, not because he was weak, because there was no strategy left for grief to hide inside. I loved you, he said. Mira smiled with unbearable tenderness. I know, I should have given you a world safer than this. You should have been born outside it. He broke at that, not loudly, not theatrically, but in the quiet, devastating way a man breaks when the person he lost refuses to let him turn love into self-punishment because there is work still waiting. When he looked up again, Mira was already beginning to recede. No, he said immediately. No, stay, I can't. Then tell me everything now. I already did. No, I mean tell me what to do first. Her outline flickered like rain through lamp smoke. The statue, she said, the nursery, the dead, then the living, the same sequence, now final, the statue. He asked, the lion stands on bones, the nursery. Black sun, painted wall, gold eye, the dead. The dead travel faster than truth if you use the right hands. The living? Mira's smile then was the saddest thing he had ever seen. Make them watch. Then she was gone, not ripped away, not extinguished, gone the way a held breath goes, present, then not present, leaving ache where air should be. The six realities began collapsing inward, the cosmic form folded into the temple goddess, the battlefield dissolved into incense. The women's chorus sank in two bangles, the emptiness retreated behind his skin, the possible self stepped backward and then became only reflection. Arin was left with one final awareness before the temple returned whole. Kali had not offered him blessing, not love, not salvation, not chosen destiny. She had offered witness in full, and witness, if accepted completely, would cost him the kingdom's name for himself. Her sixth hand still held the back of his head, not pulling, not releasing yet, steady. Then the world snapped back. The sanctum returned in one violent breath, oil lamps, incense, black stone, Kali before him. Only now Arin was no longer standing as he had been. He was on one knee again, one hand braced on the floor, the other clenched so hard around the open signet ring that the edge had cut his palm. A bright line of blood ran across his hand, he barely noticed. His chest rose and fell in harsh, controlled bursts. Not panic, not exactly. The kind of breathing a man uses when he is trying to keep his body from making decisions before his mind finishes. The gold strip from the ring lay against his skin, warm from his grip. He looked at it, then at Kali, then at the temple floor. He said, the truth, because there was no point lying in here. I don't know how to be anything else, not king, else, Kali answered in the same quiet voice that had cut deeper than thunder. Then learn quickly. Arin let out one ragged breath that was almost a laugh and almost despair. That's all? Her red eyes did not leave his. No, it is simply enough. That struck him so hard he had to lower his head again, of course. The task ahead was not complicated in concept. It was merely impossible in cost. Go back, do not accuse first. Reach the statue, reach the nursery, reach the dead, reach the people, bring out the children, break the crown publicly, renounce divine continuity before both high and low, crack the axle, survive long enough for truth to leave his body and enter the kingdom. Simple enough. He rose slowly. Something in him had altered beyond any naming he yet possessed. He still grieved, still wanted the minister dead, still felt horror at the hidden children, still felt the ache of bloodline and mother and father and Mira and the founder's crime, but under all of it now was a colder, cleaner thing, decision. Not fully formed, not free of terror, but real. He looked at Kali and asked the last question a man can ask before action replaces revelation. If I do this, if I break it in daylight, do I live? Kali's answer came without softness. Partly. Arin stared. What does that mean? The goddess's bangles chimed once in the incense thick quiet, enough to finish. That was all she gave him. No promise of survival, no assurance of peace. No divine guarantee that the kingdom would thank him, or that history would tell it properly, or that justice would follow quickly, only enough to finish. It was the most honest blessing he had ever received. Her sixth hand slipped from the back of his head. For the first time since the touches began, Kali stood before him with all six arms returned to stillness. The sequence was complete: face, shoulder, chest, wrist, throat, head, grief, burden, origin, machine, language, identity. Arin understood now why the image would survive in memory longer than all the court records that would later try to tame it, because the real miracle of the temple was not that a goddess touched a king, it was that after all six touches, he stepped toward the end willingly. Kali said one final thing before the lamps dimmed. Use what he cannot imagine. Arin frowned despite himself. The minister. Yes, what can't he imagine? Her gaze moved to the broken seam of the ring in his bloody palm. A king who walks into his own funeral, and then the sanctum went dark, not fully, not with a crash, more like the temple withdrawing itself around the completed work. When the lamp steadied again, Kali was gone, no smoke shape, no fading body, no dramatic exit, just absence, and in the center of the chamber floor where she had stood remained 6 faint handprints of red light, slowly dimming one by one into black stone. Arin stood alone. He looked down at the gold strip, at the blood on his hand, at the opened ring, at the fading prints. Then he turned toward the temple doors. Outside, somewhere beyond the jungle, beyond the rain, beyond the palace walls, beyond the sleeping districts and the hidden wards and the ministers' plans and the flood routes and the women who still remembered songs, the night was moving toward dawn, and for the first time since Mira's death, Arin no longer walked as a king looking for answers. He walked as the end of a story, trying to reach daylight before the story realized it was dying. This is where revelation becomes movement. The temple is finished with him, the night is not. Now Arin has to carry what he learned through a world that still thinks he is a king, a husband, a symbol, a variable, a story it can control. This part turns the tale into a relentless night thriller. The temple tests him, he escapes into the jungle transformed, he reaches the cremation guild, Mira's hidden network starts to wake. And for the first time the truth begins moving outside palace walls. For several heartbeats after Kali vanished, Arin did not move. Not because he feared she would return, because the silence after revelation can be more disorienting than revelation itself. A moment earlier the sanctum had been full of presence, weight, witness, bells, the pressure of 6 impossible truths moving through his blood. Now there was only black stone, oil lamps, incense thinning into ghost light, and the sound of his own breathing too loud in a room that no longer seemed interested in him. That was its own kind of terror. The temple had shown him everything, then left him alone with it. No priest entered to interpret, no divine hand remained to guide the next step, no final miracle unfolded, no hidden passage opened conveniently toward justice, only absence, only choice. Arin looked down at his bloody palm. The cut from the signet ring was shallow, but the blood had dried in the creases of his hand, dark as sealing wax in the wavering lamp glow. The ring itself remained open, its hollow compartment exposed, a secret organ finally split. He closed his fingers around the gold strip and felt how light it was. So little metal, so much kingdom. He slid the strip back into the ring with hands more careful than a surgeon's, sealed it, turned the lion back into place. The gesture felt obscene now, to close the symbol again after knowing what it truly carried, but concealment was still necessary, for another few hours at least, enough to finish. Kali had said. That was not the same as safety, it was not even the same as hope. Enough to finish meant the night had become a corridor. He was already inside it, and whatever stood at the end, death, survival, ruin, history, no longer mattered more than crossing it. Arin took one step toward the sanctum doors. The lamps nearest him guttered. He stopped. The incense shifted, not with breeze, with intention. Across the black floor, the 6 faint red handprints where Kali had stood gave one final pulse of light. Then the chamber changed, not violently, almost politely. One of the side walls, which he would have sworn was solid stone moments ago, now contained 6 archways, all dark, each marked at the top with a carved symbol made visible only when the lamps bent low enough, a crown, a river, a skull, an eye, a lotus, and a void circle with nothing inside. Arin stared. The temple, apparently, was not done testing him after all. He almost laughed from exhaustion. Of course, he muttered. His own voice sounded wrong in the sanctum, now less royal, less assured, rawer somehow. The temple had taken something ornamental out of him. Good. He stepped closer to the archways. Each one breathed a different temperature. The crown smelled of smoke and metal, the river smelled cold and damp, the skull smelled of old ash, the lotus smelled sweet enough to distrust, the eye smelled of oil and dust, the void smelled of nothing at all. Mira's words returned like a hand at his shoulder. The statue, the nursery, the dead, then the living, and before that the song. When black sun kisses painted wall, press the gold eye, count them all. The gold eye, the eye. He turned toward the arch marked with the carved eye. But just before stepping through, he looked at the other 5 and felt a shiver of real dread. How many kings before him had stood here? How many had chosen the wrong door? How many had seen enough to become dangerous and then asked the temple for an exit suited to their fear instead of their task? The crown perhaps for those who still wanted legitimacy, the lotus for those seeking some softer absolution, the skull for those who preferred martyrdom, the river for those who wanted cleansing rather than consequence, the void for those too shattered to continue. The eye was for witness. Of course it was. He entered. At once the temperature dropped. The passage beyond was narrow and lower than the sanctum, forcing even Arin to angle his shoulders. Its walls were unadorned at first, then gradually filled with etched lines so fine they resembled cracks until lamplight caught them and he realized they were scripts layered over scripts, names on names on names, carved so densely into stone that the passage itself seemed built from record. He touched one briefly as he passed, a name, female, unfamiliar, then another, the dead, the hidden, the managed, the erased, the passage remembered. His steps echoed too loudly, or perhaps the corridor was amplifying them, making sure he heard the human fact of his own weight. There was no court music here, no servants, no horses, no symbols, just a man in the dark carrying enough truth to break his own house. The corridor bent sharply, then bent again, then again, too many turns to retrace, to deliberate, to be architecture of convenience. The temple was unmapping him from his way in. That made sense. Truth cannot be carried out along the same route pride used to enter. At the fourth turn he found the first chamber, a niche in the wall, shallow as a grave cut for someone upright. Inside lay 6 objects, a broken ceremonial sword, a child's copper cup, a judge's seal split in 2, a queen's anklet wrapped in red thread, a lock of graying hair tied with funeral cloth, and one empty niche. Arin stopped. He felt the message at once without fully understanding it. Offer something, not blood, not prayer. A relinquishment. He looked down at himself. He had entered the temple stripped of obvious regalia, but he still wore one thing under his robe, the royal chain around his neck, hidden against his chest, bearing the lion sigil of his house. He had almost forgotten it was there. His hand went to it automatically. The metal felt suddenly heavy. It had been placed around him the day he was named heir apparent, before his 10th year. His mother had fastened it herself. He remembered the cool weight, the official smiles, the priests murmuring about continuity, the tiny flash of pride he felt because children always hunger to become legible to the adults who control the world. Around them, he had worn it through his father's funeral, through his coronation, through his wedding, through Mira's death. To remove it felt less like undressing than amputation. Good, he thought. He drew it over his head. For a second he held it in both hands. The lion was beautifully made, teeth bared, mane detailed in gold filigree, a symbol meant to communicate strength. Now all he could see was appetite. He placed the chain into the empty niche. The effect was immediate. The wall opposite him sighed open with a sound like stone exhaling after centuries of endurance. No bells, no flame, no blessing, just passage granted. Arin bowed his head once, not to the temple, not to the chain, but to the plainness of the exchange. You leave something that belonged to the lie if you want to carry the truth further. He moved on. The passage climbed now instead of descended. Roots pierced through the ceiling in thin black ropes. Water dripped steadily. At one turn he found a section of wall polished so highly it reflected him in fractured lamplight. He stopped despite himself. The man in that reflection still looked like Arin. Same face, same dark hair, clinging damply near the temples. Same eyes, same mouth. And not the same at all. The reflection held less inheritance, more decision. No royal chain, open wound at the hand, robe muddy at the hem, face hollowed by knowledge. Something raw and newly dangerous in the stillness around him. A king might have tried to rehearse authority before leaving such a place, reset the posture. Find the old mask. Arin did not. The temple had already burned through most of what could be reset. He moved on until the passage narrowed again and ended in a final stone slab marked not with symbols but with a simple etched line. It leaves this place must be carried, not served. Arin read it twice. Then the slab lifted. Wind struck his face. Cold, wet, full of night. He stepped out expecting the temple stare. Instead he emerged behind the old cremation grounds at the jungle edge beyond the capital's eastern quarter. He laughed then once, sharply, half in admiration and half in fatigue. Of course, the temple had not returned him to royal architecture. It had placed him among the dead. The dead travel faster than truth if you use the right hands. Mira had known. He looked across the low hill. The cremation grounds glowed in the wet darkness like scattered embers in a black field. Funeral pyres were banked low at this hour. Most burned only with patient orange hearts under ash crust, waiting for dawn tenders. The monsoon air kept smoke close to the ground, so the whole field breathed in slow gray layers. Bamboo shelters creaked, prayer flags snapped faintly. Somewhere a river bell marked changing watch. Beyond the cremation grounds, the capital slept uneasily beneath storm clouds and palace shadow, and there on the hills rise above the city the palace, still lit, still whole, still ignorant of how close it now stood to being named. Arin drew his robe closer and began walking. No one stopped him at first. The cremation grounds at that hour belonged to workers, widows, dogs, embers, and the kinds of grief too practical for spectacle. A king walking there alone should have been impossible, but impossibility is often least visible in places where people have already seen too much. A pair of ash-covered boys tending a low pyre looked up. As he passed, one squinted, perhaps recognizing something in his bearing, then looked away quickly. At the main washing platform, women were rinsing ceremonial cloth in the river channel despite the hour. They glanced at him, then at one another, reading strangeness before identity. Near the central ash house, an old woman sat awake on a wooden stool, legs wrapped in wool despite the heat, a clay brazier glowing by her feet. Her back was straight, her hair, what remained of it, was white and braided tight. Her hands were thick, corded, burn-scarred from decades of handling both the dead and the fire that finishes them. Sada, he knew it before she looked up. Not from prior acquaintance, from Mira's voice. The old guild mistress, Mira, had been here, weeks ago, planning for death with the dead. Arin approached and stopped 3 paces away. Sada studied him with the flat, unblinking gaze of someone who has long since lost interest in performing deference for men made fragile by it. If she recognized him, she did not kneel. Good. You took your time, she said. Arin exhaled. She came to you, not a question. Sada reached to the brazier and nudged a coal deeper with an iron rod. She came to everyone who still remembered how kingdoms smell when they rot. The line was so Mira-like in its precision that, for one impossible second, he felt as if the queen were present in the old woman's posture. Arin looked around. No guards. No clerks, no spies obvious enough to matter. Only smoke, river damp, banked pyres, and the workers of necessary endings. He lowered his voice anyway. How much did she tell you? Enough to know she'd die if she stayed curious. The bluntness cut. Arin accepted it. She left instructions. Sada snorted once. She left layers. Women like your queen never trusted a single root. That almost broke him again. He held. I need them. Sada looked at him a long moment. No, she said. You need to tell me if you came here as king or husband. Arin answered instantly. Neither. Something changed in her face then. Not warmth, recognition. Good, she said. Those two make men useless fastest. She rose more lightly than her age should have allowed and motioned him into the ash house. Inside, the air was hot and mineral and smelled of cedar, river mud, old smoke, and the faint sweet edge of funeral oils. Shelves held wrapped clay urns waiting for collection. Hooks on the wall bore bamboo stretchers. A long low table in the center was stained by decades of washing bodies whose names no court ever fully honored. Sada lit a second lamp. Its light revealed 7 small bundles stacked under the table. Arin's whole body tightened. What are those? Not bodies, Sada said. Records. She pulled one out and unwrapped oiled cloth. Inside lay stitched scraps, wax tablets, folded petition copies, half-burned debt notices, and tiny slips of cloth embroidered with the 6-rayed black sun. Mira's network. Arin touched one embroidered scrap with almost reverent fury. She was really doing it. Sada gave him a look sharp enough to slice thought. You're only understanding that now? He closed his hand around the cloth. No, he said quietly. I'm understanding how far. Sada nodded once. That's better. She laid out the pieces as she spoke. A widow from the North Market remembers names of children taken under debt hearings no one ever followed up. A ferryman's wife kept a tally of unmarked coffin weight loads moved during flood season. A nursery laundress collected songs from before the court cleaned them. 2 body washers noticed small wrists with temple twine marks on fever victims who were supposed to be old men. Your queen put the threads together. Arin stared. How many people know? Know what? The truth. Sada shrugged. No one knows the whole truth. That is why secrets survive. But enough people know wrongness when it brushes their house. Mira understood that. She wasn't trying to educate the city. She was trying to make denial impossible. Again that precision. Not convince, not debate, not persuade the powerful. To conscience, make denial impossible. Arin pulled the ring from his finger, opened it, and placed the gold strip on the table. Sada leaned close. Her scarred hand did not tremble. Well, she said after reading the first lines, that's uglier than I hoped. He almost smiled at the brutal adequacy of it. Can you move copies? She gave him a look that bordered on insult. I move the dead every day. Of course I can move paper. Not just paper, names, messages, fast. Sada considered for perhaps 2 breaths. Then she turned and struck the iron gong hanging by the back door 3 times. Not loud, not for alarm. A pattern. Within a minute people began arriving. A ferryman broad as a gate and silent as wet rope. 2 washerwomen with red hands and unreadable faces. A boy from the pyres. An old banner mender with one eye clouded white, a midwife. A widow from the market quarter carrying a basket of funeral flowers that clearly concealed something heavier beneath. And to Arin's surprise, Laleh, Mira's handmaid, stepped in soaked from rain and looked straight at him without shock. For a moment he could not speak. She bowed her head, not low, not courtly, just once, my lord. He hated the title now, almost corrected her. Didn't waste time, you got out. Barely, Laleh said. The west corridors are watched, the lower foundation more heavily than yesterday. They've already begun moving some of the children. Arin felt the room narrow. How many? I saw 6 being taken from the dormitory hall near second watch. Flood crews waiting. Sada muttered something vicious under her breath. Arin forced himself into sequence. The statue, he said. What do we know? The banner mender spoke for the first time, voice rough as old cloth. Founder's monument in the public square had stonework repaired 12 years ago. Extra sealed cavity added under the lion BAs. No public record why. My husband was on the crew before he died. Can it be opened? Not by hand, by key or strike point. Arin repeated the song line. If the lion stands on bones, strike below and name the stones. The old woman nodded slowly. Yes, there's a hollow note under the left forepaw if you tap near the drain seam. Good. The nursery next. Laleh answered that one. Black sun mural still exists in the abandoned western nursery, painted over twice, but not well. Gold center on one petal edge, likely the release point. The ferryman finally spoke. If the river climbs at dawn, what's the route? Sada answered before Arin could. Lower flood channel opens into the east culvert, then the cremation runoff trench, then the reed banks by the Black River. That's where they'd dump anything they needed the monsoon to erase. The room went colder than the weather. Arin looked from face to face. These are not rumors. No one flinched. No, said Sada, they're habits, much worse. He realized then what Kali had meant by using what the minister could not imagine, not soldiers, not decrees, not nobles with conscience too late, not dramatic private confrontation, the invisible workers of ordinary endings, those who carry bodies, wash cloth, ferry at dawn, mend banners, hear old songs, count children because no one else bothers. The state had built itself by ignoring them. Now that ignorance could be used against it, Arin leaned over the table and spoke as plainly as he had ever spoken in his life. By dawn the palace will try to name me unstable if I return wrongly. They will flood the lower roots if they think the children might be seen. They will destroy ledgers. They will use priest language to make grief sound holy and truth sound mad. No one gasped. No one asked if he was sure. These were people accustomed to hearing the ugly version first. Good. I need the city awake before the court speaks, he said. Not all of it, enough of it, the dead first, then the children, then the records. Sada nodded slowly. Funeral bells. Yes, the ferryman added, if bells ring before dawn in 3 districts, market people wake early, barracks too. The widow with the basket said, if names are read at the pyres, families gather, names move faster than orders. The midwife said, if women hear child names tied to wardship songs, they'll talk before sunrise kitchens. Arin felt plan becoming current, not complete, but moving. Laleh laid a wet bundle on the table and unwrapped it. Inside were 3 small ledgers. From Mira's room, she said. I took them when they searched. One is her copy list, one is servant rota irregularities. The last I think is part of the children's movement schedule, but the code isn't fully broken. Arin opened the 3rd ledger. His vision narrowed. Columns, symbols, time marks, flood sigils, age notations. He understood enough. They're moving more at 4th watch. Sada spat into the ash basin. Then we don't have much night left. No, they didn't. Arin looked at each person in turn. What he was about to ask would kill some of them if the palace regained control. He knew that, they knew it too. He did not soften it with noble language. If you help me, they will come after you. Sada's laugh was like dry bark snapping in fire. Son, she said, they've been coming after us by other names for generations. At least this version has honesty. No one left, that mattered more than any oath. So Arin began assigning, not as king, as conductor of urgency. The ferryman would take 2 boys and 3 copied name lists to the river wards and dock quarter. Bells there must ring first. The widow and washerwomen would move the song lines through dawn kitchen routes and laundry yards, not as warning but as recollection. The black sun has moved. The banner mender would go to the public square before light and inspect the founder statue seam. Laleh would guide Arin into the western nursery entrance through the gardeners' route she and Mira once used. The midwife would wake 2 women who had served as wet nurses in royal quarters decades earlier. Old memory would authenticate the song when younger people doubted. Sada herself would prepare the funeral gongs and the first public reading of names. Arin paused. There's one more thing. They looked at him. If this works, I will have to break the crown publicly. Silence, not shocked silence. Assessing silence, the ferryman frowned. You mean abdicate? No, Arin held his gaze. I mean end it. Even Sada went still for a second. Then the old woman asked the only useful question. Can it be done lawfully enough that they can't just crown another and say grief spoke for you? Arin touched the ring. Yes, he said, if witnessed by high and low, if the crown is broken in view, if the claim is renounced as divine continuity, not merely past. Laleh stared at him with sudden, fierce understanding. That's why Mira needed the people, she said. Yes. Sada's eyes narrowed. And the children? Yes. And the founder's bones? If there are any, yes, she nodded once. Good. Then it won't look like a tantrum, it will look like revelation, exactly, not a broken man attacking order. Order exposing its own rot until the crown can no longer pretend to sit above it. Outside, a low rumble of thunder moved over the city, not close, not far. The ash house seemed to tighten around time. Arin looked toward the palace hill through the smoke-streaked doorway. They were already moving children, already sorting ledgers, already writing the language of his madness. So he moved faster. Before leaving, Sada caught his arm. Her grip was like a clamp. One question, she said. He turned. When this is done, if it is done, what do you think the city becomes? He almost answered with some noble fiction. Council, reform, justice, common assembly. Any of the pretty shapes desperate men reach for when collapse is close. He didn't. I don't know, he said. Sada studied his face, then, unexpectedly, nodded approval. Good, she said. Only liars know the future cleanly. He left the ash house with Laleh at his side. The rain had resumed, fine and cold, enough to silver the pyres and darkened the pathways between them. Behind him, the cremation guild was already becoming motion. Bells prepared, names sorted, messengers chosen, old songs waking in old mouths. For the first time that night, Arin felt the truth no longer trapped inside his own body. It had entered circulation. That changed everything. Not enough yet, but enough to start frightening the right people. As he and Laleh crossed the lower path toward the city edge, she spoke without looking at him. She loved you very much. He swallowed. I know. She also thought you were terribly slow whenever you trusted institutions. Despite everything, a short, wrecked laugh escaped him. That sounds like her. Laleh's mouth twitched. She said once that you would either save the kingdom or finally understand it. She was worried those might not be the same. That too sounded like Mira. Then her face hardened. We go together until the first chamber. If it's crowded, I split left to the servant route. You take the records if there are records. I take the children if there are children. Alone? There won't be time to discuss dignity underground. He nodded once. Together they descended. The stair was narrow enough to for single file and steep enough that the walls brushed their shoulders. Moisture slicked the stone. Old lamp niches marked the turns, but most were dead. The few still burning proved recent use. At the bottom, the architecture changed. Above, the palace used symmetry to flatter power. Below, everything was functional. Low ceilings, drain channels, iron-reinforced doors, storage recesses, hook points, grills, observation slits, heavy hinges built not for privacy but control, and everywhere the same lion design form. This was a system meant to look orderly to the people running it. Nothing chaotic, nothing theatrical, no occult nonsense, no sacrificial red drapery, no ecstatic cultic spectacle that almost made it worse. The horror here wore the face of procedure. Arin and Laleh stopped at the first bend, voices close. A man muttering, "No," the flood crew said, "Fourth watch, not now." Another replied, "The order changed." A child coughed. Laleh touched Arin's wrist and pointed to a narrow service gap between wall and storage crates. He squeezed through. From there he could see into the first lower chamber. And his whole body went rigid. Children. Not rows sleeping as Mira had seen months ago. Movement. A transfer in progress. 3 guards, 1 clerk, 2 attendants, 1 physician's assistant with a satchel, and 12 children in various states of waking terror, lined near the far wall while their bedding was stripped from cots. Some were barefoot, some clutching blankets. One little boy still blinking with the thick confusion of drugged sleep. A girl of about 10 standing very straight with her arm around 2 younger children as if she had long ago appointed herself the nearest thing to order they were allowed. No one was screaming. That was somehow worse. Children scream when they still expect someone to answer. These had been trained by hidden life to read adult urgency the way soldiers read weather. Arin felt fury hit him so hard it almost blinded him. Lala's hand tightened once on his sleeve. Wait. One guard approached the children with lengths of cloth, not ropes, cloth. Again the machine's aesthetic of gentleness over coercion. Hands forward, he said tiredly. It's only for the walk. The older girl asked, where? He ignored her. One younger child began to cry in thin, panicked hiccups. An attendant crouched and spoke in a false, soothing tone. Only another room, quiet now. Arin knew then that if he waited much longer, those 12 would vanish into flood routes before the first bell rang in the city. Not acceptable. he glanced at Laleh. She had already shifted her lamp to her left hand and drawn a narrow blade from her boot, not a fighter's weapon, a practical one, kitchen steel, fast and personal. He looked around the chamber, to the right, shelving, to the left, a records alcove half open, behind the clerk, a rack of tablets and rolled ledgers, near the back, one iron gate standing ajar leading deeper. That would be the flood route or the transfer passage. He had one advantage only, they did not expect him here, not like this, not through the nursery wall, not before dawn. Sometimes surprise is the only crown left. He moved, fast, not roaring, not announcing, no grand entry. He came through the service gap, crossed the distance in 3 strides, and drove the nearest guard's shoulder first into the record shelf so hard the wood cracked and ledgers exploded onto the floor. The room froze for 1 perfect second, then chaos. The second guard reached for a short sword. Laleh's lamp hit his face first, bursting oil and flame across his cheek. He screamed and stumbled backward. The clerk dropped everything and ran toward the gate. Arin caught him by the collar and threw him down hard enough that the back of his head struck stone with a dull, sick sound. The physician's assistant fumbled in his satchel for something needle, powder, sedative. Arin did not wait to learn what. He seized the satchel and slammed it into the man's throat. The assistant folded, choking to the floor. The third guard was better. He drew cleanly and came straight for Arin's middle with the speed of someone trained. 2 killing corridors. Arin had no sword, no royal guard, no armor, no ceremony to protect him. Good. He grabbed a cot frame, flipped it sideways into the attack, felt metal shudder under the blade's impact, then drove the broken frame leg into the guard's knee. Bone gave with a crack. The man went down cursing, sword skidding into the drain channel. Behind him the children had finally started screaming, not all, the younger ones. The older girl still hadn't moved. She was staring at Arin as if trying to decide whether this was rescue or merely a different flavor of managed terror. Arin turned to them, breath ragged. Come here. No one moved. Of course, he looked like a mad intruder in a forbidden place, and every authority they'd ever seen had lied. Gently first. Laleh solved it. She knelt in front of the children, blood on her sleeve, rainwater in her hair, voice low and quick. Listen to me. If you stay, they take you to the water. If you move now, you move with us. Choose fast. That they understood. The older girl nodded once, then began physically pulling the smallest children toward Laleh. Good, smart, alive. Arin turned to the records alcove. This was the part Mira would have done first. This was the part kings always forget under adrenaline. Proof. He entered the alcove and found shelves thick with ledgers, intake rosters, bloodline tablets, movement logs, and sealed metal cases labeled with dry notations so obscene in their banality he nearly ripped them apart on sight. Juvenile transfer index, maternal branch retention, flood season variants, corrective custodial review. He snatched what he could carry, not randomly, fast, but not blindly, originals if possible, anything with seals, anything with current dates, anything linking palace officers to active movement, anything impossible to write off as old ritual debris. A metal case resisted. He smashed the hinge against the wall. Inside, thin slate etched with names and ages, some crossed through, some marked with circles, some with stars. At the bottom, a folded sheet carrying the chief minister's continuation seal over this very month's transfer cycle. Arin felt his vision sharpen into ice. This alone could damn half the palace. He shoved the slates into a cloth sack taken from the clerk's table. Laleh called out sharply. Arin. A child's name? No warning. He turned. 2 more guards had appeared at the far gate and were rushing in. So the alarm had traveled. One had a bow, in a corridor, unpleasant. Arin grabbed the fallen sword from the drain channel just as the archer loosed. The arrow struck the wall where his throat had been a blink earlier, shattering old plaster. He moved toward them instead of away. The archer needed distance. Corridors punish distance. Laleh shoved the children toward the service gap and the older girl took over brilliantly, herding the little ones low and fast while another boy older, perhaps 12, grabbed a dropped lamp and hurled it into the far gate. Fire bloomed across the threshold, not enough to stop. Trained men, enough to disrupt order. Good children. Arin thought with a rage that was almost reverence. The first new guard swung. Arin parried badly. He was not at his best with short blades in narrow interiors, but surprise and ferocity carried him. He jammed the hilt into the guard's face, felt teeth go, then kicked him backward into the burning oil. The archer tried to draw again. Arin threw the clerk's stool. Not elegant. Effective. It struck the man's forearm and sent the second arrow skidding wild into the ceiling. Then Laleh shouted the worst possible thing. There are more below. Arin looked past the gate. She was right. Movement deeper in the corridors. Torchlight, voices. This chamber could not be held, not by 2 adults and a handful of children. he made the decision immediately, take them up. What about the rest? She yelled back. There it was, the impossible arithmetic, more below, always more below. He almost choked on the answer. We come back with witnesses, he said. Not enough, never enough. But if he died here with one chamber saved and no proof dispersed, the rest would drown unseen. Laleh understood, hated it, did it. She began forcing children through the service gap toward the stair. Arin backed after them, sword up, buying seconds. The older girl stopped at the gap and looked back at him. What about Ela? She said. He froze. Ela who? My sister, other room, they took her first. Arin felt the whole hidden kingdom in that one sentence, not a statistic. A split pair of sisters in the machinery of continuity. He looked past the flames, past the oncoming torches, into deeper corridors full of rooms he could not clear now. I'm coming back, he said. The girl's face did not soften. Children in captivity learn quickly that promises are currency adults spend cheaply, but she nodded. Once anyway, and disappeared upward. Arin retreated through the gap and slammed the maintenance panel shut behind him just as pounding hit the chamber side. For 1 second they all stood in the stair, dark, children packed against cold walls, gasping, crying, shaking. Then a little voice from the middle said the most unbearable thing. Are we dead? Arin crouched instantly, though he did not know who had asked. No, he said, not tonight. That answer he could give honestly. Laleh took the lead upward. The older girl remained at the rear beside him as if appointing herself second guardian without invitation. What's your name? He whispered while they climbed. Rin. He almost stumbled. Rin, a cruel echo of his own. And your sister? Ela, how old? 7, he nodded, stored it, would not lose it. They reached the mural chamber just as pounding began at the hidden door below. Laleh pushed children into the nursery gallery. Moonlight, dust, rain smell, painted walls. It must have looked to them like another dream assembled by jailers. Some froze. One little boy touched a painted elephant and started sobbing harder. Another child stared up at the cracked skylight as if sky itself were too large to trust. Arin shut the mechanism behind them. The wall clicked closed. For now, they moved fast through the old nursery corridors, children in a ragged line, Laleh whispering instructions, Arin carrying the sack of ledgers in one hand and the short sword in the other. As they crossed the herb terrace, bells began to ring, faint at first, far off, then another, Arin stopped dead for half a heartbeat. The city, Sada, had begun, funeral bells before dawn. The sound rolled over wet roofs and market lanes and dock alleys like a rumor too large to keep sleeping. The children heard it too. One of the younger girls whispered, "What is that?" Rin answered before Arin could. Outside. That single word nearly undid him. Outside. 2 children kept below for years. Bells over a city in rain would sound like the sky itself announcing a category they had never been allowed to belong to. They moved through the gardener's gate and down Tee Herb path toward the cremation grounds. Halfway there, palace whistles shrilled behind them. They had discovered the breach. Lanterns flashed in the western windows. Voices shouted. A dog barked. Somewhere a guard yelled for the East Culvert watch. Too late, Arin thought. Not fully, but too late for clean containment now. By the time they reached Sada's ash house, the grounds were alive, not in panic, in activation. Funeral bells rang from 3 districts exactly as planned. Workers moved with baskets, cloth bundles, and carts that looked ordinary unless you knew what ordinary labor can conceal. Names were being read aloud at the first pyre line by a voice cracked with age and authority. Women repeated them, then men, then children, one name becoming many mouths. Arin understood the strategy instantly. The city was being given grief before explanation. Once grief wakes, official language arrives too late. Sada saw the rescued children and her face changed. Not surprise. Confirmation. Good, she said. Now it's real. Arin almost snapped at the brutality, then realized she was right. Records matter, symbols matter, but living children dragged out of hidden chambers before dawn? That tears a hole in denial no council can stitch neatly. Sada called for blankets, water, and food without ceremony. The workers moved around the children with an efficiency more maternal than royal care ever managed. No one cooed, no one made dramatic pity. They wrapped bodies, checked feet, offered cups, counted heads. Arin noticed that too. The poor count survival instinctively, because no one else will do it for them. Laleh knelt beside Rin. We go again, she said quietly. Rin looked at her with flat, impossible eyes. For Ela? For Ela, Arin set down the sack of ledgers. His body was beginning to feel what the night had cost. Hands shaking, shoulder bruised, breath too fast. The delayed tremor after violence. No time. He opened the sack and laid out the most damning pieces. Current transfer slate. Ministerial seal, age records, movement chart, bloodline columns, a half-burned copy list from Mira, one tablet marked with the founder line's retained branch notation. Sada leaned over them. So did the ferryman, the widow, the one-eyed banner mender. Can copies be made? Arin asked. The widow nodded. I have 2 scribes waiting by the market shrine. Not enough. Then summary strips, names and seals first, details after. Good. Arin pointed to the current transfer slate. This goes to the barracks quarter and the square, not hidden. Read if challenged. He pointed to Mira's copied notes. These 2 the women's routes. He held up the ministerial seal record. This one does not leave my hand, because it was not merely proof of horror. It was proof of present intentionality. Then he looked at Sada. The statue next. The banner mender answered. I've already sent 2 boys to test the base seam. If it opens, the square wakes with the market bells. Everything was moving now, layer after layer. Perfect. No, but alive, and still Ila, the rest below. Flood routes, more children, are interned to Lale. We go back. Sada cut in sharply. No, not through the same route. He looked at her. There are more down there. Yes, and now there are more guards too. She jabbed a scarred finger toward the palace hill. You go back the second path or you die proving sincerity to nobody. Second path? The flood route access. The ferryman spoke now. East culvert comes up beneath the old wash channels. If they're moving children toward water, that's where the lines meet. Arin understood at once. The machine's own transfer route, of course. You stop the flooding by entering the drain. Mira's sequence pulsed in him again. The statue, the nursery, the dead, then the living. They were between dead and living now, with the living still in the water path. He looked at the rescued children, some already half asleep from sheer exhaustion under blankets, one little boy refusing to let go of his cup. Rin still awake, watching every face, every movement, learning this new world through suspicion, Arin crouched in front of her. I'm going for Ila. She studied him, then asked, Are you from above? He almost answered reflexively, Yes, the palace, the king, the upper house. Instead he said the only honest thing, I was. She kept staring, then after a moment nodded. That answer, strange as it was, had done more than any title would have. Arin stood. Rain beat harder now on the ash house roof. The bells kept ringing. The city was waking around grief and names. The palace was waking around breach and fear. 2 tides, soon they would meet. He took the ministerial tablet, Mira's notes, and the short sword, then looked once more toward the palace hill. He could almost feel the chief minister somewhere up there, beginning to understand that the night had escaped its intended script. Good, let him feel it. Arin turned toward the east path with Lale, the ferryman, and one of Sada's ash boys carrying a shuttered lamp. Behind them, the first living proof of the hidden kingdom sat, wrapped in funeral blankets among the dead. Ahead, beneath the city, the flood route waited, and somewhere below the palace, 7-year-old Dila was still moving through the dark toward water because a centuries-old machine had not yet learned that one king was done being carried by it. They disappeared into the rain, and the bells went on naming the dead. This is the underbelly of the kingdom in motion. Water, drains, hidden transport, children moved like contraband, proof thickening into something the city can no longer politely misunderstand, and are in descending not just beneath the palace now, but beneath its emergency escape routes, the place a dynasty uses when it thinks dawn is about to catch it lying. The east culvert did not look like part of a kingdom. That was exactly why it mattered. No carved lions, no polished stone, no priestly lamps, no royal seals, nothing that could be sung about by men who mistake visibility for importance. It was a drainage mouth cut low into black masonry where the outer city bled stormwater into the river channels below the palace hill. In daylight people passed it without thought. Children dared each other to throw pebbles into it. Washerwomen cursed it when monsoon runoff backed foul water into the lanes. Laborers knew the smell of it and the diseases that climbed through it in bad years. It was infrastructure, which meant in this kingdom it was also a hiding place. Arin, Laleh, the ferryman, and the ash boy reached it by way of a narrow service lane behind the old dye market where blue runoff stained the stone permanently and stray dogs fed on butcher sweepings. The bells still rang through the city now, no longer isolated but spreading. He could hear different metals answering one another. 3 districts, perhaps for now. Farther off, voices too, not panic yet, stirring, doors opening, questions beginning. Good, let the city wake crooked, that was better than waking lied to. The culvert mouth itself was half hidden by red mats and a broken cart axle deliberately leaned there to make it look disused. The ferryman kicked the axle aside and pulled up one of the mats. Cold, black air breathed out, under it all, the sound of moving water, not river proper, confined water, pressured. Carrying stone echo with it, the ash boy lifted the shuttered lamp. Its narrow slit of light fell across iron rungs slick with algae and old runoff. This way, the ferryman murmured. Arin looked back once. The palace loomed above the city like certainty, still pretending it was enough. Windows lit, tower shadows stretched long. Through rain, no visible chaos from this distance, no smoke. No alarm horns yet broad enough to announce catastrophe. That would change. He turned away and descended. The iron rungs were wet and bitter cold under his palms. The smell grew thicker with each step. Stormwater, slime, rust, old ash, something medicinal beneath that, and an uglier note underneath all of it, human passage through. Places not meant for being seen. At the bottom, the culvert opened into a narrow vaulted channel where black water ran calf-deep through the center groove. Side ledges of stone, barely wider than a man's foot, lined either edge. Laleh muttered. Mira was right. Arin glanced at her. About what? That palaces always have two maps, the one nobles admire and the one filth uses. The ferryman gave a short grunt that might have been agreement. They moved quickly but not recklessly. The culvert twisted under the eastern retaining walls of the city, then forked beneath the lower palace slope. One branch took runoff outward to the Black River, another, narrower and fitted with iron guide rails at ankle height. Angled inward, transport line, not visible from above. Not acknowledged below. Arin crouched and touched the rails, smooth with use. Recent use. The ash boy lowered the lamp toward the water and revealed what Arin had half expected and still hated to confirm. Small scrape marks in the algae on the ledges, irregular, recent, some at child height where hands had braced. Children moved this way, in the dark, toward the water. He felt rage rise, but now rage was no longer fire only, it had structure, direction. That was worse for anyone standing in its path. The ferryman led them inward. At the first turn they found a side platform cut into the wall with iron hooks and stacked oilskin bundles. The ferryman slit one open with his work knife. Inside were children's blankets, dry, numbered. Arin shut his eyes for half a second, not improvised. Disposal, routine contingency. Everything the kingdom did long enough became tidy. Laleh found a tablet tucked into a crack in the wall and wiped slime from it. Flood transfer sequence, Lower East route, group count, 6 received, second transfer pending, cistern hold clearance awaiting ministerial concurrence. Arin took the tablet, ministerial concurrence. Even here, in the drains, his will as king meant nothing. The minister's countersign moved the hidden body of the palace. He tucked the tablet into his robe. The culvert narrowed again until they had to move single file, one hand on the wall, one on the ledge. Water hissed below. Rats skittered ahead of the lamp, eyes flashing briefly, then voices, muted by stone, ahead and below. A child crying, an adult hushing too sharply. The ferryman killed the lamp instantly. Darkness swallowed them whole. Arin waited, breathing through his nose, listening. There, metal on stone, not armor, a wheeled stretcher or small transport frame, cloth dragging, a little cough, a woman's voice saying, "Keep them close, we hold until the upper gate opens, hold, so." The children were being staged, not yet dumped, good, horrifying but good. Alive meant interceptible. The ferryman leaned close enough that Arin felt his beard brush his ear. Lower chamber ahead, he whispered. 3 entries, main walk, sluice ladder, service shelf. Arin thought fast. How many can you move quietly if we break them? Depends how panicked they are, depends how many guards, Laleh added. The ash boy, barely old enough to shave, whispered. If I open the emergency water latch, they'll think the storm backed pressure. Arin turned toward the darkness where the boy's face must be. Can you? A pause. Then, yes. He almost asked how a cremation runner knew palace drainage mechanics, then remembered himself. Because people who dispose of the dead always learn where palaces hide their water. Do it only when I say, Arin whispered. They separated. The ferryman disappeared along the service shelf like something built from river shadow. Laleh slid toward the main walk, knife in hand. The ash boy found the latch channel. Arin took the sluice ladder down. The ladder opened above a low chamber built partly into the culvert wall and partly under the palace foundation. Its ceiling was so low he had to crouch. Black water ran through channels on either side, converging toward a grated gate that could be raised to release a heavier current. The holding room, 8 children, not 6. 8, 3 very young. 2 around Dela's age if Rin had guessed right, 2 older boys, and 1 adolescent girl with a bruise across her throat standing in front of the little ones as if that posture alone could bargain with adults. 3 attendants, 1 guard, and another man in clerk's livery with a ledger case chained to his wrist. That chain made Arin's blood run cold. Anything chained to a clerk in a flood room mattered. He scanned faces, then saw her, Ela. He knew it at once because she had Rin's eyes, same dark level stare, same impossible stillness for a child, only younger, smaller, barefoot, one sleeve torn, mouth set tight enough to disappear. She was holding the hand of a smaller boy who shook so hard his knees clicked. Arin felt something fierce and precise lock into place inside him. No speeches, no hesitation, no kingly warning. He dropped from the ladder. The impact splashed water and snapped every head toward him at once. The guard reached for his blade, too slow. Arin was already moving. The short sword came up under the man's arm before the blade cleared its sheath, and not deep enough to kill immediately but deep enough to disable and drown him in pain. The guard screamed, crashed into the side channel, and went down half in the water, thrashing. One attendant bolted for the great lever. Laleh appeared from the sidewalk and caught her across the temple with the butt of her knife. The woman dropped. The second attendant grabbed a child as shield. That instant showed Arin the whole moral architecture of the place. Not warriors, not zealots, just functionaries who had lived too long inside procedures and would weaponize the nearest small body to preserve themselves. "Stay back," the attendant shouted, pressing the child hard enough that he whimpered. Arin froze only long enough to see the angle. The ferryman emerged behind her without a sound and clamped one hand over her mouth while the other twisted the wrist holding the child. A crack, a muffled shriek, the child dropped free. Laleh yanked him back. The clerk was the problem now. He had not run, had not screamed. He was already working the chain case open with bloodless fingers, destroying or dumping, Arin thought. He lunged. The clerk backed toward the grated outflow with surprising speed, got the case open, pulled out oil-wrapped packets, not paper alone, metal slips too. Arin shouted, "No." The clerk smiled, actually smiled, and threw the first packet into the water. Arin hit him a heartbeat later, both of them slamming into the grate hard enough to rattle the bolts. The second packet slipped from the clerk's hand into the channel. Arin caught it with his bleeding palm at the last second, fingers crushing oilskin and water together. The clerk drove an elbow into Arin's throat. Arin answered with his forehead into the clerk's nose. Bone gave. Blood everywhere. They went down in the black water together. It was freezing, shallow enough not to drown fast, deep enough to ruin footing. The clerk clawed for the great lever. Arin saw the move and understood. Open the outflow, flush everything. He trapped the man's wrist, slammed it against the iron, once, twice, 3 times, until the fingers let go. Then he looked up and saw the ash boy above at the latch, white-faced in the lamp's lit. "Now!" Arin roared. The boy pulled the emergency pressure bar. Somewhere in the upper channels, water gates shifted. The chamber shuddered. A sudden surge hammered through the side runnels, not enough to flood the room but enough to make everyone stumble and enough to sound like storm failure rather than attack. "Perfect!" Shouts erupted farther up the passage. "Pressure breach. Check the east line. Close the inner gate." Confusion, Arin used it. He punched the clerk once in the throat, once in the mouth, tore the chain case free, and shoved him face first into the wall. Laleh already had the children moving, crouched low, urgent and efficient. No running, hold each other, eyes on me. Ela had not moved yet. She was staring at Arin, not in gratitude, assessment. Rin's sister indeed. "What's your name?" he asked her, absurdly, in the middle of this hell. "Ela, I'm taking you to Rin." That got her. Her face changed, not softened, but cracked open around hope, so sudden it almost looked like pain. "Rin?" "Yes, alive," he almost added. Didn't waste the breath. The yes did enough. She grabbed the smaller boy's hand tighter and moved. "Good." The adolescent girl with the bruised throat looked at Arin and asked, "What about the others?" The question hit like a blade because it meant she knew there were more chambers too. Which others? She pointed toward a dark iron door beyond the great chamber. Holding lock, 3 little ones, one sick. Arin turned. The door was bolted from outside. The machine, even in panic, had layered its cruelties. He threw the clerk's chain case to the ferryman. "Get them up. What about you?" Laleh snapped. Arin was already at the lock. "Go." There was no time for agreement. The ferryman herded the first group toward the shelf path, Laleh, Katila and the others, and drove them after him. The ash boy relit the shuttered lamp and followed, looking back once with eyes too old for his face. Arin jammed the short sword into the bolt seam and heaved. Nothing. The iron screamed but held. Voices were getting closer above. More boots, more confusion. The false flood alarm would only by moments. He looked around wildly. Found the fallen guard's key ring in the water, snatched it. Tried one key, no second, no third click. He tore the bolt open. Inside the holding lock was barely a room, more a box. 3 children huddled together under a filthy blanket, one maybe 4, one maybe 6, and one older child boy. Girl? Impossible to tell at first, burning with fever, eyes glassed with illness, lips cracked. Arin's rage turned momentarily into something colder. This was what the machine called preservation. He crouched. Can you walk? The older child nodded weakly, lied. Of course. The little one asked, Are you another room? The question stunned him, not because of innocence, because of how captivity had shaped metaphor. For them adults weren't rescuers or jailers. They were rooms, new arrangements of control. No, Arin said, I'm the door. He lifted the fevered child and felt heat blazing through filthy cloth, too hot, too light. He took one little one in his free hand, shoved the third gently ahead of him, and moved. Behind him, the clerk he'd left in the water made a wet choking noise and spat blood through broken teeth. You can't clear them all, he rasped. Arin turned just enough to look at him. No, he said, but you're going to help name them. Then he kicked the man's jaw sideways into unconsciousness. He got the children to the shelf path just as two palace guards appeared at the far end with lanterns and spears. This time there was no subtlety left. One saw the children and shouted, the other leveled his spear. The ferryman, halfway up the slope with the first group, hurled the chained ledger case back down into the guard's face. It struck with a crack loud enough to echo. The lantern fell. Light spun wildly over black water. Arin shoved the children behind the wall buttress and met the spear with the short sword. Bad angle, close quarters. Wet footing, he nearly lost the blade in the first impact. The second guard came in from the left with a cudgel instead of steel, smart in tunnels, cheap to kill with. Arin ducked late. Pain burst white across his shoulder as the cudgel clipped bone. He hit the wall, caught himself, and saw the spear point already turning back toward him. Then Ela moved, 7 years old, barefoot, dragged through hidden custody toward floodwater. She picked up the fallen lantern by its handle and swung it full into the spear guard's knee. Flame splashed. The guard screamed, lost balance. Arin drove forward and buried the short sword under the ribs. The second guard stared at the child who had just ruined his partner's leg long enough to die for it. The ferryman came down the shelf like a landslide and threw him bodily into the runnel. The guard vanished under black pressure and did not come back up where they could see. For 1/2 second everyone froze, then Arin grabbed Dela's shoulders. Move. She moved. They fled the flood route in a ragged column of wet children, bloodied adults, stolen records, and one impossible piece of the kingdom now fully in revolt against itself. As they climbed the shelf passage, the bells above grew louder. Not just funeral bells now, voices, a distant roar. The city was no longer merely waking, it was gathering. By the time they reached the culvert exit, rain was hammering the lane and dawn had begun the faintest graying behind the storm clouds. Not sunrise yet, but the world had entered that dangerous hour when secrecy loses its natural shelter. Sada's network had done more than spread names. The market quarter was lit, people were in the streets. Women clustered under awnings with shawls over their heads. Dock workers moved in groups instead of singly, and above it all, from the direction of the public square, came a different sound entirely. Stone being struck, Arin stopped in the lane, children pressing around him, breath ragged, the banner menders' boys, the founders' statue. Laleh appeared at his side, soaked and blood-marked and incandescent with fatigue. It started, she said. He looked toward the square, another crack of stone, then shouts, then a sound he had never heard in his capital before, collective disgust becoming public. That sound is hard to mistake once you hear it. It's not riot, not grief alone, not outrage in individual throats. It is the exact moment a crowd begins realizing that something it has revered was built to insult them. The ferryman pushed the remaining children toward the ash house runners waiting in the lane. Go. Blankets, hands, carts, movement. The city's low people were doing what states can never do quickly enough. Absorbing vulnerable bodies into ordinary labor patterns until rescue looks like routine. Ela stopped once in the lane and looked back at Arin. Rin. She said, at the ash house, he answered. That was enough. She ran. He leaned one hand against the culvert wall for a heartbeat too long. His shoulder throbbed, his throat burned, his ribs hurt where the clerk had driven bone into him. His palm was split open again around the short sword grip. His body was beginning to collect the night in punishments. No time. The ferryman handed him the chained ledger case. You'll want to see this before the square. Arin snapped the chain with the fallen guard's key and opened the case. Inside were waterproof folios, not many but crucial, current movement authority, flood route logs, a list of special line children marked for immediate contingency transfer, and one folded order carrying not only the chief minister's seal, but a countersign he had hoped not to see, General Sarat. So, the army was not merely compromised around the edges. The Eastern Command had signed movement support that changed the balance again, made open confrontation at the palace even riskier, and made public proof even more urgent. At the bottom of the case lay something worse, a small ribbon-bound packet of condolence drafts. He opened one, In the elegant hand of the court scribes was written, "To the people of the capital, it is with grief beyond language that we inform you His Majesty, long burdened by the loss of his beloved queen and lately afflicted by unsanctioned exposure to the dark temple, has suffered a rupture of mind." Arin stopped reading. They had already prepared his madness notice, not if, when the page trembled in his hand, not from fear but from murderous clarity. Laleh read over his shoulder and went pale. They were going to announce it at dawn. Yes, he folded the page once, very carefully, then slid it into his robe beside the ministerial transfer orders. Let the man explain that in daylight. From the square came another roar, louder now, then bells changing cadence, market bells, not funeral. The banner menders' boys had done it, or the crowd had. Either way, the founder's monument was beginning to speak. Arin straightened. Temple truth, culvert truth, children rescued, records seized, the city waking, the statue cracking. Now came the next threshold, not below, above, into public. He looked at Laleh, the square first, and then he thought of Mira, of Kali, of the gold strip in the ring, of high and low witness, of the crown waiting on the throne as if history still belonged to it. Then the throne. Rain ran down his face and mixed with blood from somewhere near his hairline he had not noticed opening. Laleh stared at him for a moment, then gave the smallest, fiercest nod. They left the culvert lane and ran toward the sound of stone breaking. Behind them, the hidden children vanished into the city's ordinary arms. Ahead, the founder's lie was cracking in public, and above it all, the palace still stood lit against the storm, a machine of continuity not yet understanding that the flood had already entered from below. This is the moment the kingdom's hidden truth becomes collective witness. By the time Arin reached the public square, dawn had not broken but the city had. That was the first thing he understood, not from sight alone, from pressure. Cities have a way of waking that usually follows order. Bakers first, then porters, then market women, shrine sweepers, stable hands, apprentice boys, dock crews, old men with prayer beads, clerks who hate mornings, fishmongers whose lungs belong to the river, and only later the polished world of officials, silk, rank, and deliberate movement. But this morning the capital had risen wrong. Funeral bells had dragged grief upward before rank could dress itself. Names had been spoken in the dark before the palace wrote its first lie in ink. Widows had shaken neighbors awake. Market lanes had filled before sunrise. Mourning workers had carried not bodies but questions. And now the square below the founder's monument was swollen with the kind of crowd power fears most. Not one gathered by invitation, not one herded for spectacle, not one drunk on entertainment or bread, but one that had arrived because something hidden had forced its way into the open, and no one wanted to be absent when the world changed shape. Rain thinned to silver mist over stone. Lanterns still burned though morning pressed faintly at the cloud banks in the east. The wet cobbles reflected the founder king's monument in broken pieces. The bronze figure of Varadesh stood high over the square as he had stood over generations, sword raised, lion underfoot, shield at his side, jaw set in that eternal expression of public certainty sculptors love because it flatters power and simplifies murder. But today the square no longer looked at the face, it looked at the base. Arin and Laleh reached the outer crush of bodies and stopped only because there was no choice. The crowd was so dense that movement came not by walking but by persuasion. Shoulder, hand, breath, murmured excuse, old instinct for urgency. People turned half in annoyance, then fully in alarm as they recognized some part of Arin beneath. The soaked robe, the blood on his sleeve, the stripped austerity of his face. Not all knew him instantly. Good. At this distance anonymity was still an ally, but word moved anyway, not loudly. In little shocks. The king, that's him. No, it is God's. Look at his hand, he's bleeding. Where has he? And then even those whispers drowned in the sound coming from the plinth. Not roaring, not riot, not yet. The worst sound, the staggered, disbelieving, involuntary noise human beings make when reality becomes morally offensive in public. Gasps, sharp breaths, someone laughing once from pure shock, a woman sobbing without rhythm, a man saying no, no, no as if repetition might force the world to close again. The strange hush that rolls through crowds when every person present knows that everyone else has seen it too, because inside the founder's monument there were bones, small ones, not arranged like relics, not sanctified, not properly buried, not even hidden with artistry, stored. That was the obscenity that struck hardest. Stored. The stone lip beneath the lion's left forepaw had been broken inward, just as the song implied. The hollow cavity behind it yawned black and wet under lantern light, and within that cavity lay bundles wrapped in oilskin, old cloth, rotted reed matting, clay tubes, bronze identification tags, and between them bones, child bones. Tiny rib cages, thin forearms, skulls with teeth not fully grown in, more than one. many, enough that the eye stopped counting and moved instead toward category, accumulation. The founder's monument had been standing over the city on hidden children. Arin stopped in the crowd and for one suspended second could not move at all. He had expected proof. He had known there would be records, perhaps remains, perhaps the residue of old concealment, but expectation is a civilized cousin to encounter. His body. The crowd had encountered it. Now the city could not unknow it. A woman near the front had fallen to her knees and was screaming a child's name over and over. No one touched her because everyone feared, perhaps rightly, that if they touched one grieving person just then, the whole square would break into one giant animal of rage and mourning. An old man in temple white knelt beside the open cavity with both hands over his face. He was whispering what sounded like prayer until Arin got closer and realized he was reciting family names, testing them against memory, searching years backward for a missing girl who had vanished under royal guardianship when he himself was too young to challenge anyone. Two market boys stood white and shaking with hammers still in their hands. The banner menders' boys. They had done what they were told, tested the seam, struck below the lion, and now looked half sick with the size of what obedience had uncovered. The one-eyed banner mender herself was there too, standing like a nailed post in the rain, one hand on the shoulder of the younger boy to keep him from collapsing or bolting. When she saw Arin, she did not bow. She shouted over the noise. The hollow opened all the way, as if he hadn't eyes. Good. No wasted reverence. Arin forced himself forward. People moved now because recognition was spreading faster, some from loyalty, some from fear, some because the sight of a king approaching a wound in public still triggers ancient reflexes. Laleh stayed at his side like a blade in human form. When Arin reached the inner ring of witnesses, he saw not only bones but tablets, stone, slips, bronze plates, wax-sealed oil packets, evidence, not relic, not rumor, administrative remains. He crouched before the plinth cavity and reached inside. The first object his hand touched was a bronze tag pierced for stringing. He brought it into the lantern light. A name, a date, a maternal branch symbol, a notation in old court shorthand, transferred to lower keeping under ancestral provision, transferred. The word nearly made him crush the tag in his fist. A butcher beside him leaned in and read enough to understand the shape if not the code. What does that mean? He demanded. Arin looked up at him. The whole square seemed to lean inward with that one question. What does that mean? There it was. The throat lesson returned. The decisive moment language either frees truth or helps bury it again. Arin answered in the plainest voice he had ever used in public. It means they took children and hid them under the kingdom. Not retained, not warded, not preserved. Took, children, hid. The words hit the square like thrown iron. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Who?" Arin held up the bronze tag. "My house," he said. The silence that followed had edges. No trumpets, no script, no priestly buffer. A king standing before the founder of his line telling the city his own house had hidden children under the kingdom. That kind of sentence changes the posture of a crowd. It did not make them trust him automatically. It made them recalculate the possible. The old temple man near the plinth whispered, "No." Arin turned and held his gaze. "Yes." Then he reached deeper into the cavity and drew out a stone tablet. This one heavier, damp, ancient, names etched in columns, some partially worn, some crossed through with chisel marks. At the base, a seal of the founder reign. The banner mender sucked in breath through her teeth. "Read it," she said. He did, not all. "Enough." Recorded after consolidation, he read, voice carrying because the square had gone nearly still, surviving branch lines of the river clans and hill mothers. Retained for future settlement under protection of the victorious house. A noise moved through the crowd at the word protection, not surprise, recognition. That was important, because the poor know euphemism. They live under it constantly. The moment they hear it attached to horror plainly enough, they begin translating backward through their own lives. The butcher swore. The kneeling woman screamed louder. A dock worker shouted, "Protected where?" Another voice answered from deeper in the crowd, "Below." Below. Mira's last word had entered the square. Arin felt it pass through the people like a current. Good, very good. He pulled out another packet and tore the oilskin with his teeth when the knot refused him. Inside lay folded strips of treated cloth with inked entries preserved from damp, transfer numbers, ages, medical notes, the familiar dead language of tidy atrocity. A young mother near the front pushed forward, baby on her hip, eyes wild. "My sister vanished in wardship 12 years ago," she said, "from the Salt District. They said temple service." "Are you saying yes?" Arin said. He did not know her sister. He did not know if the woman's grief fit these exact chambers, but the larger truth was already clear enough that denial would now be the only lie. "Yes," he repeated. If they took her under wardship, debt protection, or ancestral keeping, she was part of this. The woman started shaking so hard another stranger had to take the baby from her arms before it slipped. That was when the crowd changed from spectators to participants, not all at once, not magically, like floodwater. Finding the true slope of land, questions burst loose. My uncle's daughter, they took twins from the Reed quarter. My mother said not to trust the census men. They said the goddess required. Who signed it? How long? How many? Where are the children now? Are there more below the palace? Who knew? Did the priests know? Did you know? That last one hit hardest, and rightly. Arin stood. Rain gathered on his lashes. Blood from his reopened palm had dried dark on the bronze tag he still held. Yes, he said. The square went jaggedly quiet again. I know now, not defense, not excuse, truth. He could almost feel Kali's hand at his throat, preventing any instinct toward rhetoric. I knew too little for too long because my house was built to hide this from itself, he continued. My wife found it first. They killed her. Tonight I found the chambers below. I brought children out of them. More remain. Murmurs exploded. The name wife passed quickly. Killed. Chambers below. Brought children out. More remain. Someone shouted, where are they? At the cremation grounds and in the care of people this palace never thought to fear. That landed beautifully, not because it was poetic, because it pointed away from palace custody and toward ordinary hands. A fishmonger yelled, show us. Soon Arin said, first you must see what your founder stood on. He stepped onto the plinth base, gasps. Not because he was king, because he was climbing the monument itself. The bronze Varadesh towered above him, rain running down the sculpted sword and jaw. For one fierce instant Arin wanted to drive his blade into the founder's bronze ankle and hack until the whole thing toppled. No, Mira had warned him, don't make fire do the wrong work, witness first. He turned and raised the bronze tag high enough that the front ranks could see the child's name etched there. This, he shouted, is not relic. He pointed into the cavity. This is not sacred burden. He held up the stone tablet. This is not divine mystery. His voice grew harder with each line. This is bookkeeping. The word struck the square like a slap. Good. Because it pulled the whole thing out of myth and into disgust. Not curse, not goddess appetite, not ancient tragic fog. Bookkeeping. Stolen children rendered administrative. People began spitting then, not at him, at the monument, at the plinth stones, at the lion's bronze paws. Sometimes revulsion reaches the body faster than politics does. From the edge of the square came the sound of horns. Or military blasts, disciplined, approaching General Sarat, or at least his force. Arin saw the front line of city guards appear through the wet crowd, first helmets, spears, lacquered shields. Behind them came mounted palace riders forcing a wedge. The people resisted instinctively, not with coordinated violence but with the wrought territorial reluctance of those who have already seen too much too willingly step back into ignorance. Then Sarat himself came into view, mounted. Bronze cuirass over dark padded cloth, cloak rein heavy and clasped at one shoulder, face set in the grim, disciplined neutrality soldiers practice when they arrive at scenes they intend to control before understanding them. Arin felt the crowd around him stiffen. This was the old hinge point of every public crisis. Armed order arrives. The people look to see whether truth survives first contact. Sarat reined in at the square's edge and took in the scene in one sweep. The open plinth, the bones, the crowd are in on the monument base. Laleh below with blood on her sleeve, the banner mender's boys, the wet citizens holding their grief like weapons they did not yet know how to use. If he was surprised, he hid it well. But not well enough. His eyes caught on the bones, then on Arin. Then just briefly on the bronze tag in the king's hand. He knew, at least enough. Good, Arin saw calculation begin in him. Same machine as the minister, different uniform. Less fluent in language, stronger in force. Still force has its own euphemisms. Sarat raised his voice, make way for the king, interesting, not seize him, not declare him unstable immediately. He was testing the field. The crowd did not move enough. Sarat's mouth tightened. My king, he called upward, step down. The square is unsafe. There it was. The first attempt, not denial. Containment through concern. Arin answered loudly enough for everyone. Unsafe because of what is inside the monument, General? Or because people can see it? A dangerous murmur rolled through the crowd. Sarat chose discipline. Unsafe because panic serves no one. Arin almost smiled despite the ruin of the morning. Panic serves no one. Another phrase bred for control. He held up the current flood transfer tablet taken from the culvert and called down. Do hidden children in flood tunnels serve the city better? That landed harder than anything yet, because now the truth was not only ancestral, it was current. Not bones centuries old alone. living motion under the palace this very night. Sarat's horse tossed its head. The general's face changed a fraction. He had not wanted the flood routes named in public. Excellent, are in through the tablet into the front ranks of the crowd instead of handing it to any official. 3 people caught it at once, a cooper, the butcher, and a temple boy. They bent over it together, witness distributed. This was the move Kali had taught him through the wrist and throat. Never let proof remain singular when power can seize singular things. Sarat saw the danger instantly. Seize the records, he snapped. Several guards moved forward. The crowd surged not as an organized army, not yet, but as bodies newly aware that control over objects meant control over narrative. A market woman shoved a guard with both hands. A dock worker stepped in front of the plinth. The temple novice who had been weeping earlier suddenly shouted, "Let us see." A butcher raised his cleaver not to strike but to hold space. Even 2 minor nobles, trapped in the front by the crush and too horrified to retreat cleanly, found themselves involuntary witnesses shielding evidence simply by standing where they did. Chaos trembled on the edge of breaking. Arin saw it. This was the knife edge. One wrong move and the square would become a riot. Riot would. Let's a rotary frame everything as disorder. Disorder would give the palace back its moral footing. He did the hardest thing in the world for a man full of righteous fury. He chose precision over release. Look at the bones before they take hem. He shouted, not attack the guards, not defend me, not seize the square. Look, that command saved everything. The crowd pivoted, not to violence, to witness. People shoved forward to see. Lanterns rose, hands pointed, names were called out from tablets. The cavity became center again. Guards could no longer clear the plinth cleanly without trampling the very evidence already fixing itself in 100 minds. Sarat recognized the trap a heartbeat too late. He changed tactics instantly. Protect his majesty. He barked, he is not well. There it was, the first public move toward the madness script. A few guards hesitated. Protect meaning isolate. The people heard it too. Arin reached into his robe and pulled out the prepared condolence draft from the clerk's case, the one naming his temple affliction and rupture of mind. He held it up. Is this protection? He shouted. Then he read, not all, enough. It is with grief beyond language that we inform you His Majesty, long burdened by the loss of his beloved queen and lately afflicted by unsanctioned exposure to the dark temple, has suffered a rupture of mind. The square erupted, not simply from the words, from timing. The palace had already written his madness before seeing him. That made everything unmistakable. Even those slow to political understanding can grasp a script prepared too early. Sarat's face went flat, really flat. The face of a man who realizes a private tool has become public evidence and now every next move costs double. Lale seized the opening beautifully. She climbed halfway onto the plinth and shouted, the queen found the children first. That is why she died. That sentence hit like a torch in dry grain. The queen, beloved Mira, publicly mourned, officially dead of sudden weakness, now tied by a known handmaid to hidden children and murder. The city could work with that, could feel it, could attach its affection and grief to a shape. Arin saw eyes change all through the square, not only horror now, alignment, because once love enters public truth, people stop experiencing it as abstract corruption and start feeling it as personal theft. Sarat made his move. He drew steel, not fully at Arin, at the square, a gesture meant to restore the old hierarchy of force. Clear the monument, he ordered, by authority of the crown. Arin answered before anyone else could. No, it wasn't loud. It did not need to be. Sarat looked up sharply. Arin met his eyes across rain and crowd and the founder's hidden bones. By authority of the crown, Arin said, voice carrying harder now, I order the square held open. A terrible, beautiful contradiction. The crown commanding its own exposure. Sarat hesitated. There it was. The first visible crack inside force. Because if the king orders openness and the general orders concealment, every witness immediately understands that something larger than routine discipline is happening. The general tried to step around it. My king, you are compromised. Arin held up the ministerial flood order with Sarat's own countersign, and you are named. That did it. The crowd saw the paper, saw Sarat see it, saw the line of blood draining from his certainty. A cooper near the front shouted, read it. A widow echoed, read it. Then others, read it. Read it. Arin read the essential lines. Transfer support authorized, east route secured, contingency upon ministerial concurrence. Not every technical phrase, just enough. Enough for the city to understand that the general had put troops behind the movement of hidden children through flood routes. Sarat knew then that the palace had lost its clean line, not all power, not yet, but narrative control in the square. Gone, he could still kill, still disperse, still arrest, still turn the city bloody. But he could no longer do it under the old mask of maintaining order. Everyone had seen too much. The question now was not whether truth existed, it was whether it would survive the next hour. Arin looked around the square, the butcher gripping the tablet like a court seal, the temple novice crying openly and refusing to move, the market woman with rain in her hair and fury in her mouth, the one-eyed banner mender standing under the founder's lie like judgment made human, Laleh blood marked beside him, children's bones under bronze lion paws, the city gathered wet and stunned and no longer fully governable through language alone. Mira had been right, make them watch. He climbed fully onto the plinth now, higher, standing almost level with the lion's bronze paw. The bones at his feet, the founder towering behind him like the old world still trying to impersonate stone. Then he shouted the sentence that cracked the square open wider than any hammer had cracked the monument. These bones are not the past, there are children still alive beneath the palace. Every sound broke at once. Shock, fury, prayer, curses, questions, someone vomiting, someone laughing from pure disbelief, someone screaming for torches, others shouting the word children again and again as if saying it publicly might itself become rescue. Sarat saw the tide turn and made the only move still left to him. He signaled the outer riders. If he couldn't reclaim the square through language, he would contain its spread through motion. Messengers had to be stopped. Roads held, barracks sealed. The palace given time. Arin saw it instantly, and because Kali had taken his face, shoulder, chest, wrist, throat and head, because he had learned grief, burden, origin, machine, language and identity, he knew exactly what to do. He did not stay on the plinth and finish a speech. He threw the rest of the records into the crowd, all of them, tablets, bronze tags, transfer slips, the flood order copy, names. The square exploded into grasping hands, distributed proof, irrecoverable proof, proof the palace could no longer seize from one man because it now existed in 20 hands, then 50, then more. Some pages tore, good, let them tear, fragments still speak. A half-seen seal in one district and a name in another can do more damage than one perfect archive locked in a vault. The people caught them, read them badly, read them aloud, argued over them, passed them back, held them overhead, pressed them to chests. Witness multiplied. Sarat shouted for seizure, but it was over. You cannot confiscate what is already becoming common knowledge in the mouths of a city. Arin jumped down from the plinth beside Laleh. The throne, he said. She looked at him and understood at once. Yes, now, the square had done its work, not finished work, but enough. The founder exposed, the bones public, the general named, the madness notice revealed. The children declared, the records dispersed. Next came the lock itself, the crown, the palace. The throne room still thought it was the center of the kingdom. Arin was about to disabuse it of that belief in front of high and low alike, but before he could move, a hand grabbed his sleeve, the old temple man who had been reciting names. His face was wet with rain and tears both. He held out a bronze tag shaking in his fingers. My sister, he said. She was 7. Arin looked at the tag. The name matched nothing he knew, everything he knew. I'm sorry, he said. The old man nodded once, not accepting comfort, merely registering that someone had said the correct human thing in the middle of structural horror. Then he let go. Arin turned toward the palace hill. Behind him, the square was no longer a crowd, it was a breach. Ahead, the palace was no longer a home, it was an axle waiting to be broken. He and Laleh began to run, and behind them, under the founder king's bronze lion, the city kept reading the bones. If you want, I'll continue now with part 12, the broken crown, and I'll make it the biggest, most explosive final part. Arin enters the throne hall while the city is already turning. The chief minister tries one last time to control the narrative. The hidden children, bones, records, and public witness converge. The crown is broken in full view, the secret clause is activated, the throne loses sacred power, and the story ends with the old world dying in daylight. If you want, I can make part 12 the strongest and most unforgettable part of the entire story. Absolutely. Here is part 12, the broken crown, the final part of this long cinematic story made as big, sharp, emotional, public, and unforgettable as possible. This is the collapse of the sacred lie. This is the throne meeting daylight. This is where the king stops being king by choice. This is where the machine loses its center. By the time Arin climbed the palace hill, the city was no longer behind him. It was with him. Not as an army, not as a mob in the simple sense. Something far more dangerous, witness. That was what the palace had never truly known how to survive. It knew revolt. Revolt can be crushed. It knew sedition. Sedition can be renamed. It knew grief. Grief can be ritualized. It knew scandal. Scandal can be delayed. It knew assassination, famine, tax anger, military unrest, priestly dispute, succession panic. All of those are manageable if the center holds, but witness. Collective witness is different. Collective witness means the center is no longer the only place reality is allowed to exist, and that was what climbed the hill behind Arin through rain and dawn haze and the ringing aftershock of bells. Not all the city, enough of it, workers carrying copied names, women still clutching wet scraps of ledgers. Two rescued children wrapped in funeral blankets under Sada's watch, the one-eyed banner mender, the butcher, the temple novice, widows with old songs in their mouths, ferrymen, ash boys, a noblewoman pale with horror but still walking, two younger clerks who had seen the madness notice with their own eyes. Even a handful of soldiers without helmets now, moving uncertainly at the crowd's edge because truth had entered them before orders could settle. High and low, Mira would have approved. Arin felt every bruise now, the shoulder from the cudgel, the throat from the clerk's strike, the cut in his palm, the ache behind his ribs, the exhaustion hollowing out his bones, but inside the ruin of his body something cleaner remained. Decision, no more revelation, no more hidden rooms, no more begging truth to show him its next layer. Now there was only execution, not of men, of ending. The palace gates should have been closed. They were not. That, more than anything, showed how fast the square had cracked control. The outer guards had heard too many versions. Already, some had seen citizens holding tablets with seals. Some had heard bones spoken in the same sentence as the founder. Some had seen the king himself leave the square blood-marked and unseized. Confusion had entered discipline, and confusion is contagious in institutions built on sacred certainty. As Arin approached the lower gate, the captain there stepped forward with his hand half raised in formal challenge. Then he saw the faces behind Arin, the banner mender, the children, the butcher, the priest Nava sweeping still, the women carrying names, the ferryman, the old market widow, and above all, the look in Arin's face, not frenzy, not madness, not even outrage now, finality. The captain lowered his hand. "My king," he said. Arin answered without slowing, "Open." The man hesitated only long enough to decide which side of history he wanted to die on. Then he opened the gate. That was the first palace surrender of the morning, not dramatic, not spoken as treason, just a man failing to defend a lie once he had seen enough of its machinery. Inside, the lower court was chaos pretending to still be architecture, servants running too fast with not enough instructions, messengers colliding at arcades, clerks carrying boxes toward archive doors, a priest shouting for sacred order to no one listening. A stable yard half emptied because someone in the inner administration had already thought about horses before conscience. Palaces reveal themselves most clearly when they panic. All the ceremony peels away and what remains is traffic. Arin did not stop to command any of it. That would have been the old instinct, reassert authority. Corridor by corridor, restore sequence, contain. No, the palace was not to be restored. It was to be stripped in public of the holiness that made restoration possible. As he crossed the lower court, more people joined, some staff, some guards, some only because movement creates gravity and human beings follow breaches before understanding why. The rescued children under Sada's care moved at the center now, rapt and silent and real. That mattered more than any trumpet. Reality with bare feet crosses thresholds differently than words do. The throne hall doors stood open. Of course they did. The chief minister had prepared for Arin's return. He would not have hidden in a side chamber. He would have taken the visible heart of the palace and made it look calm enough to swallow a storm. As Arin entered, he found exactly that. The throne hall glowed with too many lamps for so early an hour. The polished floor still reflected order. The carved lions still held up the canopy above the throne. The court had assembled in emergency layers, nobles half-dressed, priests in hastily belted saffron, council members with sleep and fear in their eyes, military officers in partial armor, scribes with fresh tablets, attendants lined against the walls trying to become invisible. And failing. And there, at the foot of the throne steps, stood the chief minister, perfectly composed, changed again into full court robes now. Black and silver, office chain at his breast, hands folded, expression carved into grave concern. Arin almost admired the discipline of it. Not morally, technically, the man understood theater. He had simply mistaken himself for playwright instead of character. The hall fell into a silence so complete that the rain outside could be heard again at the high windows. Every eye moved from Arin to the people behind him, from the people to the children. From the children to the ledgers and bone bundles some still carried, then to the minister. The center had become crowded with truth. The minister bowed, not deeply, exactly enough. "My king," he said, voice smooth as lacquer, "the city is disturbed. We feared the temple had touched you harshly." Arin kept walking. The hall parted around him. He did not answer. That made the minister continue because men who manage crisis for a living often betray themselves by rushing to fill silence before anyone asks them to. Please, the minister said, raising one calming hand, before panic becomes sacrilege, allow the inner council to address whatever distressing illusions I brought children out of your flood route. Arin's voice cut clean across the hall, not shouted, not theatrical, hard enough to stop every other breath. The minister did not flinch. Good, he was still pretending sequence could be restored. Your Majesty, he said gently, grief and unsanctioned ritual exposure are known to produce Arin through the prepared madness. Notice at his feet. The hall gasped as the page skidded over polished stone. The minister looked down. Only then. For the first time all morning, something alive moved under his control. Not panic, recognition. He had not expected Arin to possess that draft. Arin spoke again. This was written before I returned. Now the hall's silence changed quality. Before it had been fear. Now it became thought. Timing is fatal to lies. If a statement of the king's madness existed before the king spoke, then either prophecy had entered the court or management had. Everyone in that room understood. Which was more likely? The minister made the only move available. He pivoted toward pity. My king, he said softly, we prepared only for your safety. At the back of the hall, one of the rescued children began to cry. The sound was small, thin, exhausted. It destroyed the sentence, because no language of safety survives well in the presence of hidden children brought into daylight. Sada pushed the child gently forward, not alone, with Rin and Ela beside the little one, 3 children before the throne. The hall saw them, really saw them. No one could now mistake this for abstraction. Bare feet, old bruises, temple-twined scars at wrists, a fevered child half asleep against the ferryman's side, eyes too old and faces too young. One court lady covered her mouth and staggered backward. A bishop whispered something that might have been prayer or might have been nausea. A general looked at the floor because he had daughters and his body knew it before his politics did. Arin stopped at the center of the hall and turned so both court and people could hear him. My wife found them first, he said. That sentence moved through the room like a blade in water. She was poisoned before she could bring me here. Lale stepped forward at once. I served her, she said. I saw the searches after her death. I saw the substitute made. I carried her copies. The minister's head turned slightly toward her, a tiny movement. Enough to reveal that he had not fully accounted for her survival. Good. The one-eyed banner mender came next and laid a bronze tag on the floor between court and crowd. My husband repaired the founder's monument, she said. There were sealed cavities in the lion base. The butcher stepped beside her, still holding the current transfer tablet. I read this in the square, he said. Flood route, child count, ministerial seal. Sada came last among the witnesses and placed one tiny wrapped bundle on the lowest throne step. Not a living child. A child's bones from the founder's plinth. The hall recoiled as one. That was the genius of placing it there, on the step of the throne itself, not in the square where horror could still be called outside unrest. Here, at the foot of rule, the minister's voice cooled. This hall is sacred. Arin looked at him. No, he said, it is implicated. That line broke something invisible. People in the hall actually moved then, not toward action, away from old reflex. A noble took a step back from the throne. One priest lowered his eyes. A scribe forgot to keep writing. The deputy treasurer started shaking visibly. The minister realized the room was slipping and chose force. Masked as law. By continuity protocol, he said sharply, I declare temporary spiritual incapacity pending divine review. Seize the hall, remove unauthorized persons. Several guards moved, then stopped, because Arin was already holding up the gold strip from the signet ring, tiny, ridiculous looking from a distance, and yet every person near. Enough to read seals recognized at once the founder mark and the old continuity script. The minister's face lost color. Not much. Enough. Arin spoke. This is the original clause. He did not explain it all at once. He had learned better. He read only the lines that mattered most and let the room catch up. Continuity shall be maintained through managed descent and visible succession. If the crown itself is dissolved publicly, claim authority reverts to none and all private account structures lose sacred mandate. The hall felt suddenly too small to hold the consequence. One of the elder nobles actually laughed once in disbelief. Another whispered. No, a priest lunged a half step forward. That text is sealed. Not anymore, Arin said. The minister stepped toward him at last, still composed, but the composure had become effort now, not nature. You do not understand what you are unleashing, he said. Arin met his eyes. No, you don't. That mattered, the reversal. All morning the minister had been relying on the assumption that Arin still wanted to save kingship, still wanted continuity cleaned, not ended, still wanted enough of the old world preserved that he could be coaxed, cornered, or frightened back into role. But the temple had burned that out of him. There was no negotiation left because there was no throne left inside him to defend. The minister saw it then, fully, and for the first time true fear entered his face, not fear of death, fear of illegibility, because men like him can survive purges, coups, even assassinatio and attempts. If the structure remains recognizable, but a king destroying the category of king in public, that was harder, much harder. No protocol for that, no graceful continuity path, no easy sacred language. He made one last gamble. He raised his voice to the hall. Think, he said, if the crown falls, provinces fracture, armies splinter, merchants flee, grain halts, border lords rise, foreign kings come smiling with treaties and leave with your daughters, this man would drown you all to satisfy ample fever. It was a strong argument, a real one. That was the trouble, not because it was moral, because it contained truth enough to tempt the frightened. Arin heard that too, and if he had still been trying to be a good king inside a rotten throne, perhaps he would have hesitated. Instead he answered with something stronger than reassurance, honesty. Yes, he said. The hall jolted. If the crown falls, much may break. Now even the people behind him went very still, Arin continued. Because much should, no rhetoric, no pacing. No divine flourish, a sentence, clean enough to sever. This throne fed on hidden children and called it order, he said. It trained grief into obedience and named it duty. It stole from the dead, from the poor, from mothers, from memory, and from all of you who were told holiness when the truth was bookkeeping. If breaking it brings fear, then fear is merely arriving late. That did what denial never could. It gave the hall a moral axis stronger than stability language, not comfort, judgment. The rescued children were staring now, not understanding every word, understanding enough tone. Rin looked from Arin to the throne and back with the alert stillness of someone watching an adult decide what kind of room this will become. Arin turned and climbed the throne steps. 1, 2, 3. No one stopped him. The crown sat on the throne's side stand where it had been placed for mourning formalities not yet begun. Gold, emeralds, old blood under polish. A shape he had worn so often that his hands knew its weight without thought. He picked it up. The hall inhaled as one. For one impossible second everything narrowed around that object. His father's line, his mother's bargains, Mira's marriage, the founder's fear, the hidden children, the ministerial machine, the square, the people, the future, the emptiness after name, all of it held in metal. Arin looked out over the hall while holding the crown, at high and low both, at silk and ash cloth, at guards and widows, at priests and ferrymen, at nobles and orphaned bloodlines dragged into daylight, at the man who had managed the wound for years and thought himself necessary to its continuation. Then he spoke the words that ended the dynasty. I am the last king of this blood. The sentence landed in absolute silence. No thunder, no music, no bells in that exact instant, just silence. Then Arin stepped down from the throne and set the crown on the stone floor between the hall and the people, not on a cushion, not on an altar, on the floor. The symbolism was so complete it almost made him dizzy. The minister moved at last, maybe instinct, maybe desperation, maybe some final hope that physical interruption could restore narrative. A dagger flashed from his sleeve. He lunged. The hall screamed. What happened next would be argued for generations. Some said Arin moved first, some said Laleh did, some swore they saw a dark blue arm in the torchlight at the back of the minister's skull, forcing him downward. One child later insisted the man tripped over the bone bundle on the step and that the dead themselves stopped him. Another said there was no miracle, only panic and bad footing and justice catching up. Whatever the exact truth, the dagger failed. Laleh struck his wrist. The ferryman hit his shoulder. The blade spun. The minister fell hard against the throne step and lost the weapon. Guards surged, then froze, because Arin raised a hand. And now every eye in the hall, every witness high and low, every purse on carrying a shred of old world or new uncertainty, waited to see what he would do. Kill him? Perhaps everyone expected that. It would have been easy, satisfying, even understandable. But Mira's voice rose in him like fire through rain. Don't mistake revenge for architecture. Arin looked down at the minister, at the man who had sorted children into flood routes, prepared madness notices, managed queens and kings like livestock with titles, held continuity harder than conscience until both became one. Then he said, bind him alive. Shock moved through the room. The minister tried to speak, to invoke office, law, sacred protection. Arin cut through it. Let him hear every name. That was worse than execution. Because death can become martyrdom, listening cannot. The ferryman and 2 guards whose loyalty had already shifted hauled the minister back and bound his hands with ceremonial curtain cord torn from the throne days itself. Appropriate, very. Arin looked at the crown on the floor, then at the ceremonial sword hanging at the side of the throne. He drew it, slowly, the metal sang. Not battle song, ceremonial steel, heavy. Balanced for public gesture more than war, still enough. One bishop cried out, no, too late. Arin lifted the sword. For a heartbeat he saw everything again. Kali's 6 hands, Mira on the balcony, his mother over the charts, the founder in blood and mud, the children below, Rin asking if he was from above, Ila swinging the lantern, the square reading bones, the minister writing. Madness before dawn, the gold strip in the ring, the claws, the axle. Then he brought the sword down. Once, the crown split, the sound was shockingly small, a crack of metal, nothing like the size of the act. Sometimes history sounds trivial at the moment it changes. One half of the crown rolled toward the people and came to rest against the small wrapped bones on the throne step, the other lay upside down, emeralds dim in lamplight, no one moved. Arin dropped the sword. Its clang echoed through the hall. Then he knelt, not to the throne, not to the priests, not to the court, to the children. Rin, Ila, the fevered child, the others wrapped in funeral blankets. He bowed his head to them. The room broke, not orderly, not beautifully, humanly. A noblewoman burst into tears. The temple novice sobbed aloud. One of the guards sank to one knee without seeming to know why. Someone in the crowd shouted a prayer and someone else shouted back that prayer wasn't enough. A widow laughed through crying because the impossible had happened, and sometimes laughter is the only bridge between terror and relief. And then outside the bells changed. All at once, across the capital, funeral bells, market bells, temple bells, river bells. The city had heard, not details perhaps, not all at once, but enough. The crown was broken, the throne hall was open, the old world had lost its face. Arin rose again. There was still one thing left. The visible crown was broken, the sacred claim renounced, witness secured, but beneath the throne room still stood the deeper mechanism, the axle. The hidden pillar wrapped in centuries of blood and ritual continuation. He knew it, Kali had shown him, and now he felt it almost physically through the soles of his feet, as if the whole hall stood on a buried pulse waiting to learn whether this was theater or finality. Arin turned to Sada. Bring the children, to Lale, the gold strip, to the ferryman, the minister, to the hall. If any of you still call this sacred, come below and look your holiness in the face. Then he descended the throne steps and went toward the hidden passage beneath the dais. No one stopped him, of course not. At this point stopping him would have required someone still believing the old world could be resealed. Very few did. The passage below opened behind the throne through a panel no common citizen had likely ever seen. Today it stood open because panic had loosened caution everywhere. Arin led them down. A king? No, no longer. A man. Children, workers, priests, guards, nobles, witnesses high and low. And behind them the bound chief minister, forced at last into the understructure he had managed so well from above. The chamber below was exactly as Kali had shown. Stone pillar at center, red cords wrapped thick around it, floor grooves blackened by generations, old bowls crusted dark, the hidden spine of continuity. The hall above had been beautiful. This was the truth under beauty. When the witnesses saw it, many recoiled. One priest vomited immediately. A noble muttered gods, with no prayer left in it. The temple novice began naming the goddess, not in worship but apology. The minister went pale enough to seem suddenly old. Arin took the broken halves of the crown from Lale, held them in both hands, set them at the base of the pillar. Then he cut his palm again on the broken edge. Fresh blood welled. A murmur of fear moved through the chamber. Old reflex, ritual panic. Arin spoke before anyone could drown the act in sacred misunderstanding. This is not continuance, he said. This is witness. Then he let one drop fall onto the stone, for one heartbeat. Nothing happened, then everything. The cords tightened as if something inside the pillar inhaled after centuries asleep. The bowls rang, the grooves in the floor pulsed darkly. Lamps above and below the palace flickered as one body. A wind moved through the chamber where no wind should have been, and in that wind came the soft music of bangles. Some fell to their knees at once, some cried out, some covered children's eyes. Arin did not turn. He already knew Kali was there. Not fully, not embodied as before, but present enough that the chamber changed shape around her witness. Dark blue in the torch smoke, red eyes where no light should hold, wild black hair in the movement of shadow, 6 arms not seen all at once and yet known. No one could mistake it now, not because they all saw the same thing, because every lie in the room suddenly felt too small. Arin stood before the pillar and spoke his final sentence as anything like ruler. It ends here. One of Kali's hands touched his bleeding palm, one the broken crown, one the stone pillar, one his chest, one his brow, and the sixth cupped the back of his head again. Steady, the axle cracked. The sound that followed was like 1,000 whispered excuses breaking at once. The red cords turned to ash, the bowls split, the grooves dried, every ceremonial lamp in the palace above went out. Total darkness swallowed the throne for one impossible breath. Then dawn struck the eastern windows, real dawn, at last. Light poured into the palace not as blessing, not as absolution, but as exposure. When it reached the throne hall above, it touched the split crown halves on the floor and made them look small. That was perfect, because they were. The chamber below remained silent. Kali was gone, or perhaps no longer needed. Arin looked around at the faces lit by new morning. Children, workers, priests, nobles, guards. The bound minister, Laleh, Sada, the ferryman, witnesses high and low. No one knew what came next. That was the truest thing in the room. Arin stepped back from the broken pillar, blood still wet in his palm. No crown, no title left he trusted, no script, no guaranteed peace, no easy future. The city above was already changing too fast to govern by old words. There would be trials, struggle, foreign pressure, noble resistance, false restorations attempted. People who missed the comfort of lies, children who would need years before doors stopped sounding like transfer, temples that would fight over meaning, provinces that would test the center, 100 new dangers. But the old machine was dead. At last, they emerged into the throne hall together. Daylight had fully entered now. Across the palace courtyards, people were gathering not by invitation but gravity. Word was moving from mouth to mouth faster than any herald could shape it. The crown is broken, the children were real, the founder stood on bones, the queen was murdered, the king renounced, the dark mother came, the lamps died. By noon, songs would already begin distorting it. By evening, factions would claim they always suspected. By next year, poets would turn witness into romance and tell fools that Kali chose Arin because he was fearless. No, the truth was better. He was afraid. Afraid enough to let 6 hands touch everything false in him. Afraid enough to step toward the end willingly. Afraid enough to stop asking how to preserve his name and start asking what deserved to survive him. That was why this worked. Not because he conquered the goddess. Not because he seduced death. Not because he was born special. Because at the final hour, when every instinct said protect the crown, protect the line, protect the shape that made him legible, he chose to let it die. Later, when people tried to tell the story quickly, they would reduce it to the image: dark temple, oil lamps, incense smoke, Kali with 6 arms, one at his face, one at his shoulder, one at his chest, one at his wrist, one at his throat, and the last at the back of his head. Every instinct says run, he doesn't, but the image only matters because of what came after. A king entered a temple to ask why his wife died. He discovered his bloodline was a machine built on stolen children and sanctified fear. His queen had hidden the way out inside songs and gold and servants' memory. The city learned grief before it learned palace language. The founder's monument opened and revealed bones. The throne room became witness chamber. The crown split, the axle cracked. The old world lost its sacred center, and when dawn came there was no king left, only Arin, only the children, only the broken metal on the floor, only a city forced, at last, to build its future without hiding its dead beneath it. And somewhere beyond all speeches, beyond all politics, beyond all the new arguments daylight would bring, the Black Mother remained what she had always been. Not hunger, witness.